Welcome back to the OPL Promotion Tournament. I am Hysterics, and I got the beautiful Mendrix next to me this week. You're not Preacher, you're someone different.
I am.
You're
How you going?
You're looking good, man.
I'm psyched for today. I can't wait. So excited to actually be doing some League on Easter. Oh, what a way to spend Easter.
I know, it's like you've never been on League of Legends before, but here we are, of course, the OPL analyst himself. Now that we're into, the final stages of the OPL Promotion Tournament, we've got two best of threes for you today. Our first series is going to determine the team going through to the OPL for split number 2. Tainted Minds versus Regicide. Both these teams looking great. Of course, our next best of 3 series, which we'll talk about a little bit later, is a team that the loser will go down into the OCS. So really, really big day of League here in Oceania. That's why we're excited, and that's why we're with you here today as well. Let's get straight into it. Regicide are still looking great. It doesn't matter that they've got a third roster coming in. They are just exceptional, Mendrix.
Yeah, these guys have had a bit of a shake-up, but they're still performing well, which is good. It means the talent selectors are doing a great job finding new talent where they can.
Absolutely.
And really, it does come down to it, though. They are going to be the underdogs coming into this. Tainted Minds should have the edge.
Okay, so we still call them the underdogs, yes. Tainted Minds, of course, performing exceptionally as well. We have to look at their game coming through against Outlaws, a clean 2-0, Squidgy and Tilting stepping way up.
Yeah, I completely agree with that there. And really, that is an interesting first ban coming through. They're getting rid of the Lee Sin. Typically, you want to go for some other junglers, but that means they're basically aiming straight at only. We know he's amazing, and specifically with his kicks that he was doing last week. So I guess they're saying, you know what, let's take out some comfort, make sure it's harder for them to pop off.
And we know that Y's gone on the Lee Sin as well, so another champion that potentially he can, versatile, be flexible, and go for something else this time around. Tainted Minds, they get rid of Kedu's Ash. That's a good one. They go for Wizards Echo, and I like this already. It's just straight into the comforts, take them away.
And what's also good about these picks is that they're actually limiting in terms of what their team compositions can do. I mean, immediately you get rid of the Ash. That stops you from actually going for those pick compositions. You get rid of the Echo. All of a sudden, 1-3-1 might not be an option for Regicide. So even though they're comfort picks, it's also good at hitting any team compositions that they might want to go for.
Now, on the board, it has been seen that we get rid of a lot of the junglers on the side of Regicide. When we looked at X5's game, they started prioritizing Y, because he's such an aggressive jungler early on. Curious to see if Tainted Minds go there, or they just simply take away the AD carry, they take away Johnson's LeBlanc, and the Graves is the last ban. So that's a much better finish. And
really, it is pretty standard bans coming through. A bit of comfort, a bit of meta, so these guys are saying, you know what, we can get off all those sort of priority picks off the board, plus sort of hit some of those champions that want to be a bit more comfortable for these players. So I like so far what both these teams are doing in the draft, and it's going to be interesting to see what the picks come through. Karma is a great pickup. Basically, she's strong with any sort of combination that you put into, because she's so good at just pushing out that lane.
But what does it sacrifice? I mean, if you Tainted Minds, you have Red Side, which has been really contested over this split. You get double OP pick, I like to call it. Tainted Minds have a lot of options on the board.
Yeah, they do have a lot of options on the board. Generally speaking, though, what you want to try and do is match what your opponent's going for. So if you see a support pickup, generally you want to go for your bot lane as well, because then what they will do is they'll sort of say, you know what, the champion pool isn't too crazy at the moment for what we can do in the bot lane, so we want to actually limit them from there. After we pick up our own bot lane, we'll just ban them out in the next rotation.
It's going to be the Elise coming through for only in the jungle. The Lee Sin King, we like to call him last week. But this time, the Elise coming through. And the Varus pick up for Squidgy.
Yep, so with Elise, she's actually quite popular in the meta at the moment. She's, in terms of, as other champions have been brought down to the Rangars, the Graves, they're not really doing as, if they're banned out, or they're not doing as well with the nerfs starting to come through. She's starting to crop up in priority as well. So she's a great pickup, does a lot of enabling for the team.
Now you take the Graves off the board, they've already gotten the Lee Sin away from Regicide. They go the Rex side, they go the Syndra mid for Johnson, a real solid pick. But the Rek'Sai instead of maybe something like the Gragas.
So what that says to me is that maybe what they want to do is put Paradise on put Triple Z on the good old carry.
Almost.
Because that means they're going to decide to go for instead of going for a carry jungler, which is typical like your Kha'Zix or your Rengar, they're saying, you know what, we'll sacrifice our jungler. He can be more of a role player, and let's give it to ZZZ to sort of carry the game for us, because now we've got a tank in our own right up there.
It's interesting. See if it changes his playstyle, because he has been a very, like I said, aggressive jungler, attacking that jungle and going for the invade quite early. See, I mean, he can still do that on the Rek'Sai, I guess, pick up the early T-Mac, get a bit of extra clear we've seen. We do see the Shen coming in for Praetor, so that is just solidarity right there.
Yeah, Praetor actually is very proficient on the Shen.
Yeah,
We've
well,
seen it
know
not only in
now.
the OPL as well, but also in the OCS. This guy can make it work, and plus it means that it allows more compositions and for the TM to sort of, we can do just a simple 1-4 composition, or if we want to, we can actually be really aggressive. We'll send Elise to just dive into that back line, and a Shen will follow through afterwards.
Fiora ban and the Fizz ban, as well as that Orianna away from Wizard. Orianna really rising through the ranks right now. We'll talk a little bit more about that later, but the Fizz, I like that ban. We've seen what players can do on it, and now everyone gets some funny ideas that Fizz is, oh god, that champion danger.
Yeah, Fizz is actually pretty strong at the moment, and basically you do decide to go for that AD build instead, and that's because of the changes to the Blade of Ruin King that sort of made him a little bit stronger with that AD build. And what I like about it though is they said, you know what, they've picked a tank jungler. That means immediately they decided to just sort of take everything else off the board in terms of carries. You can't have Fizz, you can't have Fiora.
Okay, so what I do see open is a mid laner, and I also see that support open for Tainted Minds. The Lulu, something that got through, really first pick priority, but I guess Chenny Boy loves the Karma instead.
Yeah, that's something that they decided. They obviously put priority onto the Karma instead, so that suggests they might want to get someone with a good speed up. I mean, you'd love to get Rek'Sai into the middle of a team fight, and if you got Karma to speed her up first, really good disengage, really good engage. I expect there to be a bit of an aggressive laner to sort of market with it, so I wouldn't mind seeing a Karma, for example, not a Karma, a Caitlyn with the Karma, so that way you have a little bit more lane priority when it comes up against that Varus, so that way they can sort of match what they've decided to pick up there.
But I feel like Regicide here have just built a bit of a pick potential team composition. I mean, like they can, run that 1-4 with a Nautilus, but by the looks of it, the Rek'Sai, the Nautilus, there's a lot of crowd control coming through.
Yeah, really, now that from what they have there, because they don't have a carry top laner, decided to go for Nautilus, they really do need to pick a late scaling AD, something that gives them a little bit more damage. Yep. Syndra is a lane bully, so that's lane priority there. You got lane priority as well in the top lane now, because Nautilus is really great at just pushing Shen in. You wouldn't have too much to deal with that then. Whereas TM have this more late game sort of orientated team. The longer this goes, TM is going to be doing a lot better as well, purely because they've got that Shen who does really well in team fights, brings a lot more utility in terms of map control instead of actual team fight pressure.
But they do pull the scaling out with the Ezreal on Kedu. Two champions he likes to play. It's the Ashe, it's the Ezreal, and the guy has been proficient at both. For Regicide here, a win is everything. It is a best of 3, and of course the series is going to be a tough one for them, going up against the former 6th seed of the OPL. But to round the team composition out, Wizard goes for the Vladimir.
That is excellent. I didn't even really think about the Vladimir being an opportunity
with
for it. I've
Lulu.
never seen Wizard really play it, but the thing is, it's not that it's just the Lulu, it's also the Shen as well. You basically have your typical protect the Vladimir composition. The idea is he's going to be a little bit shaky in the early game. He's got some abilities to deal with Syndra as well, so he should be able to weather the storm initially. But when it gets towards that late game, he's going to be able just to jump in with the pool. As soon as that happens, he's going to get a Shen ultimate. Then he's also going to get a Lulu ultimate, and then he's going to pop his Hemoglade as he pops up, and it's just going to be absolute chaos in these team fights. Hemoglade. He's a blood mage.
I wanted to ask you, is Johnson taking cleanse worthwhile just for the Elise, do you think? Or would, going Ignite into Vladimir?
It's not just the Elise, it's also the Varus.
Okay.
So there's quite a fair amount of CC available in TM. So
definitely the right pickup, yeah.
Yeah, definitely do want to have that, because basically one CC, you're pretty much dead.
The double Ignite coming through for Tainted Minds here. So, I like that coming through. Going into the Vladimir, I expect the Syndra to potentially go for something like the Morellonomicon. It would make sense. Maybe build a little bit defensive early. The Vladimir's now going into that Proto Belt build. It's really full on. It's really aggressive.
Yeah, typically, especially going into Syndra, you want to rush the Abyssal Scepter first.
Yeah.
That's the big thing, because that way you sort of survive any burst if she does manage to catch you off guard with a good stun. And before she decides to unleash her power and to delete you before you can turn into a nice little blood pool and just waddle away.
Or unless like a real blood pool that just doesn't exist anymore.
Well, you're untargetable, so I guess you don't really exist at that moment in time.
Until you pop up and again, you're like, oh, the vampire's back. So running in a Vladimir into a Syndra, it feels like the Syndra early on will still have, like you
so
said,
much power,
you
so much
talked
control.
about Regicide coming through. They've built a really strong lane priority, right?
Yeah, so the idea is they really just want to sort of just steamroll over them. That's what they've put in. Everything's got lane priority, so that means they're going to sort of probably play off way quite a fair bit, because what they'll do is they'll push up the lanes. Once they gain control of that, then they have access to the jungle, and so it's going to be a bit tough for Only. He's going to be dealing probably with a lot of invades this game.
It feels like the front line coming through from the Regicide lineup is huge. They've got the Nautilus, they've got the Rek'Sai in the jungle as well with the Karma Protect. Even if we do go to late game, is there a way that Regicide, if they were at even standings with Tainted Minds, would it still feel all right for them, or would they just get steamrolled in the end of the game?
They do have a composition that allows them to sort of get the picks. So they do have the option to say, you know what, let's just sit in a brush on the side here, get one pick, and then we can get the objectives off it. It becomes a bit more of a chess game from that point on. Whereas Regicide is just going to have raw power when it comes towards going towards those late games. So it's going to be a bit... Actually, no, TM will just have the raw power, basically.
So, but that's why they want to steamroll, right?
Yeah.
So they want to come through early, and Regicide just want to crush Tainted Minds in this first game of the best of 3 series. Make sure you get your hashtags out there. Hashtag TMWin over Twitter. You can send it to myself if you want. Or you can go hashtag RGCWin. These guys need you now more than ever. And with the new lineup coming through from both Regicide and Tainted Minds, it's changed everything we know about the game. When we look at the old Regicide lineup, we thought, yeah, you know, they synergized well. They ran around Lisa. Now they've got 3 new members in. And why? He plays like a similar sort of solo queue style, but then when his team needs him and they need to group, he kind of conforms and goes, all right, guys, you know, I'm communicating with you now. What do we need to do? So on the rec side, I feel like this is a really good chance for this guy to show that he's a team player.
Well, the big thing that we can take away from this to know immediately if he's a team player, if he decides to not build Tiamat first. That's the first thing
You reckon?
Because if he builds a Tiamat first, that's your solo kill build. You know, really... You do have a Nautilus now, which means he can decide to go for an off-tank composition, which means the Tiamat's not as bad. But typically speaking, if you decide to go straight for a dead man's plate on Rek'Sai, you can really do some cool things early when it comes to team fights.
And like I said, what was the difference between this and... I mean, the Gragas does do similar things. You know, helps out his team, and his ganking ability is exceptional. You know, when you play off and you go, right, I've got 2 junglers available. I've got the Rek'Sai. I've got the Gragas. What decisions is he making in his mind that make him go, I'm going to pick the Rek'Sai up?
Yeah, it's really hard because they both sort of do the same thing to a degree. You do have a little bit more upfront power of Rek'Sai, whereas Gragas is more utility-based. So if you do decide to go for a Nautilus in that pick, then you need more upfront power because really Nautilus has everything you need in terms of that utility. He's got the Death Charge, he's got the Dredge Line, he's got his passive, which is a snare in any way in its own right. So this guy's pretty much has got everything that you need already. So like, why not just get a little bit of extra damage in the upfront in terms of what Rek'Sai brings, whereas Gragas, on the other hand, he'll slowly like pitter off towards the late game.
In the past, I dare not say it, but Regicide's top laner Paradise has built a proto belt on Nautilus. What dictates building? I mean, like, you can get ahead, but I get the proto belt gives you health, gives you cooldown reduction. How do you get tankier, Mendrix?
Well, yeah, believe it or not, building more cooldown reduction does make you tankier. That's the big thing. So, sure, it's nice to go for, as many stats as you can go for, but having that extra cooldown reduction means you get more shields. It means you get an extra dredge line in the middle of a team fight. It means, who knows, your ultimate comes back up online. If you're actually just keeping them CC'd to the point where they can't deal damage, well, then you're naturally tankier off the back of that. Plus, having an extra shield up in team fights all the time as well means you're more tankier. So, more cooldown reduction is sort of the next step, and you find, actually, internationally, people sort of beginning to avoid going for the Sunfire first early unless they're going into a ranged matchup where they need that wave clear. They decide to go straight for more cooldown reduction because it innately makes them stronger in that late game.
And you have seen Paradise, like I said, in the more serious note, he has picked up the Nautilus time and time again, and he looks proficient. I mean, Nautilus is a potato tank. Let's be honest. Everyone sitting at home is going, Nautilus, you press W and you press E a lot. Like, that's what you do. Maybe Q thrown in there a little bit, but, the auto attack resets and you're good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, first game of the day for you. Regicide versus Tainted Minds in this best of 3 series. As we kick things off, the winner of this series goes into the OPL and is our first team to go through.
And both of these teams at the moment are really going to be taking too many risks, basically just going for a good old line of scrimmage. No one's going to do any cheeky sort of invades down the side. Generally speaking, you got decent lane priorities everywhere. Actually, looking at Tainted Minds, I feel they will have a little bit of lane priority early into the game. As soon as Kedu picks up his tier, he's going to have a bit of a trough in comparison to the Virus. Virus is pretty good at sort of just continuing to push things out if he decides to go for a good old Blade of the Ruin King build. And considering there's 2 tanks on Regicide's side, I expect for him to go Blade of the Ruin King first instead of going for that good old Legolas build or the Lethality build where he decides to shoot arrows left, right, and center.
Gone are the days that we see Lethality Virus anymore. It is tending to be that Blade of the Ruin King Virus, exactly like you said. No real change. Kedu actually going to start with the Doran's Blade this time around. Not going to go for that longsword, go into the early rush, I guess you could say, of maybe the Trinity Force. There is not too much attack damage on the side of Tainted Minds. probably going to be a Trinity Force Ezreal, I'm guessing. It is pretty much standard now as well.
Yeah, Trinity Force is generally what you would go for. I'm just trying to think what would possibly warrant going for the Gauntlet instead of the Trinity Force this time around. I mean, you got a lot of magic damage on the side of TM in only and also in Wizard, so I would suggest probably going for the Trinity Force is still the best way to go about it because there's no real crazy upfront damage apart from Squidgy, and typically you'll be able to avoid that just by being out of range of him.
Only going to be starting with the Raptors Y as well. Pretty standard Raptors start going to the red, potentially going into that other side of the jungle. You can see that Regicide have dropped a sneaky ward. So have Tainted Minds in their own side of jungle. Keep that blue nice and safe. I always love when Nautilus starts with Doran's Ring. I mean, like, you're probably not going to do anything else, but it always just shows, like, yeah, you know, I do a bit of damage. Level 3 Nautilus is crazy.
Yeah, really just, you typically always go for the Doran's Ring start when you do decide to go for Nautilus into Shen, because you just want to push him out. You want to make sure that he's pushed in, you want to force him to farm under turret, makes it really difficult for him to go into. And Regicide, I think they actually want to start a fight here.
They've actually pushed Tainted Minds into a corner. Tilting is low. Kedu gets ignited. He jumps in. Tilting uses the shield. Nice Glitter Lantern auto attack. A flash, but there's first blood. A flash from Chenny Boy as Kedu goes down. It's now a 1v1. The minions are helping. Chenny Boy misses the Q. Squidgy auto attacking. Cocoon misses, and it's a double kill for Chenny Boy, but another kill, a double in fact, over to Squidgy.
So when you look at what happened there, I mean, that Cocoon is very big. The fact that he actually went down is something you don't want to happen, but Squidgy getting the kills and Chenny getting the kills, something you do not want to have happen. TM got the better end of that trade there, although there was a few extra summoners but that they didn't want to, only wasting that flash so he won't be able to use that later. But Praetif's found why. That's not going to do anything.
Getting the name confused again, Vendrix.
I know, I'm trying to say, because I was saying way beforehand, and now I'm trying to say, oh no, it's why. I have to actually say why. I mean, why is it why? I think we better stop this line of conversation before it gets out of hand.
You did this last time. Chenny Boy picks up 2 kills, but I think the real problem here is that Squidgy now has 2. He's gone back and he's got the Vampiric Scepter. Chenny Boy's being caught out in the jungle. This is huge. Only picks up the kill. The Karma, the second death.
So I understand what Chenny Boy was trying to do there in terms of, you know what, I want to get some wards out, it'd be great, you know, it's in my own side of the jungle, it should be fine, but TM really initially got that control there with only being able to still be alive and in that bot side of the jungle. So you need to be a little bit more careful there. Wow, Only's just having a good time at the moment with that Elise. He seems to maybe have missed that initial first Cocoon, but now he's actually doing a lot of work in that bot side of the map.
We said that the Regicide roster wanted to steamroll nice and quick, but Tainted Minds are pretty much showing us that they bring the force early. A small 500 gold lead, which is minutely going down second by second. Regicide forced against their turret, however. Like I said, you've got a Squidgy with a Vampiric Scepter, a longsword. He's got a lot of early damage. He's now got the sustain. I'm quite worried for this Regicide bottom lane right now.
Yeah, with Tainted Minds pushing in early, especially with having a Karma on your side, typically that will allow you to push out the lane, is actually a very big deal. So for TM to actually get this early lane priority in the bot lane means that they can continue to push out, opens up only to do more.
We went again.
Tilting. What happened there? He managed to kill Chenny Boy again.
Chenny Boy, that's the third time that he's died. You see, only came down. No summoners needed, but Chenny Boy, this is not a really good start for the ex-Avant AD carry.
Nah, definitely is not, and I think only just seems to have found a weak spot in the map now. I mean, for him to die that many times this early, we're 4 minutes in, already 4 kills going down. It's really, I mean, 3 of them is on Chenny Boy, and he's probably going to say, you know what, I'm just going to keep coming here over and over again. He doesn't have his summoners. He seems to be dying a fair bit as well. So I would definitely just keep on hitting that spot there, and as you can see, just the typical push-in that happens from Nautilus is when he does go up against a Shen.
Right now, Tainted Minds looking quite nice in this early game. Has been a bit of fiesta. I mean, 6 kills in 6 minutes. And Chenny Boy's going to drop some more wards, but he's got to be careful. I mean, he's already died 3 times. What if the Elise was there? What if?
I think at that point in time, you go, you know what, Elise would have backed. I think only said, you know what, I need to sort of cash in all these kills that I've gone through. So yeah. probably the safe moment for him to get that. As you can see, you did have Tilting just waiting there in the middle of the background, sort of saying, you know what, I'm going to make sure you can't get too much control because we want to keep Elise coming back down here over and over again. And as you can see, already back on the bot side of the map.
Well, Y will be spotted out. Cocoon's there, the repel, unburrow, but not going to find the Elise that repels over to the other side. We can see Johnson, like you said, in the champion select, Mendrix, has got lane priority here and is shoving Wizard under turret. So there is some good news for Regicide, as that Syndra mid has a 10 CS advantage.
And there really isn't many people that could, or many champions that can match Syndra in that early game. So she's always just a great blind pick to sort of go, you know what can we get first for a mid laner? Syndra's up, let's definitely pick her up, because really she will sit there, it's pretty easy for her to actually just land her balls, and then from that point on, once she hits level 6, that assassination potential she has is just huge.
Regicide now pushing back this bot wave, getting at least some pressure on the board. You can see Y is down here. Going to go towards his Krugs, but I believe only took those out about a minute ago. See if they have respawned, but only back in Y's side of the jungle. He's gone for the Tiamat for the Rek'Sai, so this proves your point.
Yeah, so again, it makes sense for him to go for the Tiamat because you've got a Nautilus. He's typically going to be your full-blown tank that you're going to be playing with there. So it makes sense for him to be more of an off-tank role. He'll be going into a Titanic Hydra, who'll probably, after this, now rush for the Bambi Cinder that will eventually turn into a Cinder Hulk. So really for him, he's just looking for really quick clear, probably going to be doing a lot more reactive jungling, whereas only he's doing the right job. He's trying to be proactive, get kills around the map early. So 2 different jungle styles coming out this match. So it's going to be fun to see how that plays out towards the late game.
Well, Only's on the other side of the wall. He's coming around towards mid lane. Y is there. Going to add some pressure, keep Johnson alive for now. We've always said that the weakness of Regicide has been in that mid lane, because Johnson has some problems with his laning phase, and transmitting that into a win for his team is looking good at the start of this game. You know, best of 3 series, everything on the line, and for this guy to be going solid when the bottom lane is a bit of a trouble right now is a good point for Regicide.
Really, when it does come for the laning phase with these guys, it's all about what you can bring towards that team fight towards the end. So there's a lot of focus on just yourself early in that competitive play, and the idea is that you're working around your jungler. So the idea is you want to get your lane pushed up, you want to be performing well to help facilitate your jungler, and this is why.
Only's there, the flash cocoon! Chenny Boy flashes away. Kedu just going to arcane shift.
And I just like to say, that's the reason why, it's not actually why the jungler.
Thank you, Mendrix. Meanwhile, Y is mid. There is the Hemoplague. The flash is there. Stand United's been used. Has the flash from Johnson. Great scatter the weak. Regicide now have to be careful. Y is here. 3 members there. Flashes away from the cocoon. Regicide will burn a lot. So will Tainted Minds.
That's right. They do save the turret. That's a lot of chip damage put towards that mid lane. So I would expect Regicide to actually maybe even do some lane swaps. Just throw someone in that mid lane so we can get these towers down ASAP and really get some control back into this game. And I think actually there's even control now up in that top lane as well. That's a very heavily chipped turret as well as time has gone on. Praedyth actually is actually feeling fancy taking this fight.
I'm wondering if the Nautilus can hold this off. I mean, Praedyth does have the extra damage. Only's down back bottom, uses the cocoon, looking for the burst. Kedu takes half of his health. Only will repel, so he does get locked down, but he's away. And they may just look for the turret swap. Oh,
yeah. Good damage there, but they found him again.
The flash ultimate from Squidgy. He's taking a lot of damage as well. Turret shot, good cocoon. Kedu's still here, but Chenny Boy, the 4th time this guy's gone down. Meanwhile, Johnson gets a turret mid.
Yeah, Only is just doing everything right at the moment. After that initial flash, yes, he may have missed there, but he's been coming back down in the spot lane. He's been putting a lot of pressure there. This teleport should be enough to save the turret, but all of a sudden now, there's a bit more extra control there for Praedyth in that top lane.
Definitely not the cleanest game. I think Regicide have had some clean, constructed, by-the-book games, and this is definitely not one of them. Tainted Minds right now giving them a run for their money. 6th seed of the OPL. They lost against Abyss to get into this promotion tournament. And let's see if they can make a change here. Tilting takes the ultimate. Will he go down? No, he doesn't, because they use the wild growth. He survives. ZZZ now gets stunned. Sorry. And he's going to go down. Squidgy gets the first kill. Chenny Boy's back in action. Kedu, does he want to chase this? No, he's going to back away. They're just going to get one. And Regicide overcommit.
Yeah, I'm not sure what ZZZ was thinking they're going in for it. I think it's just your typical, I've used this teleport. I want to make something happen with it. Sometimes you just need to cut your losses, get back towards your lane there. And in the end, they try to force something out, and it looks like they end up getting the worst end of the trade. And Regicide are looking towards this dragon now, so if they can pick this up, that's okay, because then it's a kill for a dragon with the extra control that they put out there. But still, I don't think he needed to die there. All he needed to do is, just leave Praedyth up in that top lane. We'll just get this dragon. Instead of it being a kill for the dragon, it's just a dragon.
Thought he could get tilting with that depth charge, but obviously the shield was ready and available. Why now rotating around this map? Yes, he's got that 30 CS advantage, but in the jungle, as you know, doesn't always mean as much as it's saying there. You can see that the gold for Regicide right now is 400 ahead after all those kills because of Johnson in the mid lane there. Especially, you look at the jungle difference, it's only 200 gold. In the bottom lane, however, that's 1,000 for Squidgy. But Johnson right now is leading the charge.
And the big reason why you can really look at that is because they did manage to get that first turret as well. So that really does give him a nice, good chunk of gold in the end there. ZZ's more than happy to take any trades here when you've got a minion wave that large. You really don't want to be walking into the middle of that. A lot of damage coming through. I think there's a collapse coming.
Nautilus 1v1. The damage is there, but will Praedyth go down? Very, very close. 1v1 potential was there. They find the stun on Wizard. Johnson's joined in. Cocoon misses. Wizard doesn't have flash, but he has Ignite. Johnson will take the brunt of that damage. Volatile Spiderling cannot back this Regicide lineup down. Stand United's onto only here. He's going to jump in. ZZZ very tanky. Use the ultimate, but Sanguine Pool negates it. Only picks up his killing spree. Y is caught out as well. Tainted Minds pick up 2. And Regicide, the story is the same.
Well, I think the fight is actually going to dissipate from there. I thought Tilting might have been caught out as well, but in the end, really is Tainted Minds just taking control of the map there. And this is what it comes down to when you do have that Shen. Just gives you so much more utility when it comes to that team fight presence. And really, they thought they could get that turret. They were a bit greedy for it. TM punish, and now they're able to get themselves well and truly into the lead. See if they might have the option to get another turret across the map. As you can see, they're getting a free one here down in the bot lane. Squidgy, mate, you can get rid of the ward if you want to as well.
That is, in all honesty, that is going to put Tainted Minds ahead by 1,000 gold. 8 kills they've gotten in this early game. Only 13 minutes have passed, and an Elise with 3-0 and 2 that now has the Runic Echoes and Mobility Boots. Things are heating up. It's a spicy game for Tainted Minds. And in this first game of the series, I mean, Regicide, they do not look like the standard team. They do not look as good as they did against XL5.
Yeah, it really is a bit frustrating to be going even into this TM team at the moment when you did have lane priority in all 3 lanes. Actually, it's a bit arguable who had lane priority in the bot lane because you do have the fact of the matter is that it's an Ezreal going into a Virus, and Virus has a really good wave clear, so it's able to sort of negate
and the
what
Lulu
happens
as well.
with the Karma. And Lulu's pretty good as well in terms of if she does decide to go for that poke early.
Pretty good.
Oh, I mean,
Lulu's
it's a bit hard.
good.
Lulu's very good when it comes to composition. When it comes to lane priority, there's a bit of a conversation we could have there in regards to it.
I just heard Lulu and I thought, whoa, is Lulu good at the moment or is Lulu good? Is Lulu meta or is Lulu meta?
Lulu is meta, believe it or not. Lulu is meta.
All right, so Regicide will encroach into this enemy side of the jungle, clearing out the buff and the Gromp. They're going to trade off turrets here, so this is a good rotation, but Tainted Minds got here first. So they'll get the natural push. Regicide are about 5 seconds behind here.
Yeah, and really it does come down to the fact that Virus is going to be a bit of a better pusher. As you can see, he's got the Blade of the Ruined King build there up first. When I see 3 daggers afterwards, I'm assuming that's probably going to be going straight into a Hurricane. So he's basically just going to be going your full-blown attack speed build. That is going to be a massive tank buster. So Y and Paradise need to watch out, or Triple Z needs to watch out.
Johnson, you has to use a cleanse after the Chains of Corruption. Going to take a piercing arrow. Look for the ultimate. Squidgy, why tilting? Why did you ult yourself? Regicide might have a fight here now. Tainted Minds have to back away. Because here comes the Rek'Sai. Kedu's chasing up. Doesn't have the slow. Wizard gets flash knocked up. Pulled in. And the Sanguine pull will not save him, nor will the heal. Regicide will pick up 2.
And it really does come down to that ultimate just being misplaced by tilting there. Really, it should have gone straight onto Squidgy. Maybe he was worried about himself because typically Johnson can blow both of them up. But it's just going more and more onto it.
Regicide, it's like their mistakes are now coming back, and Tainted Minds are doing the same thing. They pick up their 3rd, and they're looking at this mid lane turret.
And really, it is just off picks. I mean, Johnson has found a few good picks, and out of the blue,
not again, tilting.
What is going on? Just back away. Let them have the turret. They won the trade.
We talked about their late game magic. He said, hey, at late game, they've got a Shen. They've got a Vladimir, a Varus. Tilting ults himself. That was a bad thing to start things off. But Regicide, they capitalized on it. They're now 2k gold ahead. They're in the driver's seat. They've got an Ezreal that's fed. This is a spicy game. What do you think?
I think Tatum Mine should have gone, all right, now we've lost this. Let's just relax a little bit here. That's okay. Maybe we can let them get 1 or 2 objectives. They've earned it. That's okay. But then they get caught again and again. So they get another objective off the back of it. TM are now just sort of trading back off the initial backs from Regicide there. So they're trying to get whatever they can, whatever consolation prize. But really, Tainted Minds should not be in this sort of situation. They were about to get in control. All they had to do was play it carefully. And one fumble. Regicide have done a great job with this capitalization.
I mean, they do open up the map. They get that first tier mid lane turret, which is quite nice. Johnson trying to push this wave up, but Wizard with the Proto Belt will clear it out. Johnson right now doing a great job of 1v1ing this Vladimir, but I feel like that time will slowly but surely come to an end. Wizard's going to push this lane out. The Dragon is now live. It is an Ocean Drake. Remember, Tainted Minds lost that first Infernal. So 6% for Regicide. And they still have that gold lead, but it is still minute. 1k, not too much of a difference.
Yeah, now these teams are just going straight into wave management. It's at that point where most of the map has sort of been broken open. They're deciding to just continue on with everything that's happening. And now it becomes that chess game because really no one's in main control, no one's in damage control specifically. It's just, okay, both of us have advantages. They've been gained throughout this point in time. We're relatively even. So really those wards need to be on point. People need to be on the buddy schedule at the moment. You can't really have Chenny Boy running that deep into the jungle because...
Not for the 5th time anyway.
No, not for the 5th time, no. I mean, he was, to be fair, you're not supposed to really get hit that hard, that early. Only has done a great job of having control at that point in the game and really giving Tainted Minds a little bit of a lead early that they had. But now... you do need to be a lot careful, or a lot more careful in terms of what's happening because now everyone's going to be waiting in bushes, getting control everywhere. Johnson's a little bit further up here.
No.
And this is what I was talking about. They're waiting in bushes in certain places here, but really they're going to be walking into 5 members, so they need to be careful here. Oh, they're going for Vladimir.
No. Why? Why? No, he's been cocooned. He's been locked down. They're going to take him down. Is it quick enough? They get 1 kill. True Shot Barrage hits many. Tilting knocked up there. They're going to collapse. Johnson's in a bit of trouble while they clean up the rest of Tainted Minds. Johnson's still not dead, but the flash is there. Wizard gets the kill. Can they get out alive as Kedu picks up his killing spree? He's doing a lot of damage. Great flash from Praetor. Might actually pick up Kedu. He's running away. Has to flash away. Great blast cone as well. This is a big fight, however, and Kedu still lives. So he's doing the damage in the back. And Regicide are trying to clean this up without dying. Wizard almost gets a kill, but an ace for Regicide.
So I like the idea that Tainted Mind had there. We're going to camp this brush here. We're going to put Vladimir in a side lane. Look at the juicy bait. Go for the Vladimir, guys. They decided to go. That ended up happening, but Regicide were a unit, whereas Tainted Minds were not in any form to do proper team fights. And because of that, Regicide had the better pick priority, they had the better target priority, and then afterwards, they won the team fight. Regicide are probably now in control of the game.
Imagine if that blast cone wasn't there, Mendrix, as Chenny Boy almost dies again. They will get top lane turret. They will open out all the outers. Imagine if that blast cone wasn't there. Kedu would have gone down and they may not have gotten the kills.
Imagine if Praetor put his ulti a little bit earlier as well. I think they're jumping onto Y here, but he is at that point where he is tanky enough that he doesn't care.
Why bother?
So exactly, why bother with Wire at the moment?
Come on, Mendrix. The joke was there. You just had to let it go.
No, I'm just going to take it the entire way. You have to go full deep into this.
Die Hard 4.
Mendrix
ruins the
why
jokes.
not? Why not?
Great. Thank you. As much as my co-caster is the perfect match for me right now, a 4K gold lead is what we have to look at. Because 20 minutes into this game, and the lanes didn't work out as well as we thought for Regicide. However, they've sort of brought it back. They've got that comfort on the Ezreal, and the comfort knowing that he's almost got his Triforce. His second item, his big power spike. I'm sure only hasn't really disconnected, but...
I think it's probably one of those quick ones where you jump in, immediately reconnect, so it's all good.
I plugged in my Ethernet cable. I was on wireless. This is going to be much better. You know how it disconnects for like half a second?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you're like, suddenly I go from like 20 ping to 13. Who would have guessed?
Who would have thought that wired is better than wireless?
Is that a Y joke again?
No, it wasn't, but it's close enough. Could have been. Could have been one.
Everything resetting, however. And now that we're, like I said, at that 20-minute mark, we're moving into the mid-game stage. Vladimir is still going to be a really big threat. But Chenny Boy saving that Ignite every time for this Vladimir. It's a good call, a good decision. Morel and Omicron going to help with that as well. I would expect Kedu to potentially get Mortal Reminder as a 4th item in this game. Do you think? Is it worthwhile?
I'm trying to think about it. I imagine it is okay for him to get it as a build path, as he's sort of working on it and he's going towards his 6 items. Typically with Ezreal, it's either sustained damage or all or nothing. As in, so you've got one specific combo where you're trying to blow someone up before they have a chance to do it, or you're going to sit back just throwing out your Qs the entire time.
Yakuza.
What? Not Yakuza.
Yakuza.
Maybe Yuzuki.
No. Yakuza. You're thinking about the Japanese mafia. Another turret is going to go down, however, and a 4K gold lead now stands for Regicide. Tainted Minds have to wonder where this kind of went wrong, because bottom lane right now is getting pushed by Regicide. Tainted Minds have to back away. They'll get some chip damage as we do go to a quick pause there. This time I think only did actually disconnect, but you get to see our faces once again. Tainted Minds, I don't know what to say about this game. You at home would be saying the same thing, that Tainted Minds had a strong lead, a strong advantage, and they kind of just threw it out the window.
Okay, so you mentioned what went wrong. Where did it go wrong for Tainted Minds? It went wrong in that team fight.
Oh, yeah.
Where Tilting decided to ult himself instead of ulting Squidgy. That's where everything went wrong. Because immediately Squidgy was blown up by Johnson. Johnson did a great job just to absolutely blow him out of the water. And then from there, they were just kind of like, oh, we can continue getting picks here. They just seem to be lining up for us. So TM was sort of sitting back trying to scramble, try to defend, and sort of keep their lead, and they ended up throwing it away in the process of doing that. And now Regicide, they're in control. Then Tainted Minds tried something cheeky afterwards to get back into it with a brush camp. We were talking about it. And then it didn't work out for them because they weren't there as a unit. There was a late teleport. There was a good blast cone in place there. And all of a sudden, Regicide now have a 4K gold lead. So they're exactly where it should be, or exactly where they should be, just not the right sort of game plan to get there.
And categorically, when it comes to Regicide, they always know how to play by the book, we said. That's why the early game for us was a really big surprise, because what Chenny Boy was doing was a very different play style to how Ayla used to play. Ayla and Kedu are a really iconic bottom lane duo in the OCS. Now you've got Chenny Boy who's come in. Remember that because they lost those 3 players, they had to fill a roster with 3 more. And it's kind of, seeing that difference between Chenny Boy and between Ayla. Yes, Ayla was a very good support, but Chenny Boy can be as well. It's just more about synergizing with Kedu, and those first 3 deaths made it look like this guy was struggling in the playstyle of Regicide. I
wouldn't even say that it was because he was struggling. He was just doing what he would normally do in the normal course of a game.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out. I'm going to get some deeper wards just around our area of the jungle. That way we can sort of keep an idea of what Elise is doing, where she is around the map. And the problem was Elise was already there.
She rushed Mobies, like only went for Mobies.
Yeah, exactly. It was just sort of like, okay, I'm going to get these wards out so I get an idea. What is Elise? Oh, she's here. Oh, she's killed me. Great. Well, let's try this again. We'll try this again. She's still here. All right.
Where's Elise?
All right, the third time's a charm. Never mind.
It's like this time I went in the river and I'm like, is there an Elise over there? Over there? No, we're good.
We're good.
Ward. Oh,
there she is.
There she is.
She got me there. Oh, look, she's clearing the ward now. Great. Who would have thought that she's what she was going to do?
Fourth time, almost ran into the Lulu. It's like, is there an Elise there? Am I going to die this time around? But no. In all seriousness, Chenny Boy has brought himself back. Not as... What's the word I'm going to use? Not as detrimental as he was in the first game to his team. Right now, the Inspire's doing a lot of work. That Mantra E is just so, so good in team fights. And running it with a Nautilus who also has that W, who also has, so much crowd control. Right now, the front line of Regicide in the early to mid game feel like it can easily trump Tainted Minds.
Oh, yes, especially because typically when you are playing a double tank line, you do reach your power spikes a little bit earlier because you do typically have tank items. I mean, they have been creeping up in costs over time, but really you get yourself a Sunfire Cape, you get yourself a Spirit Visage, and then you're pretty much good to go in team fights until that late game when all the ADCs start to scale up and they get their 6 items. So really, double tank lineups do have a great time in the early game, especially, or early to mid game, especially when they're accelerated. So Regicide are looking really good at this point.
And if you have just joined us, unfortunately, we do have a player tech issue, so there's a bit of a delay. However, we will be back with you as soon as we can. But right now, you get to listen to exactly what we think of our boy Only. Now, played an awesome Lee Sin game, also played a really great jungle series. Against Outlaws. Sorry if my memory helped me. But against Outlaws, it was a stomping. It was actually just Outlaws falling behind and Tainted Minds carrying away with the game. And it's always been about Only, but it's also been about one member down in the bottom lane, and that's Squidgy. And I think during the OPL, this guy, showed some kind of promise. But now that he's in maybe a group that he can flourish in and that he can, develop in a little bit as well, for these guys, I think Squidgy looks like one of the better AD carries that could go up against OCS teams.
Well, he's had that OPL experience now as
He's
well.
had OCS experience as well.
He's had OCS experience as well. But when you get the OPL experience, when you realize the caliber of players up there that you're going up against, you realize, there is a different ceiling that I need to sort of get myself up to. And it does sort of inspire you to go, okay, cool, I know what I'm doing wrong now. I know where I can actually improve in certain places, but you wouldn't be able to find against OCS players because you've got to go, okay, cool, I'm just beating them. Why do I need to change? And the moment you go up against OPL, you realize, he got the better trade here. How did he do that? And all of a sudden you get to a point where you're actually just better going up against these OCS teams. So as you can, he's doing all right at the moment. He's up in kills, he's up in CS, so he's definitely performing in this specific game. But in terms of, him popping off, he's just not there yet. And it is because, he isn't at that 4-item spike that ADs get when they just become absolutely out of control. So it's really going to be up to his positioning towards that late game. He's been good with his chains of corruptions, forcing out abilities immediately. Johnson's done a great job to immediately cleanse them, and that's how we managed to get the kill off the back of that as well. So they thought they had it engaged, and that's how Regicide were able to capitalize afterwards. But Squidgy at the moment, he's still looking pretty good.
But is he as good as Kedu? That's the thing. Kedu is a monster. Like, Kedu is actually one of the better AD carries we've seen come out of the OCS. And that's why they're in this promotion tournament. Is he as monstrous as Kedu?
In this game, yes. Right now, yes. He's up in CS. He's up in kills.
Okay.
In terms of what he brings as an ADC, he's going to be a little bit more immobile in comparison to the Ezreal. So if he's able to actually sit down and just be a turret, and just sit back and just shoot away, which he has the ability to do so. I mean, if he's the one getting all the protection, if he gets the Shen ultimate, if he gets the Lulu ultimate, he'll be able to sit back and no worries, just shoot fire away, especially if he gets an Ardent Sensor put onto him as well. So he'll be able to just be really strong towards that late game if he's sort of unhindered.
But will he rival the Ezreal? I mean, like, Ezreal late game is a dirty monster.
He's a different kind of monster. Like I said, so it's either consistent damage or it's all or nothing with Ezreal, whereas with Varus, he's more like just consistent damage, especially with the build that he's gone for.
Yep.
Really, it's going to be up to Kedu to land that initial combo if he's going to be picking someone out, which is sort of the
EQW.
Well, it's EQW with the R afterwards. So it's like R, EQW, and then you fall with an ult. Yeah, so like it's crazy what you do. I think it's like you go for the Q.
Don't name them again. Because you tried to name them.
I tried to name this again. So you go for the Q, you fill up with the E auto, and you pre-shot your ultimate in the process of doing that
this time around.
Exactly. Yeah. And when you do land all of that, all those combos in succession, you can just absolutely delete any squishy that you're going up against before they have a chance to react.
And like we said, the Ezreal probably going to build. You said more like a 6th item, didn't you? Building into that mortal reminder. Coming through, or might not even build it at all.
I guess he doesn't really need it because he has gone for the Blade of the Ruined King, so that does do a lot of percentage health damage over time, so he's going to be able just to chew through tanks or chew through people with self-healing anyway.
So you don't think it's worth negating that Blade of the Ruined King Varus, or the Vladimir as well, who's probably going to have 3K
It's probably worth it
health.
on the Vladimir. It's probably worth it on the Vladimir. If he decides to go for it, that's up to him. I can't say to him, you know what, you should do this. You should go for this and stop him down from getting it.
Yeah, no. Just writing down points for my solo queue later on. Just making sure, like, when I get there, like, Mendrick said, yeah, maybe worth it. Yeah, no, against the Vladimir.
Against the Vladimir, it's probably worth it. It all comes down to your choice and preference. If you're really accelerated, you don't really need to go for the Mortal Reminder. But if the Vladimir is just absolutely insane, popping it off monstrous, then you need to get a Mortal Reminder. Mortal Reminder.
I'm glad I didn't ask you to name Mystic Shot and
Arcane Shift and all that good stuff. Anyways, you need the Mortal Reminder if he is absolutely popping off, because really you do need to trim down that self-healing.
I'm sure Hingers would have been proud of us just bantering just there. If you have just joined us, we are in the middle of a pause, a player sorting out tech issues, and we will be back shortly. But the main thing is here, we need to look at how TM can develop this team composition, because they need to get into the later stages, you said. Mm-hmm. But right now, Regicide are sort of coming over the top of them. They're using the Nautilus, they're using the Rek'Sai as well. Is it just a matter of looking for those picks, or is it a matter of just, getting better objective control, deeper warding, and maybe looking for a small skirmish?
So at this point in the game, Regicide don't need to worry about looking for picks. Okay. They've got enough power inbuilt in them.
But what about Tainted Minds?
Tainted Minds need to get map control. That's the big thing that they have. I mean, when you have a Shen, you need to have map control, so that allows you to put him in a side lane, that allows you to get pressure elsewhere, and then you can make plays off that, because the team starts to buckle under making those decisions, under making that pressure. But when you don't have that with a Shen, and you're forced to sort of put him straight away in the middle of the team, that sort of negates one of the big usefulness of having Shen in place there. And Regicide have that power now. They can just say, you know what, even if you try to set up a 4-1 sort of making moves around the map. If you do decide to put Shen in the top lane so he can then ultimate into it, and then he's got lane pressure afterwards, it's not going to work because we're going to have our team right there in the middle, and he needs to come now. Otherwise, they're going to take that lane, we're going to take the inhibitor and the Nexus, and really you're going to be stuck in a side lane that entire time.
Slow rotations by the Shen have cost games and have cost matches, especially series like this that are everything on the line. The OPL is available to the team that wins this series. Remember, they've already come through. Both of them have picked up a win. Regicide going against XL5 2-0. Tainted Minds versus Outlaws, which is our second seed OCS team, 2-0. Both these teams now in the winners final. The winner of this best of 3 goes through to the OPL, our first team going through to the OPL for split number 2. And I've got to say, I mean, Regicide, they don't look as comfortable as they did against XL5. I keep on saying it because it's not the Regicide we're used to as we do jump back into game.
I see at this point in the game, they'd be looking comfortable because of how far they are ahead. If it was that early game, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
They would be sitting going, what is happening? Why is only absolutely everywhere around our map at the moment? We're having troubles in this bot lane. We can't pop off. And that's sort of, a new sort of thing that Regicide have to deal with. They have to get used to this fact that, you know what, you can't just stomp over all these teams now because you're going up against a higher caliber of player.
Interesting second pickup for Squidgy. I mean, people have optimized into the Renan's Hurricane, but this time around it is going to be the Phantom Dancer, so going for the dueling. And the Ezreal Trinity Force.
And you know what? We've had this discussion as well in the OPL about whether you want to go for the Hurricane or if you want to go for the Phantom Dancer. I guess it all comes down to, who wants to go for those specific sort of builds that you have. If you want more wave clear, if you want more pressure, you go for the Hurricane. The Phantom Dancer that gives you not just better dueling potential, but allows you to sit back because initially the first person who's running at you is dealing 12% less damage. So you might be able to survive in team fights. And really, I mean, it is that sort of what utility do you want to bring to the game. Phantom Dancer, I think, is actually a preference of quite a few players as well, especially in terms of win rates that you actually find with Varus.
It's like 390 gold just went over to Regicide as well with those 3 wards. They are encroaching up into this Krug side. Only going to get the smite, but misses. Kedu's there. They found Wizard. The cocoon misses. He has to flash. Repel into the air, but no way. Jose is only getting out. The ultimate is there. Wizard has to take the empowered R. Okay, from tilting, he uses the ultimate. 1 kill. Regicide, can they start the Baron?
They can start the Baron. That's the jungler down. They've got control of that top side of the map. They can easily just make their way down there. As you can see, they're just jumping on that opportunity. And really, this is what I was talking about. Regicide can just sort of walk into anywhere that they want to at the moment, as long as they remain as a unit, because they have that extra power. That is a great stun as well by Johnson, just to stop them from getting anywhere near. He's playing...
Oh, wow. Whoa. Goes in. Flash there. Squidgy has to respond, and a free Baron for Regicide after getting only.
That was actually well done by Johnson there to force a flash out of it. It felt like he actually missed it as well, but the panic flash followed by Squidgy afterwards was enough to get him out of there, and now they're well and truly in control. This Ezreal is online. They've got a Baron. Towers are falling around the map. Tainted Minds really need to do something immediately to stop the bleeding, and I'm not sure if they can, if Regicide just remain as a group.
Chenny Boy, down are the days of him dying and getting caught out. This time he can play the aggressor. Great stun. Only is going to get ulted, and Johnson is a monster. I just use the word monster with Regicide because they're going at it again. Squidgy's been caught. The turret goes down. Has to use the ult. Where did his health bar go? I don't even know. A double kill. Wizard Sanguine pull, but the pull is not going to save you. Kedu's unstoppable, and this is more the Regicide we know and love.
And I just love the tempo that they take to it. As soon as they get the advantages, as soon as they get control, it's just pressure, pressure, pressure. And TM have no response for it. They're losing. I mean, only literally came back into the game after dying for about roughly 20 seconds and instantly died straight away again. And they're just pushing for the win.
They're going for the game. I mean, Regicide here don't have Wizard up. Squidgy's up in 3 seconds. Can they get the win? Second turret is going to be chipped here. Tainted Minds not looking for the contest, but the Nexus is going to be hit. That's a great Shadow Dash from Praetor. Redemption comes in. Squidgy destroyed. And Regicide have a chance here, but they're going for the kills. They get 2 of them, and they're going to clean up the first game. 1-0 Regicide.
And it was what we were talking about in that break. Regicide just have that power at that point in time where they can just sort of move around the map if they want to. TM were the ones who needed to be walking on eggshells at that point in the game. They weren't, and Regicide instantly take the game.
Regicide, much better performance towards the end of the game. The early game was a scuffle. It was a bit of a fiesta. But they come out on top. They capitalize on the mistakes by Tainted Minds. And they just push their advantage by the book. The Rek'Sai worked out in the end.
The Rek'Sai did work out in the end, and it really does come down to Johnson getting the picks where appropriate, and then the team sort of jumping through saying, yeah, you know what, we can fight them, we can do these fights, and immediately afterwards, all the objectives falling down gave them so much extra power, and at that point, TM said needed to slow down and calm it. You know what, we could just sit back, farm, we do have a team that can scale towards that late game, we've got that Vladimir, he'll be a monster, but they just didn't do that, and every single time Regicide continued just to push forward. And that was it from there.
And the win condition there was really getting into that late stage, getting past that lane pressure team of Regicide, as you said, and they just couldn't get through it. The Syndra was huge. Johnson, who we've exclaimed as a big weakness for Regicide in a lane that can be exploited, was left to sit there. And you can see when Johnson doesn't get bullied, when Johnson doesn't get touched, he goes out of control. So potentially in the second game, I think Only has to look more at that mid lane, because shutting down bot didn't really work out.
It didn't work out because the big thing was that all that power was put onto that bot lane, and when it's dead before it can do anything, purely because Syndra decided to go, yeah, I'm going to ult you now, and you're going to be off the board, so I don't have to worry about you.
Yeah.
That's it. You don't, like, everything that you sort of put all your eggs in one basket is gone. You've dropped the basket, it's gone, the eggs are everywhere. And now,
is this like
more than happy to go
Easter
for it.
reference?
This is the Easter reference to it. Yeah,
you just thought you had to throw one in there.
Had to throw one in there.
Teemo could be played today. Like, we don't know.
No,
Paradise has played Proto Belt
Please
Nautilus.
Please no.
The guy
no
played
Teemo.
Riven.
No Teemo. I'm okay. Maybe if it's got the skin.
Cottontail Teemo. That's the Easter one, isn't it?
I'd like to see the Fizz with the Easter skin. That'd be great.
Yeah.
That'd be a good one.
That's going to give kids nightmares. So if kids are watching out there, if you see Cottontail Fizz, it's not very nice. We've got to let's seriously look at Only, because that didn't work out. He was fed. He got 3 kills at the start of the game, 100% kill participation at one point, and he just, didn't really capitalize on it. Was missing the cocoons. Potentially has to go for another jungler, or maybe just, like we said, look at that mid lane or look at the top lane. Change from the bot, because I think Squidgy and Tilting do fine on their own.
I don't mind the Elise pick. That was okay for them. You can go for that one again if he wants to. The big thing is he was doing what he needed to do early correctly, which was get pressure around the map, get advantages from that there. That was all good. It just seemed to fall apart in that mid game, and it was purely because Regicide found the picks that they needed to. And then at that point, Elise sort of falls off to that degree. She doesn't have that same power that it was, and now she needs to make sure she gets the catches, but she's been deleted before she can find that catch. Not much you can do at that point in time.
And not much that Tainted Minds can take from that, except to improve the performance for the second game. We're going to take a 5-minute break, but after that, we're going to be joining you for game number 2 of this Best of 3 series to see if Tainted Minds can take us to game 3. Oh, you almost had Dodos in there, but maybe next time. I am Hysterics, and I got Mendrix next to me, and you've just joined us in the OPL Promotion Tournament, the best of 3 series, which determines our first team going into the OPL for split number 2. And Mendrix, I mean, Taintermines, they drop a game, and one more. That's it. They go down to the lower bracket. They have to fight once again.
And I feel Taintermines had the tools to really win that game. They were at that point where, yep, we got the lead early, Only's doing well, our bot lane's doing well. Just that mid game just really let them down.
Regicide capitalized on it. Like we said, they know how to play the game, but more so when we say that, we say it's by the book, and it's honestly just so strategic and so smart. So Regicide, they win in the old fashion that they always win in. Let's take the mid game and let's just take it to a power level of over 9,000. And they did exactly that. Was that good? You watched Dragon Ball, didn't you?
I watched Dragon Ball, yeah. I had a bit of a Zenkai boost, I think, because they were struggling. And then afterwards, they were okay.
Very, very nice. All right, speaking of nice, we are going to jump into Champions Select now. Ash taken off the board for Kedu. I feel like this guy's never going to get Ash.
Well, really, after you saw how well he was doing with the Ash throughout the OCS, it makes sense. You know what? He's good on that champion. Just take it away from him. He lands the arrows. He's able to do great positioning. That flurry is always on point. So, Kedu, you're not allowed to play Ash anymore.
Well, Johnson's not allowed to play LeBlanc either. And that's no big surprise. Curious if they ban away, potentially go for the Ezreal as a final ban.
Well, I mean, you can. He's always a solid pick. I think he's cropped up in popularity because big thing is that all of a sudden Jin's no longer as good as he used to be. Lucian is sort of the next pick, and Ezreal just seems to do well against all the champions at the moment that are strong. I mean, Ashe is very strong in her own right as well because you are able to dodge all the arrows that she throws out there, so it's always good to have the Ezreal. Just a really great self-peel ADC.
But now they're swapping sides, and now it is going to be Regicide going onto that red side. Going to be the same bans from them as well. Getting rid of that Camille this time, but the first pick, Graves, was available and only now has that champion.
That is a problem. So
we
this was
know
that
was
banned beforehand. Graves really strong, just pretty much in anyone's hands, especially these junglers that are just amazing with them at the moment. So I would be strong in Only's hands, be strong in Y's hands. Really good priority pickup immediately, just so fast at clearing the jungle, and then he just scales well into the late game, being an AD basically at that point.
And I mean, Regicide put the priority over Lee Sin rather than Graves. I mean, Only is a monstrous Lee Sin, and it's a word that I've been saying a lot today.
It's because it was banned.
No, but that's why Regicide are taking it away. So instead of taking away the Graves, they take away the Lee Sin, they give up the Graves. So see if that response is really worthy of Regicide right now. Chenny Boys calmer again. They want to run the same team composition. It looks like it might be the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, you know what? Why not just keep on going with what worked before? You don't need to change anything. You've got the momentum. You know exactly how that team fight works. When if you've got something that's really easy to execute on, which is, your Rek'Sais, your Nautiluses, you basically go, oh, we've got one really good go button. As soon as someone lands it or hits it, everyone else can just jump in afterwards. Easy execution means you make less mistakes when you do go towards those high pressure moments. And it was basically a solid team composition from there.
And a champion that doesn't make it to the second ban phase will be the Orianna, and locked in by Wizard. So finally going to see those big shockwaves coming through, as I have repetitively said. Okay, this time tilting, right? You got the Lulu. You had it last game. Better performance. I mean, like, both supports didn't have the most exempt performance, but I'd like to see more out of tilting this game, and not ulting himself.
And not ulting himself. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, sometimes you have to be worried about it because when you see the unleashed power coming and go, is it going to be at me?
Is it me?
Is it me or is
Selfish.
it the AD, And typically what you do is you go, all right, I'll just ult the AD and shield myself and hope for the best.
Or ult myself, shield the AD.
Yeah, or vice versa, yeah. Just put something on the AD if something happens. Not both of them on just you, and hopefully both one of you survive, or, vice versa, both of you survive.
But like we said, let's hope they have a better performance down in that bottom lane. Will be the Talia, which has had rising priority in 7.5, 6, and 7. Now that's in the mid lane, going up against the Orianna. Scary lane for Orianna in the early game. Might be taking up the Ghost. Go for Ignite Talia mid, or is still Ghost you think's best?
I think Ghost is still best because typically what she does is she's more of a control mage that provides the same sort of map pressure that TF does.
But she's got a scary level 3.
Oh yeah, she's got scary, but she's basically scary throughout that entire mid lane. She's still scary towards the late game, but she does pit her off in terms of the amount of power she brings.
Yep.
She does bring a lot of utility. She's able to basically divide a team. You're pretty much going to lose the team fight from there.
Well, Johnson is someone who's had rising affection towards that Talia pick. As we come into the second ban phase, you can see that Taintermines get rid of the Fiora, get rid of the Ezreal from Kedu. I really like that. Regicide takes Squidgy's Varus away just in response, and the Shen. Now that is a hover that's trying to insult Squidgy. I'm not sure Regicide will really look at it.
Well, I mean, okay, Regicide probably won't look at it. It might be an idea
It's
for
gonna
them to
keep
go
breaking my
for it.
heart.
Because the big thing here is if they take away Tristana, all of a sudden there's no longer that Juggertriss comp that we can see before. She does have that attack speed steroid that you can run with Lulu. I wouldn't be surprised if I see a Kog'Maw coming through here for Tainted Minds.
Okay, but Regicide look at the Lucian, and they locked that one in. It was almost an Urgot. Almost broke my heart. No, instead of that, they go for the Jhin and a quick lock-in of the Fizz.
Okay.
And it's going to be a Fizz top for Proton.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting indeed. Fizz probably going to be building very tanky. I imagine they want to actually have him as a pseudo tank that goes in, and then you follow up with the Shockwave, follow up with the Wild Growth straight onto him, and everyone else will just pile in afterwards. So they do have a team composition there. I'm not sure if I like the Jhin with the Lulu specifically, because I mean, really, what does Lulu do? It gives you like extra bonuses in your attacks, and you've only got 4 attacks with Jhin. So I'm not too happy with that pick there, but I guess, just deciding to go for a specific team composition.
Why do they keep breaking my heart? We've been waiting for Paradise's Riven, a real signature pick, but it's a Nautilus again. And like you said, if it ain't broke, why fix it? Honestly, in the top lane, like, Paradise is a great Nautilus. And it's like we said, potato tank, push him in the front, he does everything for you. But into the Fizz, how does that match up? Is that hard for the Fizz?
No, I mean, Fizz is just really good when it comes to any lane that he goes up against. Now, Nautilus should be able just to push out and have minion control from that, so that's something Fizz needs to watch out for. But if Fizz is really good with the Playful Tricksters to sort of avoid that initial damage that comes from the Riptide, and is then able to get the trades, should be have a free lane based off that. But the thing is that Fizz sort of provides you less in terms of team fights, whereas Nautilus gives you more. The big thing is Fizz needs to go for those deletions. If you can find the priority targets before Nautilus has a chance to cause that chaos, then really TM wins off that team fight.
Well, think about the Wombo combo that's just come out of Tainted Minds here. Like you said, yes, their team fight may not be as good as Regicide, who have run a very similar comp to last game, apart from that Talia and the Lucian coming down. But if we look at the team fights there, I mean, yes, they may not have a tank, but to layer that collateral damage, chum the waters, the shockwave as well, and honestly, the Jhin, the curtain call, it all feels like Tainted Minds have this big moment, this big 5 seconds of power.
And it really is the case that they need to be on point and communicating when they do that. Otherwise, if they don't do that, it's just going to fall flat in their face. Because when you don't have a tank and it goes into a sustained team fight, all of a sudden you go, why are these guys starting to do more damage than that? Oh, that's right, we didn't hit the... Yeah, fair enough then. So it is one of those situations where you need to be on point with that initial engage. If you don't hit it, sustained team fights will take you out.
Go out. So sustained team fights, and right here, if Regicide can live through them, feels like they win them. As simple as that.
Simple as that.
Mandrix,
Pretty straightforward sort of win conditions for both
the
these
Nautilus
teams.
was one of the win conditions last game. Let's be honest. Like, the Nautilus went fine in lane and pushed it out and started rotating around the map. Johnson as well. We cannot go past that Wizard versus Johnson. Was not a friendly matchup. The Vladimir fell behind by 40 CS in the early game. 111 to 75 was my last recollection. And against the Vladimir, someone who should just be able to push back. I get this. I guess the Syndra's really hard to lane against and has that lane priority. But Wizard just unable to find some kind of succession in that game at all.
Yeah, and it really was that he never got online. That's the big issue that he had there. Sort of, they were getting to that point where, we've got the team composition now, we're ahead, we're good to go, and then Regicide just got all that extra gold, and he just couldn't keep up at that point in time. And then really the ultimates weren't even going onto him. I think the first time there was an Unleashed Power that went onto Vladimir, it never really hit the mark because he immediately used the Sanguine pool, and Johnson was like, okay, I'm not going to do that now. I'm just going to hit everyone else that is going to remain targetable when I do decide to do it. And it was, first off, it was Squidgy.
See you, Squidgy.
Then after that, it was Only. Then after that, it was, it's just, after that point, it was all good. And he's like sitting there like, guys, I can do damage if we survive long enough. Oh, you're dead anyway.
Oh, you're gone. You saw at the end, it wasn't even into the late game stages. We barely broke that 30-minute mark, if we even did. And Squidgy, poor Squidgy. You saw that combination from Syndra. Didn't even use more than 2 abilities. Use the Q, use the W, and it's like Squidgy went from 100% to 0. Just like that. Like, it was honestly it was so disgraceful to their team composition. Because in the end, the Syndra was walking all over it. Something that potentially shouldn't happen as easily as that.
Well, the big thing is that you've got 2 champions that provide massive shields to the rest of the team. And really, for him to be able to just delete players before they have a chance to react,
I said, disgraceful.
just shows that either A, he had really good
house.
positioning, really had great choice, really good decision making in terms of when he decided to use those ultimates.
Yep.
To be like, oh, are they going to be paying attention now? Are they going to be busy with another champion? Or they're just not going to be able to put that out because they're not in range, and then just immediately click clicks his fingers like that and just blow someone away.
Well, let's hope this time around that Tainted Minds don't turn into... What was that? One more time, please.
One more time.
One more time. Give me your dissipating.
I'm not going to do it again.
Ah,
you only get it once.
Only one camera moment for Vendrix.
Only one camera moment. However, you can do it again if you want to. If you
no,
rewind,
I can never
go back.
You can't rewind live, Mendrix.
It's going to be on stream later.
Yeah,
or it's going to be on VOD later.
But they're here now. They want to live in the moment. They don't want to rewind. Tainted Minds here. They've taken a loss. If they lose one more, Regicide are our first team going into the OPL for split number 2. Everything on the line, and Regicide can taste their fear. Even though Kha'Zix wasn't picked. That's a shame.
I would have really liked a Kha'Zix or a Rengar.
What
they were both open. You know, you've got a Lulu, you've got an Orianna. Great composition for them to just jump straight into. Rengar just jumping into a team fight. Next thing you know, there's a massive shockwave, and then he's a really big person, and then it's great team fight composition. Just never happened.
You normally run the Rengar and the Kha'Zix into those team compositions, so it's again like the question is why.
Well, they decided against a personal preference. I'm not too sure. I mean, they put priority on getting the Graves, and then afterwards they went for the other. And then afterwards, like, oh, we could get these guys as well. So all of a sudden, it's not as big as it used to be.
The Wombo.
But they decided to go for a Wombo instead in a different way. So all of a sudden now, instead of having a Rengar or a Kha'Zix as your ball delivery system, now you've got a Fizz as your ball delivery system.
Well, apart from my transition into Kha'Zix, which I got to say, that was probably one of my best. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. But as we jump into the second game, Regicide are lit right now. 1 win, best of 3 series. Can they take out a clean 2-0, or will Tainted Minds take us to game number 3? Right now, we're going to live in the moment.
Regicide are all as one at the moment, so they're looking for a pick.
All right, get the Lucian ahead, get the Talia ahead. Everything sounds good. Only's going to spot them out. He's going to have to start running away. Oh, they don't get the ward. Oh, that would have been 10 gold.
It was dropped before they got into the brush, so they would have just saw it for 1 second. So they did manage to get... It was good for them to get 2 auto attacks off, and only doing the appropriate thing.
They're not going to get anything off 2 auto attacks.
Because it's good for them to get it off, because initially I thought they wouldn't even get an auto attack off. I thought they would have gone, oh, there's a ward here, and then it would have just gone invisible.
That's like saying thanks for trying. Oh, they're doing it again. Regicide. Yeah, no, they're just going to drop a ward. Overhype. Too much.
So these are really advantageous wards for Regicide, because now all of a sudden they get an idea, okay, cool, where is Graves? Because if they don't see him going for the Raptors, which typically he does do early, they know that he's doing either a full clear on blue side, or he might be going for an invade into their own jungle. And that gives a lot more information for Wide to make moves around the map. So all of a sudden, Regicide do have a bit of an advantage just in terms of where they're going to be moving around.
Does that take his pathing down to bot, however?
I would say no, because he's still there. So he's probably going to do... See, as you can see, they know he's going to be doing the Raptors first.
Yep.
So the pathing will be that straight into the red buff. So it's probably going to be a full red side clear. So if Y's feeling a little bit cheeky, he might go and get that blue a little earlier.
Ambitious is a better word there.
Yeah, I guess you could say a little bit ambitious.
But like you said, the ward will spot him out, and a Raptors start as well for Y is going to be a little bit slower on the clear. So one thing about Graves is that end of the line has such a beautiful clear on Raptors, you know, one of the fastest. Of course, Rek'Sai with his Q, always going to be doing a Raptors at kind of the same speed.
You really could see the difference as well, because really Graves didn't need any help, whereas Y did need the help to sort of get it down. Look at their HP at the moment. Y is quite low, trying to get through everything, and in the end, it's not going to be the same. But Graves is going for an early gank.
All right, here he comes. It's going to happen again. A flash from Chenny Boy. No, Chenny Boy, don't become a meme. No, Chenny Boy, end of the line, the flash. Only didn't need the flash, but there's the exhaust. They're going to commit. Squidgy doesn't have flash after that engage. They're going to use a lot, but first blood goes to Tainted Minds.
So, I mean, okay, normally it's unexpected, yes, when they do decide to go for a level 2 gank. But the thing you have to take into account is, you know, he went down to the red afterwards. You know he could possibly go for the full side clear, or he could go for the gank. And really, Regicide should have been careful in that bot lane. They were not, and now they pay the price for it with an accelerated Graves.
Oh, Chenny Boy dying again. Like, it's the second time in a row. And Kedu, you know, probably should have communicated with his team. That is 4 summons burnt for the Regicide bottom lane. Potentially could work for them this game.
Yeah, that is a real big problem, the fact that they've used 4 summoners, still died, and really it's not the same. They're making a move on Wizard, though.
Has used both his summoners. Johnson hasn't used anything there, but both mid laners are low. He's going to have to use their potions.
Now, all of a sudden here, I mean, the fact that it is Y hasn't gone and taken his blue buff yet. He's gone for a gank early, which didn't pay off, and now only he's going to be able to clear his entire blue side, and he's going to jump up to a really good start. So he'll probably be level 4, while Y is going to be sitting on level 3 for quite some time.
So
look like they're trying again.
More worthwhile actually comes back in for the unbar. The seismic shove! Johnson picks up the kill. I'm sorry, Mendrix, did that pay off?
That paid off in the end there. So Y did a good job there of coming back around. Wizard used both his summoners, wasn't careful enough, pays the price for it. So all of a sudden, he makes it worth it. So it's good for him to do that there.
All right, Polymorph onto Kedu. Going to use the Glitter Lance, looking for the trade. Not going to get locked down. Good dodge from Kedu. He just walks back into this lane. There's going to be a lot burnt, but only is not down in this bottom lane, unfortunately.
No, he's not. He's decided, you know what? I am a clearing jungler. I will go through and get my clears. Manages to get himself up and rolling there. We should have a little bit of more of an advantage.
Jenny boy, no, not again. Has to walk away, pops a pot, the flash, and the auto attack from tilting. Jenny boy. He's like the Hachani of OCE right now.
You know what I love there? I would imagine the conversations going in that time. Just going, Squidgy, you got him? Squidgy, do you have him? And Squidgy's like, nah, I don't have him. Sweet, I'm flashing. I'm taking this.
Well, use that summoner there. That means all 4 summoners for Tainted Mind's bottom lane. As only impacts into this jungle. Regicide is jungler. Y is going to secure it, however. And he has caught up. I mean, he's got level 4 now as well. Only wastes a bit of time. Doesn't get the big raptor, which I guess you could look as a highlight. Wizard still has to be careful in this mid lane. Johnson starting things off strong. Only's here again. Just get out of my jungle. Like, leave me alone. Y right now has to compete with 2 members of Tainted Minds. They're going to secure it. And they're also going to secure these small Krugs. Sharing is caring, apparently, but only now going to back off, potentially.
Yeah, and so does ZZZ as well, because all of a sudden Y hasn't gone back to buy it. That's why he's been able to keep up in terms of, you know, with all the jungling that's been happening with Only. But now all of a sudden Only is going to have his own bot side of the jungle for himself to go clear out, so you should see him jumping ahead now.
And he finally backs away, leaving Triple Z to his device up in this top lane. But everything is slowed down because of that bottom lane gank. You know, it is still a big risk for Regicide right now. Kedu behind 10 CS. Johnson ahead 10 CS. And up in that top lane, you can always expect the Nautilus to be ahead 10, especially by this mark. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a Fizz. It's still a Nautilus. Here's the Weaver's Wall. Close and personal. Johnson goes underneath the turret, gets exhausted, has to flash, but Kedu gets the kill. The crit shot is used, and to no device. Fizz doesn't have the ultimate there. Johnson doing a lot of damage. Kedu kiting back, but a double kill for Squidgy. And they will trade 2 for 1.
Yeah, that was a botched execution there by Regicide. They should have waited a little bit more for the minions to be pushing up against that turret. That way, when they do go for the initial engage, they wouldn't be immediately tanking turret there. All of a sudden, it's ends up being a bad trade across the board. And look at all this extra control now Tainted Minds have in the spot lane. I think they should be able to get this turret here unless Regicide do something crazy.
Tainted Minds have 3 members down bot, and like Mendrix said, should be able to secure this first turret.
Well, they decided against it.
But up in that top lane, no, they're backing away. Praedyth didn't have ulti that fight. He has it now available, but has used both of his summoners up in the top lane, split pushing Nautilus. Heck yeah.
He's just sitting back there. I think what would have happened there was Praedyth was forced out, or managed to force out Paradise before. That was because of the sort of the initial engage that was happening from Only. He had control on that top side. So he backed, teleported in. Praedyth knew he had the teleport advantage, so when Regicide went for that engage as well, they were able to capitalize a little bit further off it. But now it's sort of 20 CS ahead for Nautilus, and really all there was an assist for Praedyth, so he should be struggling a little bit in this lane going forward.
Jenny Boy doing the classic roam around. Now 0 and 3. This bottom lane definitely can be a win condition for Tainted Minds. They just got to make sure they escalate the game in the proper sense this time around. Regicide, their top lane, is still strong and mighty. That teleport did cost Praedyth a lot of CS. He did get an assist, went back and got the Sheen. But you look at ZZZ, I mean, his next back is going to be brutal. And Praedyth, look, swing it. Get him. Get him. All right, no, there's the ultimate there.
Yeah, he's
going to use his ultimate. Praedyth.
Enough.
Oh, into the depths.
Yeah, there you go. And that's what we were talking about before. He managed to get that extra, only assist for it in the end. They're doing it engaged in the bot lane, though.
Jenny Boy, end of the lines there. Collateral damage, and Tilting gets another kill. Poor Jenny Boy.
He actually got blocked by the minions
80% of deaths.
So he might have been able to avoid a few of those things there, but the minions were like, nope, you're staying right here in place. You can't do much there. So Jenny Boy goes down.
Now we're back to the turret. However, I think Regicide up in that top lane will get the first turret blood. So it will be equalized, and because Tainted Minds have those 5 kills, they'll still find themselves a little bit ahead, but sharing that localized gold with everyone. So 300 gold, not much, but Regicide getting that first turret blood still keeps them safe from what Tainted Minds are kind of doing cross-map.
So I'll be interested to see now if they do decide to swap lanes around. I mean, there is an air Drake there, so not the greatest priority that people will put onto it. Tainted Minds probably said, you know what, we've already got control, so we might as well take it, make the best of a bad situation, even though the first blood turret gold went to Regicide. And it seems to be that they are going to be trading the blue for that air Drake. So I think Regicide coming out on top here with this general trade and plays around the map. I
mean, a lot more jungle control up in that top side, denying the Fizz. And after that kill, I mean, ZZZ goes back, gets Spectre's Cowl, has that double Dorans, even has cloth armor to build into that Ninja Tabby.
They found Praedyth again.
Oh, no. Okay. Praedyth in the brush. He uses Chum the Waters on Johnson. If he gets the kill, he can trade it off. Ignites there. Johnson will go down here, but can they get Praedyth? Y now has to intervene as ZZZ will give it over to the jungler. But a misplay from Regicide's mid laner.
This is absolutely fine for Tainted Minds to trade 1-for-1 in that situation. I mean, you've got 3 members now in the top side of the map for Regicide, and the tower is already dead, so they're not really getting too much for it. All of a sudden, TM's getting control in the mid lane, TM's getting control in the bot lane, so these guys are sort of getting a lot of extra chip damage out, give them a few more options going into the next 5 minutes or so if they decide to use what Praedyth bought for them.
Bit of a misplay. Y uses the ultimate, might go down because of it. Collateral damage, no! Too far to the left. Y survives. Now Tainted Minds safe in this jungle. No. Hello, Nautilus. Okay, he comes in. He goes on to tilting. Sends him into the depths himself. Now they look for more blood. Weaver's Wall, it's too shy of the rest of Tainted Minds. Seismic Shove. Beautiful play. But the Shockwave's 2-man. Can Tainted Minds turn it? No. Kedu, the monstrosity's in. He's flashed. He's going for Squidgy. He gets the kill. Okay, Regicide. They're not going to chase that. However, 2 kills, and we got ourselves a game, boys.
So immediately, Tainted Minds are invading into that topside jungle. And again, that was because of all the pressure they had managed to create on the map. So they made the right choice there. But Regicide do such a great job of doing the collapse afterwards that they managed to trade very well in that situation. And now they're the ones with the control while TM's scrambling to get some pressure around the map.
Regicide make really exciting plays. I mean, Kedu flashing forward there could have gone horribly wrong if
that's just confidence.
Yeah, exactly right.
Absolute confidence.
And that's why we said this guy was such a great AD carry, because a lot of the ADCs in the OCS were being not carried, but being played by their support counterpart.
I'm expecting a Blade of the Ruined King finished here for Kedu off that back there. So you can see he's waiting around for it. There nice. It goes through. So he's just hitting his first real major power spike. In terms of looking at Squidgy, he's sort of going to be a little bit behind, because if you look at it in terms of, yeah, Yumu's Ghostblade is great, Blade of the Ruined King is just that much better.
I mean, it's just so big at the moment. It's such a big item. Regicide's Y now lurk in the jungles here, Mendrix, but will he find anything on tilting or the Orianna mid? Wiz at 0-1, 96 CS. Yes, he has 20 up, but Morellonomicon not finished just yet. Waiting for that first item to come online. Give him that Grievous Wound. Give him that sustain in the lane.
Yeah, I think they're trying to see if they can catch Y here.
No. He's out. See you later. Okay, Tainted Minds trying to make proactive plays around the map. They sit 1k gold behind, and Praedyth's starting to do a lot of damage to the Nautilus. Chum the Waters. It's not available, but it's just been used. Sorry. Grasp of the Undying, the collateral damage. Praedyth picks up a kill.
That's just your sort of usual situation when you do have control that only comes up for the kill. I think Paradise could have probably used his ultimate a little bit earlier, so if he managed to land it on the 2 of them, that way he would have been able to get away, but fortunately wasn't able to find the right angle to do it. So Tainted Minds get a little bit of extra control in that top lane now, especially with them having a Trinity Force builder coming through. That means that tower should go down probably in the next 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, I'd say.
Only there, but Tremor Sensors spotted him out before he stopped moving. Y knows, going to use the Prey Seeker, spotted, move only. Okay, good. So the red buff is available. That could go to Kedu. But can the smite be stolen away? Tainted Minds, no, it is actually secured by Y. They have to back away. Good use of the Blast Cone.
Yeah, he was trying to be cheeky with that there, but whenever it's the case that it's even and you're going into your enemy's jungle, you don't want to risk it, just get on out of there. really intelligent to sort of say, yep, we've got the Blast Cone as insurance, so if anything goes a bit haywire, we can just use that to get out, and that's sure enough, that's what happened. Regicide now have the inside track, though, for this mid turret, so probably get some chip damage on there.
Yeah, but a short minion wave and a lot of wave clear. We said that Regicide getting into the mid-late game stage. I want to elaborate on something you said in Champion Select, which was that the longer the fights go, the better Regicide will be. They have more sustain, they have more peel, they have a lot more shielding. Tainted Minds need to execute that wombo. We've seen that they can do it, especially, you know, Praedyth on the Fizz, I'm guessing, to be the initiator, or at least the Shockwave. It's all about execution here for the Tainted Minds lineup. And a messy early game is making me doubt what they can achieve in this second game. But I mean, Regicide as well, it's not clean. It's definitely not clean. And it's definitely not the best game out of both of these teams. It'll be the ultimate coming through. Kedu uses the culling just to wave clear. Third shot misses, and so does the fourth. Regicide now have an opening.
Yeah, and it does come down to it. TM do have a much more harder team to sort of execute on is the big thing here, whereas Regicide have a much easier team to execute on. So TM need to be really careful, especially because none of these guys have any tank stats. Maybe the only, yes, he's got a Ninja Tabby, but he's still an ADC.
Mate, that's like a Sunfire cape.
Yeah, it's just... it's just still not enough. I mean, really, you got a Trinity Force on Praedyth. Yeah, that's a great power spike for him, but end of the day, if he does get stunned, he does get locked down, he's just going to be blown up before anything happens. So really, until Praedyth does get his Spirit Visage, any Sunfire Cape, or some form of tank item, TM are still going to be on eggshells, while Regicide still have this nice beefy front line to sort of go, yep, we've landed the dredge line, or we've managed to do a good flash knock-up from Y. So these guys have the easy composition to initiate on. It's just in terms of what TM have, if they line everything up, if that sort of, say, all the planets align, they will win team fights.
ZZZ must be sitting on the gold to go back and buy that Spirit Visage. You see that Praedyth, yes, has that power spike from the Trinity Force, so maybe for members like Kedu and Johnson, have to be a little bit careful. Regicide not getting caught out there, but a Cloud Drake will be secured, so that's one apiece for both of these teams. Only a 1k gold lead, not even withstanding that. 15 minutes into the game, a lot closer. Tainted Minds haven't played the mid-game like game number one. Regicide might be getting dove up top again.
Yeah, he can definitely go for it as well. He's got the Ignite. Here they are.
Okay, take care of Paradise, end of the line, but Praedyth doesn't commit. He has both summoners available. Uses Dredge Line, may have overcommitted. No, Chenny Boy's here as well. Great shield. Chum the Water's going to stun up. Praedyth goes back in. The exhaust, collateral damage. Can't find the kill.
Again, it just comes down to the fact that you got two damage dealers, a tank, and then a support. So really need to be perfect when you do come for that engage. Chum the Waters managed to knock up Chenny Boy as well, so all of a sudden was out of the fight there and probably in a situation he shouldn't have been. And really, it's big. That's a big take for them there, for them to get the kill and the tower afterwards. Chenny Boy, please be careful.
Yeah,
please be careful.
Doesn't have any mana, but only got blue buff.
You want Urchin Strike away from dying.
Doesn't have flash.
He saved the tower, though. He saved the tower. That's good.
He did save the tower. I mean, that top turret is next on the menu. Mid turret as well. Tainted Minds trying to get both objectives. Chenny Boy just stopping the back. So this is a good play because it looks like the push will continue. Or Regicide. Or they get the pick.
They get him.
Seismic Shove. Uses the Wild Growth. Squidgy now turning it. Finds the Deadly Flourish. Tilting doesn't chase. But they do get him off his back. Almost getting Squidgy there was big. They might have mid, though.
Yeah, Johnson's been playing really well today. Those Seismic Shoves have been on point. And I think they're just going to cut off Wizard here.
Oh, good Weaver's Wall. Puts him back against the turret. Teleport used. Dissonance going to help clear out this wave, as you can see. Teleport cancelled in the end. Tainted Minds almost go into a bad situation, but their reactive plays are working out for them.
A bit of an anticlimactic sort of wall going through there, but I guess it does force the teleport out of Praedyth. He does cancel it wisely, so that means that he will have it up and a cooldown a little bit sooner than normal. But really, for them to sort of just be saying, yep, let's just use this ultimate and trade a teleport for it, definitely worth, because that cooldown reduction for Johnson is starting to come through.
Chum the Water's used once again. Only's back up in this top lane. It's like role reversal here. ZZZ at half health now. Getting denied. Collateral damage used. And one more Urchin Strike's all that's necessary, but Only picks up the kill. Instead of going for the bottom lane, Only's just switched up and getting Praedyth ahead.
And that's what happens when you do start to stack Dora Wings items and that Dark Steel instead of going for a complete build. That Trinity Force is quite an expensive completed item, really is efficient, and it just gives Praetor such a big advantage. Kedu is crazy though.
Yeah, like wants to go for Squidgy as well. You can see that the Regicide lineup are getting frustrated here. That top turret will go down. Paradise not available for another 10 seconds. Has teleport available. If something erupts in this mid lane, it's going to be over this first tier turret.
Yeah, and really it is now a decision for Regicide. Do they keep on sieging here, trying to go against this Lulu and Orianna? Here comes the curtain call as well, so that really is just going to stop any siege attempt here, and Tainted Minds get more control in the top lane because of it.
They're expecting the collapse coming through from Only and Praetor. They do not commit. Up in this top lane, they're going to back away. I'm not sure where Only's gone. I think he's backing with Praetor. Paradise is not going to find him, so everything just diffuses. But Tainted Minds now sit in a bit of a gold advantage. From what looked like Regicide's early game pleasure once again, Tainted Minds now picking up their game.
So I'm interested to see where they actually send Praetor here. They do have the option to send him towards the bot lane and sort of hope that his teleport will be up in time if any Baron attempts happen. That's going to be up in the next 40 seconds. Decide against it, so you say, you know what, let's just wait until you do have your teleport. Just come to us now. We've got a Drake that we want to sort of get some control over.
Well, okay, Triple C up in that top lane. And down in the bottom lane is going to be Johnson, executing on some kind of 1-3-1, but Tainted Minds are coming in. Johnson has been caught out, tries to burst down Only, but he's got the collateral damage once again. Deadly Flourish misses. He's just trying to waste as much time as he can. He can almost get the 1v3, throwing his rocks, but in comes the Fizz. 4 members of Tainted Minds have committed bot. Where's the rotation from Regicide?
See, that's the thing. What was great about Tainted Minds making that play is they had pressure everywhere on the map. So Regicide were just doing their due diligence, getting the waves shoved and pushed up. Now they're the ones with the control, so they're the ones that are going to have the next option to make a play. But Tainted Minds aren't really getting punished for this at all, unless this tower goes down.
Wizard has Shockwave available. Still just going to get some chip damage from Kedu as Y rotates around, but too much wave clear. Kedu got to be careful. Chum the Waters back on to ZZZ. He's taking a lot of damage. Paradise now scaling up. Tries to get the slow, uses the depth charge, gets Only up. The Shockwave onto Kedu, however, looking for the last proc. They will find it. They get Paradise as well. Tainted Minds now going into teamfight stage as Y has to be inspired away. Tainted Minds still chasing, but they'll just take the 2 for now.
And all of a sudden, TM have managed to pull up this lead, and it's not because of them executing well in their team composition. It's just they've been doing really well with skirmishes around the map. Praetor has been getting big, finding the right picks here. Here's an execution we've been looking for.
Curtain call once again. Tainted Minds encroaching into this turret space. Last shot will go into Y, does no damage. Smokescreen going to deny a lot of the vision, but Tainted Minds can't really get much chip damage on it. Right now, it feels like Regicide are kind of falling to pieces, getting so frustrated with what's going on the map, and Only is rotating like an absolute mechanical god here. The guy, you know, he's an experienced jungler, has played a bit of the OPL split. And it's just shown in how his jungle pathing is affecting that top lane, affected the bottom lane to start the game off. Mid has been fine this game as well.
And they've just been doing a great job around the map. I mean, they get the pressure around, then they force a play with overcommit. That doesn't really matter. Here they go again.
Shockwave 2-man, a mistake from Regicide. Kedu takes Chum the Waters, he goes down. Paradise is in the middle of it. What can they get? Tilting has to flash. Dissonance used to get the speed up. And Praetor is still in the fight. He's feeling comfortable. He's got a tank item. And Tainted Minds disengage after getting Kedu.
And again, it just comes down to those skirmishes coming through for Regicide. They're just able to find for Tainted Minds, to just find the fights. Regicide are trying to force something, but just not coming through. And it's because Tainted Minds are taking the appropriate fights. They say, you know what, we can actually kill ZZZ here, and there's no response from Regicide. We can actually kill Johnson here, and there'll be no response because they don't have any map pressure. They're just doing that, just pulling them around the map rather than saying, we're looking for a team fight. And really, this is great because they're going to be able to scale up. They're going to have the right items and the right members for them to actually execute on their team composition the later this game goes.
Tainted Minds know that the next dragon is Infernal and Only jumps into the pit. He's going to be spotted out by a ward, so whether Regicide want to contest this or not, looks like they will this time around.
I would contest this.
Reg line in, ultimate, a flash away. Can Regicide get the team fight? Culling comes through. ZZZ, a big front line. This looks really good for Regicide. Do they overcommit, however? Regicide's Kedu is going in. Squidgy's there, he's big, but they find the knockup. They're going in. 2-man Shockwave. They get 2. Do Tainted Minds win this now? No, because Praetor is in the back. They have to disengage. Shockwave's already been used. It's a 2 for 2. Boy, that was tense.
Yeah, and it really looks right there for Regicide, because the thing was that TM was split up. You had your jungler in the Dragon Pit. Everyone else was trying to walk around and sort of give them that support there. Regicide had the one unit engaged, and that's why it looked so great for them to go into it. But as soon as they kept on chasing into that jungle, into a choke point, that allowed TM to make that turn with that really big shockwave coming through from Wizard, and ended up being a 2-for-2 trade there. So it was a little bit of a misstep by TM, being a bit over-aggressive with how they decided to engage onto that dragon. They should have got more map control, allowed themselves to be a unit, but Regicide pounced on that situation, over-chase, and all of a sudden ends up being an even trade. But TM, they're at it again.
We're back. We're back. Step number 2. Do the same thing again, but this time Tainted Minds look like they have a lot more control. Chum the Water's going to zone out. And that is an Infernal Drake and a Cloud Drake secured by Tainted Minds. Next one's going to be Infernal. So a possible 12% this Tainted Minds lineup. Let's have a look again.
So as you can see here, Regicide just as a unit, TM are just scattering to get back here, and that's a nice Weaver's Wall. If it actually was a little bit further inwards, you could have cut everyone off there. Praetor can jump over walls, so it doesn't really matter, and here's the big shockwave that sort of changes the fight from happening here. Regicide sort of cut their losses after getting that initial kill and backed away afterwards. That would have been absolutely fine for them, but in the end, end up giving Wizard a bit more kill, a bit more power, and he's going to be pretty much a monster going into this late game.
Wizard 4-1-0, sorry. Leandri's Torment's second item. We're negating a lot of that play to the Ruin King healing as well. We've got to think how well Wizard has played in this series. The first game, yes, was really not... it was not really symbolic of Tainted Minds, you know, effort to...
Oh, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, no.
to be a Vladimir who scales late going up against a lane bully, so...
Mendrix, I'm
now
trying
that
to
he's
be
on a
nice.
champion... I know you're trying to be nice.
But this second game is a much bigger improvement. I mean, like, Orianna is just so great at team fighting. In small chokes as well.
Again, I think it's just champion decision, like champion choice that happens there. I mean, the big thing is that Johnson did well on Syndra, yes, but the big thing is that Vladimir should lose against Syndra early, and really when it comes into it, Talia is pretty evenly matched against this Orianna. So right now, Wizard's just performing a lot better with a better champion choice. A bit more lane priority was given to him in this game.
Yep. Well, Ultimate's back up and available. That depth charge being one very important. Weaver's Wall as well. That shockwave, all important, is available. Right now, positioning around the Baron, getting the ward coverage. 25 minutes into the game. Tainted Minds only a 2k gold lead. Things are tense in this second game, but Tainted Minds showing a much better performance. Inside track now for mid lane. Regicide might finally get this. Or not.
Yeah, they should get it. I imagine ZZZ can just tank up any shots coming through there. He's cancelled it. They want to go for a team fight. Chum
the Waters onto Y. It's going to CC him up. Tainted Minds don't want to go for the fight, but ZZZ does. They get a lot of CC there. Good redemption coming through, but tilting is down. Kedu's going in for the fight. Collateral damage is in, but it goes into the Nautilus. Regicide, they do pick one.
Yeah, Regicide do have a good team fight there. Everything was there was on the execution of ZZZ. He actually managed to land it. They're going for it again.
Great Weaver's Wall has just cut off Tainted Minds. Regicide cleaning up while the Nautilus tanks the turret. Look at why. He has to be careful now. Only in a choke. It's where he wants to be. Good use of the blast cone. But ZZZ, can he chase up? Kedu goes in. Johnson has joined him as well. Only is the last one. He goes down to a shutdown. And Regicide, just when you thought they were going to be defeated, they get a 2k gold lead and the Baron.
And this is what we're talking about with the team compositions. One is harder to execute on, the other one is easier to do so. And really, it all comes down to the fact that even though Paradise or ZZZ, whatever you want to call him,
tilting,
oh no, he's been caught out.
Almost
he's okay.
Down.
He's okay. Okay, so let's go back to what we were discussing before. Even though Paradise was having issues in that laning phase, even though he was dying, he still has such great ability to get the picks, to get what he needs to have here. Johnson, so this is the great Weaver's Wall that he decides to put into this, and just really look at that. That's 3. Only can't get into the middle of that team fight. You've got his tanky Nautilus is more than happy to sit there and take up as many of those shots as he needs to, and they just jump straight onto them. And this is exactly why you pick Nautilus. Sure, you know, you don't have the great skirmish potential that Fizz has, but it doesn't matter. The team fight is all you need.
Johnson is having the series of his life. No longer am I going to say this guy is the weakness of Regicide. Exploit Johnson, and yes, he'll fall down, he'll get crushed. 6-2-4. The guy was 2-2-4 about 10 minutes ago. He has joined the Regicide lineup at the start of this split. We didn't know much about him. We didn't really know where he came from. But now he's showing that he definitely deserves to be with them. Regicide, they get the Baron. They're now 4K gold ahead. They're executing that 1-3-1 once again, leaving Kedu in the mid to clear. You see that the gold difference between Johnson, again, 2K gold lead against Wizard.
He's having a really strong performance, and it really just goes to show you what he can do. And even while he's playing there, I mean, he's just pushing the wave up there, but he's throwing out all the stones into those brushes as he's going, just checking, just making sure, you know what, if there is someone in those brushes, I'm not going to be caught out by it.
Seismic Shove gets Wizard and takes him down a little bit. That means Tainted Minds cannot contest this turret, nor they would anyway. Regicide get the second outer of this top lane, continue their push.
It just happens again. TM's looking pretty good, looking strong. Regicide find one good team fight and just capitalize on it immediately.
Teleport. There's a shockwave. Wizard already goes down. Great Weaver's Wall once again from Johnson. Regicide get this top lane turret, and an inhibitor's going to go down here as well. The gold is going out of control. These guys look content to take a 2-0 over Tainted Minds.
They just have the tempo immediately. They go, yep, we're at the advantage. Just keep pushing, stop that. Make sure that, but really don't give TM a chance to breathe. Now they've got that turret push there. They've got everything they need. The Dragon's going to be up soon as well, so they can immediately just head down there, get that Dragon, and then you know what? We've got pushing in the top lane. We don't even need to put ZZZ up there. Let's just throw everyone as a 5-man unit down here and watch TM continue to crumble.
Tainted Minds, it's the same old story. The early game is messy, but it does go towards Tainted Minds in both of these games. Regicide, like you said, I love that point. They get in the tempo, they use that momentum, and they just steamroll. One of your favorite words there, Mendrix.
Oh, it's just ridiculous how they just move around the map. Here you go, immediately. Like I said, let's pick up this Dragon, let's put everyone down into this bot lane. We've got this Baron for a little bit longer as well. They need to have someone there in that top lane to deal with it. This is just easy pickings now for Regicide.
Tainted Minds, they may be down, but they're not out just yet. So let's look at the positives. 6K gold difference, it is big, but it is not. They can come back from it. They just got to execute, like you said, that team composition very...
Planets need to align.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, there is a wombo combo there, the Shockwave possibility. They may have found Johnson with Chum the Waters, but they're not going to follow it up. Praetor's definitely a win condition. Going for Blade of the Ruin King's third item. Would you like to have seen something else? I feel like Sunfire Cape could have been a bit more monumental. Do you think?
Well,
on the Fizz?
On the Fizz? No, I like him going for the Blade of the Ruin King after this, because really what they were planning to do with Tainted Minds there was continue to keep the skirmish going, continue to have a laning phase. Regicide just didn't have any bar of it. They said, no, we're going to team fights, deal with it.
Ghost has just been popped. It's going to be popped by Johnson as they go to this mid lane turret. There's a quick redemption. He's going to heal Regicide back up. Curtain calls there. On the side, Johnson gets out of it. ZZZ's off the side, taking the turret. Regicide rotating down to the bottom side of this map. Tainted Minds do successfully defend against the rebellion of Regicide. For how long?
I just want to quickly touch on how they decided to do that. So they had Johnson going down the mid lane, put everyone else down the bot lane. They go for an engage.
Flash dredge line onto Squidgy. 2-man ultimate double knockup coming through. Kedu's cleaning. He gets locked up. Fizz is there. Chum the Waters. Kedu will go down. But the rest of Tainted Minds are crumbling under the pressure. We get a kill on Praetor, but Praetor eventually goes down to Johnson. ZZZ is just a painful nuisance right now. And Regicide get 3. They're at the last Nexus turret. Ladies and gentlemen, they are going to be your first OPL brand new team of 2017 split number 2. Regicide, you painted me impressed.
And it just goes down to their drafting. I really love what they do. These guys just said, you know what, we're going to have our double team composition again, or double tank team composition again. Easy to execute. Doesn't matter if we're losing in the laning phase, it's fine. As soon as we get to team fights, we're going to dominate. That's exactly what happened.
Is there any chance that, I mean, you look at Regicide there, and yes, their early game does need a bit of improvement, you know, how the bottom lane reacted and what happened with only coming down. But it feels like in the mid to late game stage, they're quite clinical, they're quite clean.
Yeah, they have a really good execution on those team fights. That's the big strength of Regicide going into the OPL. So the teams do need to watch out for it. They even need to, capitalize so much in that early game that they can take them out towards those mid to late game team fights, or really just be careful of what these guys can do, because they're just so confident with those initiations. As soon as ZZZ lands that dredge line, everyone is all in. Everyone's on the same page. The communication is crisp.
And of course, Tainted Minds, they're getting taken down. They are not down and out, however. They have one more series that they have to win. They will be versing the winner of Exile 5 and Outlaws, which is our next series, and that'll be tomorrow. So they verse the winner of that game, and they have another chance to get back into the OPL. You've got to look at Regicide, however, and just say that another 2-0 against an OPL team. Granted, it may be the 7th and the 8th seed. Sorry, the 6th and the 8th seed. But to go against even a bottom-tier OPL team and come out so successful, I feel like the next split for these guys is going to be a real challenge, but also a real scared moment for the OPL teams.
Completely agree with that there. These guys are looking so strong at the moment, and really what momentum to go into it. They pretty much had a perfect split, and then afterwards, a perfect series into it.
Well, that is going to be Regicide. A big congratulations to the lineup there for making it to the OPL. It has been a massive journey for those guys so they can finally sit back in their armchairs and relax. However, another best of 3 coming up next. Outlaws versus Exile 5. Who will go to the lower bracket finals? Find out next. Welcome back to the OPL Promotion Tournament. You at home or you in your bedroom, doesn't matter where you are. You've joined us. That's Hysterics and Mendrix over there. And we just saw Regicide take it to Tainted Minds and take our first promotion spot into the OPL Split 2. That's huge. That's massive. Now, we got two teams who are fighting to stay out of the OCS. Exile 5 and Outlaws. The loser of this series will be going back down into the OCS. There are no more second chances for these teams.
And what a contrast of a game for us to go into as well. One fighting to stay alive, one basically at that finish line for the end of the split for them. So big congratulations to Regicide to get in that situation. Now it's going to be a fight for survival.
Okay, so about Exile 5, we need to look at, yes, they were 0-10 in the regular OPL split. However, they have a couple of surprises under their belts. T-Gun plays the Blitzcrank. That in itself has got to be worth noting. It almost created a win condition for them last time. So now that we come into this game and now that everything's on the line, Exile 5, do they have what it takes to stay out of the OCS? I mean, our Outlaws improved after that Tainted Minds game because it wasn't the same Outlaws we saw in the regular split.
Yeah, really they have to sit back what happened with them last time, go, okay, what went wrong, what went right, how can we sort of emulate everything going right in the future? So that's the big thing that they need to look at, and let's make sure we ban Blitzcrank, I think, because like you said, it seems to be a win condition coming through for T-Gun.
The Lee Sin taken away from Scam Diggity, a real comfort, a real champ, if there ever was one. Also has the Ivan in the back pocket, see if he picks it up in this series. We know that Guts is a seasoned Rengar player as well. Jungle priority for Outlaws, where does it stand? Or would they rather take away something like the 80 carry from Crazy?
Yeah, it is a bit of interesting because there's a lot of comfort picks on both of these teams that they can go for. I do like the ban onto Cassiopeia as well. We know Christmas Trees is very good at that, or very proficient at that specific champion, able to pop off at the right moments. Plus has great late game scaling as well, so a good ban to go away. Fiora seems to be, your typical, can this person play carries? Yes or no? Yes. Let's get rid of Fiora.
Okay, but 5-8 is a seasoned Camille player.
That's
and
correct.
As you talked to me behind the scenes, you said that Camille from 5-8 is really respected in the OCS. Not so much in the OPL because it is a lower tier, but for OCS players and at that caliber, that they need to get rid of the Camille because it might steamroll.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he does tend to just pop off when he does get those carries available to him. He's really good at tanks as well, so this guy's got a little bit of a variation available to him, but the OCS players tend to respect his carries a lot more, and that's why you've seen their Fiora come off the board.
But it is left open, however.
It is left open, so I can either Little Cop needs to take it away. Little Cop, he tends to like to go towards the Maokais instead, so he might be happy to go, you know what, I'll take the Maokai, I'll take this into Camille and just sort of nullify him rather than let him just go absolutely crazy.
But Scam first picks the Graves instead. That means Exile 5 have that opportunity to go for the Camille, maybe go for their own jungler. I mean, I still see that, yes, the Gragas has been rising and it is available. Not sure what Guts wants to go for. Might just go for his Rengar.
I would like to see sort of Camille and a Rengar pick up. That basically means both these guys get champions they're comfortable on, do relatively well in the meta as well at the moment. So that's actually be a great pick. There's the Rengar being hovered there at the moment, and let's see if the Camille gets picked up. Probably not, because I imagine he would have probably picked the Camille straight away
why pick Rengar as top lane? I mean, that means you have to swap. Do you know how much mouse pressing that is? What if someone says no?
I don't know. I mean,
I'm not swapping.
Considering there are times when XL5 throughout the OPL split have missed bans and missed other things, I wouldn't be surprised they go, you know what, let's just do this and then swap anyway. It'll be hilarious.
But unfortunately, we'll be T-Gun going onto the Lulu this time around, which means there's not going to be Blitzcrank, unfortunately, for you guys at home. But Rain on the Ezreal is something I have been really enjoying through the regular split. This time around, it will be the Karma priority pick, which seems to be the other side of Lulu. Pick the Karma, pick the Ezreal, and you got yourselves a lane.
Yeah, really with those two there in place, it seems to be them saying, you know what, we want to have some lane priority there. That's why you do pick up the Karma. Does synergize well with pretty much any ADC that you want to go into. I would have preferred an Ashe Karma combination. That means you basically have full control in that bot lane. Instead, they're going to probably give the XL5 the opportunity to have some control instead. So maybe a Caitlyn, we do know that he likes to go for it. There we go. Probably being hovered there at the moment. It makes sense for them to pick the AD now. Otherwise, Outlaws will be banning those out in the next rotation.
Okay, so they secure the Caitlyn. That means mid laners are going to take a bit of a hit here. I do expect that Camille to be taken away by Outlaws. Is there anything else that sticks out to you like a sore thumb that, I mean, Christmas Trees could adapt on?
So with Syndra out the board, that means you could probably go for a LeBlanc. He has been known to play LeBlanc a bit, so there are a few options available to him in terms of just going for an assassin instead. So it would probably be intelligent for them to go for the LeBlanc, probably look for those talent as Zed-ban afterwards would make sense if they're thinking about getting LeBlanc for him.
But Chaz has been playing talent, and unfortunately that's going to be banned by Exile 5. So really looking at those niche mid picks. And Chaz right now might be enclosed in his own little comfort circle because the guy has really particular champions that he plays. Orianna is one of them. They take away the Kennen, which is...
That's respect to 528 as well. He actually can play Kennen as well, so that's actually a nice respect pick from him as well. Considering there is no top laners there available, like I said, I'd be interested to see what they decide to go through. I'd say probably be a tank now because you don't have a tank jungler. So because they've decided to go for the Rengar, maybe something along the lines of of a Maokai, or Shen's been taken off the board there, so it's a bit hard for him to sort of jump into it. Poppy would be good as well. So he has a few options available to him.
Remember that little cop is the only one who's actually been prioritizing Maokai. Like, everyone else has jumped off the hype train, and he's still sitting there on the Maokai. Like, he's one of the only top laners in the OCS / the OPL that now look at this champion with serious eyes. Kled's taken off the board as well. 528 does have the option of Camille now.
So I think with that there being the case, I still don't think it'd be the Camille unless, they're planning to go, okay, we're going to go full-blown.
He's going full potato tank.
I would like that. Yep, that's a great pick up there. Sort of say, you know what, that's just the tank that we've got here. We've got all the damage we need in our bot lane and in our jungle as well. Still available is going to be the LeBlanc. I wouldn't be surprised if that is picked up for XL5.
Yep.
I do like the Renekton pick because he's pretty much one of the only champions that has lane priority over Nautilus in that top lane matchup. And
we know that little cop proficient on the champion. And you guys at home might be thinking that, why do they talk about proficiency of these players? Well, you got to remember that in the OCS, their proficiency on the champions isn't 100%. Like, we have seen Little Cop on the Shen, and that's a really good pick. On the Maokai, no, not as much as he likes to play it. On champions like the Fiora, yeah. With the Renekton here, this is definitely one that I've seen him excel on. Now that we have the Renekton pick up, last mid lane pick for Chaz. Open,
that's good.
Vladimir.
That's definitely good for them to do that. They do have the shields coming around that. Again, someone that he does scale really well to the late game. You've got a lot of priority in the top lane already. Typically, Graves is also someone that tends to pop off towards the early game because he clears just so fast as well, scaling well. So the big thing about it is you need to have some sort of late game insurance, and that's going to be the Vladimir.
Well, now rounded out with the Victor, and I just love XL5's team composition. Makes so much sense to me. Now this time running the Rengar with the Lulu, as we saw last game from Tainted Minds, instead of running the Graves, only could have opted in for something like the Rengar, but with the Lulu, with the Rengar, you've got the Victor as well, and you've got the Nautilus. Right here, game number 1, XL5 look like they have a massive front line, compromised with a really nice team comp.
And what I like about it with XL5 is, again, it seems to be something along the same side, same sort of draft as Reg's side. It's easy to execute on. You've got Caitlyn, she'll do relatively fine, especially with a Lulu in lane. You've got a Nautilus, even if he doesn't do too well. We saw it happen there. The Fizz had a lot of control towards that early game, towards mid game. But in the end, his team composition ended up being better for him because he was able to execute on those team fights. And then finally, at the end of the day, Rengar is pretty straightforward as well. With one speed up, he can just jump onto whichever carry he finds first, and he's going to blow them up immediately.
Now, I know I sound like a repetitive monkey. Well, I am a monkey, but I know I sound repetitive. But we know. But there's no Ignite again going against Vladimir. I know it's a solo queue thing, and it's like, we need to Ignite Vladimir. Do we not need one on the Lulu? Would it be worth taking over the Exhaust? I know you've got an Ezreal. I know you've got a Karma, and you've got like a Renekton. Like, you've got so much you can work with, but not taking Ignite into Vladimir, isn't that problematic?
Only if he goes off. That's the big thing you have to take into account here.
But you don't want to leave that as an option.
Of course you don't want to leave it as an option, but when you look at it, when you see a Vladimir in competitive play, the idea is like, oh, we're going to take him out. We're going to make sure that he's stopped, that he doesn't get to that point in the game where he's absolutely unhandleable. But then the thing is that where he gets out of hand. But the thing is that itemization still stops that.
Unhandable. Yeah, I liked it.
You can still get yourself the Model Reminder. We discussed this before. You can still get the Morellonomicon. These are still ways to deal with him initially. But what I like on the side of Outlaws here is they actually do have quite a slippery team composition. So you do have a really great engage, yes, for XL5, but then it's so slippery on the other hand, because you've got someone who can become untargetable. You've got an Ezreal who can flash away, well, use his Arcane Shift to get away. Graves, he's got his quick draw as well. So these guys have got a decent amount of mobility. So if you do try to engage onto them, they have the ability to kite back.
You should do play-by-play casting. You know all the ability names.
I've got a good idea. Just not Ezreal's. Ezreal's is just, he always escapes me. I was getting confused between the Mystic Shot and the
let's not go. I'm sorry.
I got it right that time. But I always get those two mixed up.
I'm sorry.
I'm just like, is it like Mystic Barrage, or is it, that's what I always get mixed up with? But I got it right this time.
All right, let's come back up to that top lane because it's a Renekton Nautilus matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So you were talking about Camille, and you're talking about why Camille wasn't picked up. So what, is it not going to work well into Renekton? Like, are we? Because I'm a bonobo.
I know Camille does fine into Renekton. Camille does pretty well in most matchups that she goes into. She's got a bit of lane priority in that essence there, and then she sort of scales up well towards the late game as well. The big thing is she has copped a decent amount of nerfs as time goes on. In terms of reliability, you're pretty much always safe if you do decide to go for the Nautilus, and Camille's not as much as a beefy tank as what Nautilus is, so it just makes sense for them to go, you know what, we don't have a tank yet. This guy's always solid. Let's grab him, because we know we need a little bit more CC as well. Renekton, on the other hand, doesn't have the same CC capability, but he's going to absolutely dominate his lane, or he should dominate his lane. If he doesn't, if he goes even, it's a big problem.
Now, with XL5's lineup, I feel like the one thing missing is the last pick of Outlaws there, and that is the Vladimir. I mean, the Vladimir with the Lulu combination is really nice. Like, there's not many things that work so well. The Rengar, the Vladimir. You disagree? Do you feel like the team composition could have been put together better, or it's simple, easy to execute?
So, the thing with Vladimir there is, like I said, he's sort of the late game insurance for the Outlaw side.
Yeah.
They sort of say, we've got a lot of lane priority and everywhere else. He's going to be our guy that sort of, if we go super late, he's the guy that sort of carries team fights along with Ezreal. So that's the big thing that they've got going for them there. Whereas the other team, they've sort of saying, if we do manage to lock him down early, he's going to be absolutely destroyed. That's why they've got the Rengar. That's why they've got the Lulu. Everything else in place is sort of aligned. They've got to really take it to them towards that 15 and 20 minute mark. That's when I'd say XL5 have got to sort of explode into action.
But you don't think XL5 should have put priority on the Vladimir at all?
Oh, no, not really. It all comes down to, what you can play. I haven't seen Christmas Trees play Vladimir specifically.
Seen him play Cassiopeia.
And got banned. Oh, yeah. Good fun with that one there. But the big thing is that they decided to give him a different champion instead. He should be fine going into that, I reckon.
I honestly think, in that mid lane, Vladimir today, 1 out of 2 games, has had a success rate in the mid-game stage. I feel like, still in that last game, it was successful. Wizard did play well, just they were so far behind they couldn't do anything with it. See if the Vladimir turns into the same situation this game. As we do jump in, remember that XL5, God, my timings are on point today. Hendrix is just going, hysterics, you have no timer, you have no idea when they're going in, but you kind of count 3 minutes, and I've done it well this time. Outlaws and XL5, one of these teams will come out victorious and stay safe for now. But the loser of this series goes into the OCS and has to deal with my silly voice for another split if I get the job.
Yep, so no real invade shenanigans happening here. But what I do like with XL5 set up here is they're expecting Scam Diggity to go in and get a ward, so he gets an idea where Guts is going to be along the map. They're basically waiting for someone to walk in and try and get that ward off and see if they're like, sweet, no worries. Like, it's basically a player mind game. Typically, Scam Diggity likes to get these early wards in. Let's see if we can catch him and kill him and punish him for trying to do that.
And just before we got into the game, Chaz did change his summoner at the end, went for the Ignite, was running the Ghost. Kill lane, bruh.
Looking at it there, again, it's him being a little bit more confident. I guess it is because he is going into a Victor as well. Victor typically likes to neutralize the lane. The kill pressure isn't really there unless the jungler comes along. So he's probably decided, I don't need this extra defensive summoner. I'm going to be a little bit more offensive and see if I can actually get the kill onto Christmas Tree. So Chaz very confident with that summoner choice.
There's going to be a blue buff start from Scam Diggity. Red start from X5's jungler. Guts just going to keep jumping back and forth. I love how Rengars do that. Now, you play a lot of Renekton. I know that. Would you run Ignite into the Nautilus? Like, is there any benefit? I know you need the TP advantage. It is a competitive game. It's not solo queue. Is there any real advantage to running Ignite up in that top lane for the small chance that you can take down Nautilus?
Absolutely, because you have the kill potential to do it. But I would never take teleport in a competitive. I mean, I would never take ignite in a competitive setting.
Unless you're a Fizz.
Unless you're a Fizz.
And you can take teleport as well.
You can take teleport as well. Or unless, for example, you're a Shen and you've got your Sten United, that gives you that there. Typically, you're always better off getting teleport every single time in 5v5. I understand the merit of ignite on Renekton, but it's just never going to happen, you know, in this competitive sense.
Little Cop doing a bit of bullying early, but remember the Nautilus has the ability to surprise. Surprise really been the feel of the OCS. It's very aggressive from Rain. This guy who has been playing really well in the regular split with Willaris. Remember that Willaris was a mid laner, was expected to come into this team as an AD carry, I believe, and then go back to mid. But they subbed out Rysand in the semifinals for Chaz.
Yeah.
And now Chaz trying to fit into this team composition. Previously from Alpha Sydney, a team that did not make the cut going into that semifinals. So he has adapted really well, and I think that Outlaws have been one of the growing teams coming through. We just need to see better performances than what we saw in that Tainted Minds game, because it was not the Outlaws we know and love from the OCS. It wasn't the team that could actually hold a candle to Regicide.
It is one of those cases where it does come down to nerves, not being really prepared of what you're going into, because really when it does start to come to the crunch, people start to sort of freeze up a little bit. They're not going to be doing the same comfortable performances that they used to in solo queue or that they used to in scrims. It's something that is a real effect. I've felt it before when I was playing competitive as well. That was the most easiest flash I've ever seen a jungler force out of someone. He's just like, I will give you an auto attack, and Christmas is just like, I will also give you my flash. So yeah, that's a really good advantage for him to have there. Still has the ghost as well. I'm a bit surprised with the back there. I guess he just wanted to get some extra control. Yeah, he wanted to get some boots, so he's going to basically just want to be safe in lane when he farms.
I like the word interesting. Let's use that. For Christmas trees there, he's gonna lose a lot of farm, however, because he's slow to get back into lane. Picks up Darksteel and boots and a pot. But yeah, no, we are a little bit surprised about that one. We have to remember in the scheme of things,
catch most of the wave though.
Yeah,
he'll be fine. He's gonna miss one minion, and then the cannon will tank the rest.
Yeah, in the scheme of things, he will catch up. And not even gonna miss too much CS. So back right in time. Guts now going to spot out Scam Diggity, who does a bit of damage and a bit of poke, proccing through. I was going to say Mendrix, in another scheme of things, Outlaws, they didn't win against Tainted Minds, but if they win this series, they have to go back up against them. The team that 2-0'd them, and, you know, a really big challenge. So yes, they can beat X5, potentially. They get through, they then have to beat, in another best of 3, Tainted Minds. So there's a big road for these guys and a big rate of improvement necessary. It all starts with Scam Diggity. It all starts with how he's been pathing, because that's how Outlaws have gotten ahead before. He's now up in this top lane. I think he's wasting a lot of time here. 5-8 goes in for the ward. Going to get smoke screen. Bit of damage as the Thunderlord procs. They're just going to push this wave out.
Yeah, 5-8 should back away from here, because if Renekton does have full fury, if they go for a dive under turret, he will die. So this is probably going to force out a teleport from 5-8 to get back to lane before it falls. You'll probably need to pick up some armor items rather than going straight for a Doran's Ring. I wouldn't recommend going for the Doran's Ring. Good. Okay, he's fine. He's fine because he's got an armor item and Graves is backing away. But if Graves was still around and he went purely for that Doran's Ring, it would have been a big trouble for him. It would have been susceptible to a dive.
Guts has been spotted out, however, in this bottom side jungle, so they know exactly where he is. Up in that top lane, pressure still continue to mount, but Guts now has to make the great escape. He's getting sandwiched in. He has flash. Going to be locked down here. Gets sped up. Good whimsy. If he dies with flash, he'll never forgive himself, but Guts does get out with the help of Tiga.
And it's just the appropriate response from Guts there. Manages to get out without losing anything for it. And he does manage to pick up some counter jungling against Scam Diggity. So Scam's puts pressure in the top lane. I'm going to take your jungle. That's the typical response from a jungler that you need to go for. And really, this game's just sort of slowed down a bit to a degree. At first, you actually did see Crazy. He was a bit low on CS, but now he's sort of, as he's managed to pick up some levels, he's starting to bully out Rain. So that's good there. That's good in terms of that matchup. So everything here is just pretty standard across the board, really.
Imagine if you took Ignite top against Nautilus. Might be winning the lane by now.
Yeah, and then, come 20 minutes, you end up losing the game because you don't have any map pressure.
You got Flash. That'll give you, how many units is that? 200. I got Mobies on Renekton, guys.
It's all good, guys. I'm coming. It's fine.
I'm covered. All right, he does have Dominus available. Use that teleport, so no cross-map plays available from both of these top laners right now. Rain and Willage just farming away. They are falling behind a little bit, but keeping up in CS against the Lulu Caitlyn lane. Guts is down here, however.
I don't think it's fine for these guys to use their teleports a little bit greedy. Here we go, though.
Use the Hemo Plague. There is the Ignite from the Vladimir. Chaos Storm doing a bit of damage. Christmas Trees had to burn everything. That was Ultimate and Ghost. He's forced out of lane again. Or not, he's back. Hello.
He'll probably say that I'm fine at the moment. I don't need to worry about anything probably for the next minute and a half or so as he waits for all the cooldowns for Vladimir to come up. So he should be able just to chug some potions and be okay as long as he doesn't take any relative poke from Vladimir. But the control's definitely in Chaz's lane at the moment.
All right, XL5's bottom lane continues to push out Rain, getting some really good return damage. Remember that the Ezreal Karma is quite obnoxious. There's a lot of survivability, there's a lot of poke. Caitlyn is really no exception with that Lulu right now. No big gold lead. There is a farm advantage in that mid lane as to be expected. Up in the top lane as well. Outlaws having quite a solid start. It's not too messy. And in comparison to the series that we just watched, definitely not messy metrics.
Definitely not messy. But I mean, everything's really calm, controlled. These guys aren't really giving anything away. I guess, when you are fighting for survival, you tend to be a little bit more reserved rather than when you're trying to go for the win.
Yeah.
And here comes the jungler. Here comes the jungler now. Here comes a fight.
Exhaust onto Rain, has to use a heal. Good smoke screen. Crazy has to flash. Thunderlord's end of the line. True shot barrage. Good wild growth, but thrill of the hunt. There's a Rengar. He's angry. He's mad, but doesn't find anything. Cleanses out with his W. And after a quick battle roar, no one finds any kills. Ooh, tension.
I was about to say, this bot lane haven't backed for about roughly 8 minutes and a half at the moment. If I was a jungler, I'd be sitting there going, hey, I've backed. I'm feeling pretty strong right now. I'm more than happy to jump into this. Did he get him? No!
Crazy collateral damage! This is first blood, end of the line! It's not big enough, and Crazy only just survives.
So that's actually okay. That's actually okay for X5 because I don't think Crazy had any abilities left there. There's still, as you can see, the cooldowns are still jumping on that. So they forced a flash out of Scam Diggity, who got nothing for it. All he's really going to lose out is on that wave that's actually pushed into the lane. So a flash for one wave, I'd take that trade any day.
XL5 very close to losing that first blood, however. Rain is now rotated up to the top side of this map. This is interesting. This is a sneaky rotation. I think they'll discover when they're not in the bot lane that there's an Ezreal up here, and now they do.
Here comes the move. They're going for the dive.
Dominus, there's Culvermead going through. First blood to Little Cop. And the sneaky works out.
All right, so this is what's great about this here is because Scam Diggity blew his flash to get that extra wave pushed up and pushed in there, that allowed them to make this switch without losing too much in return. So they've really got the inside track now on that top lane. That means they're going to get the kill. They should be able to push really fast as well and go for that first blood turret, whereas X5, Guts is already there, though. I didn't see him, so they're going to get it.
Mendrix.
There you go. Guts was already there. I didn't even see him.
But I mean, that's really good for XL5. Getting that first turret blood. It will still be Outlaws with that first blood.
Control for the dragon as well.
Yeah, and they get the Ocean Drake here.
I didn't account for Guts.
It's all right. You're always right. You're always right. Top of the trade. You never said he wasn't there.
That's true.
Did you?
No, I didn't say he wasn't there.
Do you notice with Caitlyn's headshot, it actually always goes for the Baron head, and it always goes for the Dragon head. Like, even when the shot's curving to the body, it curves up to the head. Remember that next time, Observer. The Caitlyn headshot actually curves to the head.
Well, it needs to be a headshot. I mean, that's why they call it headshot.
Exactly right. Like,
it has to be done. You can't just shoot anywhere random on the dragon and say that's a headshot.
Headshot. I hit his toe.
It's just like it hit the tail. Headshot. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like no.
Great. It's the little things in League of Legends that make you happy to be here. There'll be some quick trading back and forth in this mid lane. Let's have a stock and tally of where we are in the CS game right now. A 20 CS margin for Little Cop up in the top lane. Christmas Trees, very ambitious mid. I'm going to continue on. 10 CS in the mid. Quick farm advantage in the bottom lane for Crazy. And all in all, XL5 have recouped some of their losses that Outlaws were finding in the earlier portion of this game.
And considering this is a pretty slowed game, it's not really going crazy in terms of the tempo at the moment. Having an Ocean Drake is fine because it means everyone remains in the laning phase. XL5 will get an advantage based off this because they'll be able to basically win the war of attrition over time. So as long as they're more than happy for, I'd say, to sit back and really not force anything because they should actually get an advantage just in laning phase now.
So when we come into the mid game, what are we looking for from Outlaws? I mean, is it the Renekton we're really going to focus on? Are we going to look at this Vladimir? We know that the Ezreal will be scaling up, but what's our war of attrition? What are we... A skirmish, perhaps, for Outlaws?
Yeah, Outlaws do need to force a skirmish, and this is what they're doing right now.
Okay, as I say that, great time. Wild Growth is there. A lot of damage onto Crazy. Little Copter follow on collateral damage the second time. Scam Diggity hasn't been able to keep kill Crazy. And if tilting was in this game, I would make a meme.
Oh, that was well done. That was well done.
Good communication coming through. XL5 letting Crazy know that's there. Like
so
we said,
run! There's an Ezreal ultimate coming. Get out of the way.
It's the little things, Mendrix.
It's the little things, yeah. And there's also those little things that really do make a difference because right there, that's a kill for Ezreal that in the end would have actually put him well and truly ahead. That means they weren't able to continue that pressure in the top lane and then begin to move everything around the map. In the end, that doesn't happen. There's no extra gold for Ezreal. Could play a big part as the game goes on.
I am worried, however, that Chaz is just getting a really happy time in this mid lane.
Oh, he's having a great time. Here we go. Here's a move in the bot lane, though.
Dredge line has to flash away. Will still get stunned up. The teleport. Is it finished, however? Yes, it is. Little Cop still comes down.
Yeah, I think they're trying to force that there. The thing is that, you know what, if we get Nautilus, great. That's sort of icing on the cake. I think they want to force this turret now
This
because
minion.
they know...
Protect him.
They know that XL5 are not in position to trade a turret, so the idea is they want to push that out ASAP.
Oh, he's dead. All right. Okay, so Dredge line back in. Scam Diggity over the wall. Ghost pop by Christmas trees. But meanwhile, the Nautilus under turret. Dominus, it's not available just yet. Maeve overcommit. Wallaris goes down to Christmas trees. Chaos Storm is following the flash. Little Cop gives Christmas trees a double kill. Now Rain has to deal with this big Victor. While there's a good polymorph. Scam Diggity already goes down. A triple kill. And where did that come from? From XL5.
So Outlaws make a decision to put a play down on the bot lane and say, you know what, they can't trade this turret, they don't have control there, let's go for it. XL5 collapse amazingly. Nautilus is very tanky anti-turret, especially because now he's built his armor items, he's got his Bambi Cinder, so going for a dive on him is not intelligent. That buys more than enough time for the rest of the collapse on XL5, and now they are well in control, well in the driver's seat of this game. I mean, 3 kills onto Victor, that is one person you do not want to get accelerated.
Out of nowhere, I mean, that kind of took me by surprise. T-Gun kind of cleaned up a kill on Scam Diggity. Looked like Outlaws were in that driver's seat, as you mentioned. But now XL5, I mean, they've just taken the keys. They've put Outlaws in the trunk. They're going to the river. They're about to bury the body. And this is how it all started.
So as you can see, he manages to get a really good knock-up onto Alaris there, which just immediately puts him out of the fight. But Christmas Trees is in position. He's more than happy to get these here. Double kill coming across. Just well played across the board.
Did he need to flash?
Why not? I don't think he needed to because he had enough support there for everyone else to come back in afterwards. But, I mean, if it ends up means you're safe for the kill, means you're safe across the board, you want to put yourself in a better position. You don't want to just be randomly blown up as Victor. That's something that can happen. You're not the most tankiest champion, so if it means you feel safer to make better plays, it's okay to use the flash there, but I think a better player would have saved it.
XL5 still look to be the better team at this point in time, capitalizing on the overcommittance of Outlaws. And after that play, man, they can't be feeling too good. That's a 2k gold lead, it's 2 turrets, and even that first Ocean Drake. Next Dragon's going to be up in 45 seconds. And it looks like the river priority is in XL5's hands. They're just going to clear some wards out and get ready.
And this Victor seems to be going for a Lich Bane first. He's already picked up his Sheen there, so that's going to be an interesting build path. Besides a little bit of extra movement speed so he can be in a better position for his team fights. Is probably what he's decided to go for. These guys might be going straight for a Siege composition in terms of that. They've got the Kaelin for the Siege. Why not get the Sheen onto the Victor as well, so that way taking these towers are a breeze and really doesn't give Outlaws a chance to get back into the game.
But I mean, Outlaws do have... I mean, the Renekton's coming online. He doesn't have his first item yet, which is, again,
Renekton's always online.
Renekton's always...
Renekton is just one of those champions.
Renekton main, alright.
He should just always be doing things around the map because you need to be proactive with him, otherwise he falls... His scaling basically falls off a 30-foot building as time goes on.
But, I mean, like, does he not continue scaling? Old Renekton used to just fall off the 30-foot building. Now I feel like
he still falls off the full 30-foot building.
Right, well, they may now have found Chaz. He's going to use the ultimate. That Emo plate going to give some health back, but there's the depth charge. Holy crap! That's a lot of damage. It's a lot of lettuce, in fact. That was a lot of ult, Mendrix. A lot of ults.
A lot of ults indeed, and all of a sudden now you really get to see why having these easy to execute team compositions are so effective, because you can basically go, yep, this is me going straight into it right now, and they're going to get the tower, they're going to get the kill, they should be able to get the dragon as well.
XL5, I mean, you know, potentially wrong of me to say that was a lot used for one kill, but it might just open up this Cloud Drake, opens up the mid lane turret, and they're starting to snowball with this advantage. Outlaws running scared. It is just a Cloud Drake, but movement speed on a Nautilus. I mean, that's always good. Oh. No, it's all right. It's all right. Guts is alive. He's alive. You don't have to grasp.
It's okay. It's not the Krug, so it's okay.
Grasp or grasp?
We're talking about Undying Grasp?
No. I'm just talking about English language here.
The English... No,
yeah. I'm not going to ask you.
English language.
You just proved my point. I'm not asking you.
You should be... You did ask me, unless it was a hypothetical.
You couldn't even say the word English.
I can say the word English.
Yeah, right.
It's just because you said grasp, and I was like, what? What's a grasp?
I said grasp.
And so then the W transferred into the English, and I was just, what can you do?
You know what? Sometimes I think I am monkey, but I sometimes think that I'm not the only one. And I'm glad. Join me on this planet.
Technically, we're all from that sort of line of, well, from evolution, I guess you could say. Just like Victor is in the glorious evolution.
Yeah, well, he is going to clear the wave out and jump back to the game. Outlaws now use the Inspire. This could be a good disengage, but XL5 have Christmas trees on their tail. There's the teleport. Guts going in. Great wild growth. The execution is flawless right now from XL5. 5 to 8 zones off 3 members. The rest of X5 try to clean up, but Chaz is huge. 5 to 8 gets Little Cop. He goes back in for a dredge line, however misses. XL5 will be content with just one, and that one being Little Cop.
Yeah, but now they've got the inside track. Outlaws are chunked. They don't have a tank. This is really going to be objectives falling down for Outlaws as XL5 continue to push in. And again, it just comes down for them having such a great team composition for that execution. As soon as Guts jumps in, instantly that wild growth goes off. You don't have to be talking too much about it. You don't have to be thinking too much about the execution on that. And then 5 to 8, more than happy to sit there in the front line. A true tank, unlike Little Cop, who's going to be a bit more squishier. He's able to sit there, take all the damage, survive. Little Cop, on the other hand, just doesn't have that luxury.
I mean, Chaz is starting to do work in these fights, but XL5, they've just got a Victor who's just so far ahead. Christmas trees, 2 items, has the Hex Core upgrade, the Lich Bane. That is a problem.
Again, it's got already completed an item at 20 minutes. Typically, the Lich Bane really means that they do want to just group as a one solid unit and just force these team fights out of all Outlaws, and it is working. I mean, as you can see, turrets are falling down immediately for it. That Sheen, that proc is always going to be doing a lot in a siege as well. And T-Gun, just be a little bit careful that you are going into their jungle. You don't know who's going to be waiting for you in that situation.
Cloud and an Ocean, XL5 have in their back pocket, as well as that 5k gold margin that's slowly developing, and 4 turrets to boot. Right now, Baron is live and available. They can either go top, they can bait it around.
And it really is a tough moment as a jungler when you start to see your buffs get taken away. When out of the blue, you kind of go, we have no pressure anywhere, we've got no wards. They're taking my blue buff at the moment and really just sort of scrambling around now. And inside track again for this turret. It's probably going to fall before there's a chance for Outlaws to even respond.
Outlaws haven't even rotated here. Chaz finally the first recipient of the damage. Will go down to half health. Has a bit of sustain, but I'm not sure how much he can do. Wave clear's not there to follow. XL5, tier 2 outer. Cop going for the trade. All right, who wins this, Mendrix?
Okay,
like,
so
if they fight right now.
Okay, so if they fight right now and 5 to 8 continues to fight, Renekton will slowly win over time.
Okay.
In terms of if someone wants to come and help, 5 to 8 wins.
No. I said 1v1.
So 1v1, Little Cop will win that.
Okay.
He's got 30 CS on it. He may not have the same in terms
Even
of...
with Iceborne Gauntlet for 5 to 8.
Well, it's not completed yet. It's just a Sheen. But the thing is that all the armor that he's built up over time gets shredded away by the Black Cleaver, and then Renekton has more sustain. So, because they're going to continue to fight within minions, Renekton will just sustain off that.
Little Cop got to be happy knowing that, but XL5 rotate down to this bottom lane, join up with the Nautilus, and now it's not really a fair fight. Guts just slowly choking Scam Diggity out.
And it really is just XR5 rotating around the map now. They're just playing the objectives game. They don't even need to go for the kills, as you can see. 528 saying, "I'll tank the turret, let you guys get some free shots off." That's half of it's gone down already, and Outlaws have done nothing. Here they are going to try now.
They go into 528 gravity fields there off the side. Chaz going into Guts. It's too scary. Two-shot barrage misses everyone. That's a great Chaos Storm. Dredgeline brings Little Cop back in. XR5 still feel like they have this fight. Good depth charge, and Outlaws have to run with their tail tucked between their legs because they're too low.
That is a relatively chunked XR5 side, but the big one who's still healthy is going to be crazy. As you can see already, the Ocean Drake has come online and started to revive them up a little bit. And really, these guys have just got complete control around the map now. That is going to be 6 turrets to 1. Quite a sizable gold lead at 22 minutes. That is going to be 6k ahead of them. And really now, XR5 can just get back, get the spoils of the rewards, or you pay all the money, get their items, just brute force now. You don't even need to do anything. You got 2 choices: brute force mid, or set up around Baron and wait for a kill to come into your lap. Pretty simple for XR5. Outlaws, on the other hand, here, somehow they need to stall this game out if they want to have any chance of winning.
But can they right now? Because Baron's up and available. Dragon will be in 30 seconds too. Little Cop walks right over a ward, which is definitely not what you want to do when it's a scrying orb. A far side orb, I guess you call it. XR5 now rotating up to this top lane. Little Cop backs away. He's going to play it nice and smart. But I want to bring up this point that I've had in the back of my mind since the start of semi-finals, when we were talking to one of our producers, and he put up this point of, XL5, yes, they don't look great in the OPL 0-10, but what happens when you put them up against an OCS team who haven't had that LAN experience, who haven't actually been playing on that level of play? A grade versus B grade. The B grade team may look good, as point example in the OCS, but when they go up against one of these, the top 8 teams in Oceania,
different story, different ball.
It's hard to hold a candle to it, right?
It's a different story. I mean, typically when you did see Regicide, now that congratulations to them, they went into it. They did a good job going up against X5. But the big thing here is you can take into account here is this is still a team that have played in the OPL. They still have the experience on their side. For them, this is probably a much more relaxed environment than what it is going into the OPL. So, and here we go. Here's what I was talking about. You wait at the Baron, wait for a kill to go into your lap, and then you take the objective. Unfortunately for them, they're also waiting on a ward, so nothing's really going to happen there.
Lars just pokes his head out for a while. Dragon now available. It's going to be another Cloud Drake. XL5 look at it in disgust and walk away. Meanwhile, down bottom, this is getting fishy.
Yeah, so now the Nautilus is starting to scale up. That's the big thing. So they're able to continue to do that there. But I guess they decided to go for the Baron, so this is Outlaw's chance to actually take a team fight now.
With Redemption that heals everyone back up. Teleport's going to come through. Gravity Field already used. Scam Diggity doesn't take any damage. Guts goes in. Might have overcommit. Little Cop's there. Has to flash away. Good Chaos Storm, though. And they bring everyone back in. Flashes all around, they say, boys. It's on me tonight. Christmas trees. A quadra kill all of a sudden. And there's no one left to respond but Chaz.
And really that does come down to where those teleports came out. The fact that XR5 are so strong at the moment. They were able to sit there, tank the Baron for who knows how long, and just turn immediately onto Outlaws afterwards. Just shows that they're at a point in the game now where they really just cannot be stopped. And if you looked at those teleports, where they ended up going, poor Little Cop sort of like just teleported right outside everyone's range for the auto attack, so he immediately just got blown away. Whereas in terms of what happened 5-8, he was able to put himself into a spot to just jump into the middle afterwards, get straight into the back line and do so much disruption that it allowed that quadra kill to come through for the Christmas trees. And really now it's just a matter of fact. These guys just go down mid and end the game. It's at that point. You're 10k ahead. You have the Baron. You've got a Victor that's 7-0-2. So he's well and truly online.
If I may be so bold, if Outlaws didn't get that kill onto 5-8, it would be 0-10, and XL5 would be showing it to Outlaws. I just thought I'd put that out there that XL5, it's great to see this team potentially taking out their first game in a while. Of course, they had taken out a couple of games during the regular split of the OPL, but never a series. if they could get their first series win in the promotion tournament, I dare say, you know, there's a now or never, and this is definitely it. Stay out of the OCS, guys. Outlaws don't look in contention right now. Game number 1 is within XL5's grasp.
And I mean, really, if XL5 were to go up against Tethered Minds, there was actually a point in time where they looked like they had an opportunity to win. They actually have, you know, the capability to take it to this Tethered Minds side. So really, XL5 still have a chance to make it back into the OPL going up against Tethered Minds.
Double Cloud Drake, Rengar, Thrill of the Hunt, Whimsy. You wait for that. That is going to jump on someone, and they're going to use Wild Growth again.
I don't even think they need to. Look at how quickly this turret's going down. Outlaws even need to go now while they've got that 6-man, or else they're in trouble.
Spire there, little cop stuck in Gravity Field. They go on to 5-8, but it's a massive knock-up. Chaos Storm again. And there's a good Hemo Plague, however. Christmas Trees is doing it again. A double kill. Oh my god. He's like Steely Dan. Back Jack and do it again for another triple.
And really, like I said, just brute force a lane. That's exactly what XL5 needed to do. And this is pretty much game for them. That's a nail in the coffin for Outlaws in this particular game. And really commanding fashion from XL5. This is sort of the games we wanted to see in the OPL.
Scam Diggity did not stand a chance this game, and the rest of Outlaws followed suit. Christmas Trees got 10 kills, 10-0-3. A big congratulations to XL5. They get game number 1. Now they have to continue that trend, and if they take it to Outlaws again, Outlaws go down to the OCS.
You know, if 5-8 didn't die there, it would have been a perfect game.
That's all right. That's all right. Look,
oh, they got a tower. Never mind. They got a tower as well. So
does that count? Does it really?
No, that does. Yeah, that
yes,
removes
it
that.
does.
It does count. That
yes,
does
it
remove
does.
the perfect game.
Confirm.
So almost there. So they lost the tower and that. If they managed to hold on to those two, that would have been a perfect game.
Like, yeah, great, fantastic storyline. 10 out of 10. But now XL5. Let's look at this as a really highlight point for them because yes, of course, Outlaws losing that game, it does not look good for them at all. It looks like they will go back into the OCS if trends continue. But XL5, like a win. All right, get another one. Your first series win for 2017. Don't laugh, Mendrix. This is good. This is a really good point. And you get to see the highlight of these players where in the OPL, everyone was kind of not supporting them. They said XL5, why do we need to support them? But right here, right now, this shows the highlights of them. This shows why, some of the players got into the OPL. Members like 5-8, from the OCS, played a really solid split. And back in 2016, when we saw him on his highlight champions, now we see him on the Nautilus. And yes, it's pretty plain, it's pretty simple, but he did exactly what he needed to do.
You're absolutely right there. And he was just tanking very well, didn't overextend when he was going up against that Renekton, and didn't give up any silly kills, even though he did manage to die. So these guys definitely did play a solid game in that particular matchup against Outlaws. If they do that second performance again, they'll still be in contention to get themselves back into the OPL. And really, sort of, I guess you can finally say, they're looking on the up at the moment for X5.
Well, let's see if Outlaws can fight back. Make sure you join us. A 5-minute break is all we'll take. And then after that, game number 2 between Outlaws and XL5 to determine if they can stay out of the OCS. And unfortunately, you missed Dodo Sin once again coming into game number 2. Hi, I'm Hysterics. Nice to meet you. Next to me is Nathan Mendrix Mendez, the famous OPL analyst. I've stolen him, however, for the OPL Promotion tournament. I thought this guy needed to cast again. We need his knowledge, and we need it now. Coming into game number 2, XL5 have just picked up their first victory in this promotion tournament. We're looking to see if they can take it 2-0, take the best 3, and keep themselves safe for the chance of potentially going back into the OPL. If Outlaws lose this next game, they go back into the OCS.
And really, I mean, with XR5 at the moment, they're looking very strong in terms of that. They've got the momentum coming into it.
How often do you say that?
I know. I don't get to say that. In terms of in this matchup, they're looking very strong indeed. And really, we do know that they do have the ability to actually take it to Tainted Minds as well. There are times when we've watched them in the OPL that they could have won the games, and there were a couple of times they could have beat Abyss as well. So these guys have that opportunity to actually show everyone, you know what, we do still belong in the OPL.
And a lot of people have doubted XL5 and said that, you know, they won't get back into the OPL. But this would be a great way to show everyone that you guys are definitely up to scratch and perform like that again, and you well might be. As we jump into this next champion select, Lee Sin away from Scam Diggity. Okay, good start. We take the Rengar from Guts. Okay, another good start. Definitely recommended that in the first champ select.
And so in terms of that there, we saw what they could do when they did have the Rengar as well. They decided to put it together with the Lulu to great success. Their team composition really looking strong in XL5, so I expect them to have a really good draft coming through, even though one of their champions has been banned from last game.
Okay, Shen taken away, and also the Fiora from Little Cobb. So this is just like rinse and repeat. Bit of replacement technology, I like to call it. So you get rid of both top laners, both junglers. Next, I expect maybe get rid of Chaz in the mid lane. The Cassiopeia is open. Do not leave this open for Christmas trees. That's my Bonobo recommendation. Do they do it?
I mean, the thing is that even if they leave it open, then he gets Victor, which, you know, now he's warmed up on. He did really well, and he's probably got the momentum of that in case. And they also took out Syndra as one of the few champions that can actually deal with that as well. So they probably thought, you know what, they're going to have pick priority. They know Christmas Trees is coming in hot, so let's definitely take away a Syndra because we don't want him on a champion that can absolutely decimate Chaz.
So, not first pick priority, is it? Mendrix, is that what you were pretty much just saying?
Pretty much.
It's first pick.
I would expect them to give Christmas Tree his first pick priority considering how much he popped off last game. So to say, you know what, he's probably feeling really good, he's feeling strong, let's make sure he gets the champions that he's comfortable on.
The dude was like the whole split reverse score in that 10-0. We can see that the Lulu's the first pick. Scam Diggity, yes! Finally, now we got ourselves potentially a series on our hands. That's going to be Ivan. Ivan for Scam.
And it's good they've got 2 support players in that place. So that's possibly going to do the double redemption. It's not as strong as it used to be, but it's still somewhat viable in terms of those big team fights when those 2 champions come together.
They can respond with the jungler, however, and that Rengar taken away. I mean, Kha'Zix is available for Guts if he wants to go for that. What other options are on the board?
Well, typically now I'd expect XL5 to finish off picking their bot lane because they know Outlaws have shown a little bit of it as well. So I'd like them to either go for a Nami or Karma to sort of deal with the Lulu. So no, you wouldn't pick the jungler into Ivan, not important? I wouldn't really go for it right now because I think with Guts, he does have some interesting picks up his sleeve in terms of pocket picks.
Vi.
Vi or Hecarim or...
Vi.
Okay, Vi as well. That's something they could go for. They could decide to go for. So they can say, you know what, let's just leave Guts to the side for the time being, go for something else. Never mind, they decide to give him again at least.
I love how I'm never right, but sometimes I am. That shouldn't be. That should not be the case. But like you said, I mean, the response to Cassiopeia is going to be the victor.
All right, so that works out well. It's going to be 2 neutralizing lanes. These guys are going to be waiting to get towards that late game where they really do shine. But the advantage will be going to Christmas Trees early because he does have that early dueling potential. Whereas Victor, he's going to want to sit back and just keep on shooting those Death Laters without really engaging Cassiopeia. And
a lot of respect put towards this Kennen. Second time in a row that this second ban phase, I like the number 2 obviously, is going to be taken away from 5-8. So the Kennen, look to see if maybe I still want to say the Camille. I mean, I think 5-8's Camille is probably a really good start for XL5. But if they were that comfortable on the Nautilus last game, I mean, going against Outlaws, they may not want it.
Yeah, it seems to be that they're not going in terms of it at the moment with that priority. It is just
Yeah.
a solid pick to have. Typically, people don't really ban away the Nautilus unless they're saying, you know what, we need to get rid of these champions big time. Nautilus is just a solid champion. You can play around him, which is why people like to leave him open, but then that's also why he seems to be pick priority.
Now, if for those of you at home who are confused and see there's a Draven ban, now the reason is because Rain in the regular split did pick out Draven, I think a couple of times, but Rain is like a really versatile AD carry, and he is not to be underestimated. Ezreal is still available for him, yes, but so is Vayne, and that is another can of worms.
Oh, I don't expect a Vayne to come through. I mean, it's something they could go for. See, the Kog'Maw ban I do like because they got
Another
a Lulu.
one.
So you got the Juggertriss comp, especially when you're running an Ivern. That means that he's got a lot of protection that he can work off if you do decide to pick that up. So for them to get rid of that is the intelligent move. So I think let's get that priority back into them getting that good old Poppy in the top lane. That's a great pickup for them there because it means that XL5 even need to respond with another tank, which they won't have. Typically, you go Nautilus.
Yep.
Or if you do want to go into the Poppy. So Renekton's open. I'm not sure if that's something 5-8 wants to go.
I mean, this time around, not going on the Renekton, going on the Poppy instead, and it's putting Little Cop back to the basics. A Gragas is locked in.
I like that pick.
Yeah. 5-8 on the Gragas top, which has had rising success and rising pick priority. Last pick for XL5, and they've got a... What are we looking at? We're looking at a support. Now, Karma, I expect to be
Nami or
open.
Karma, I really want them to go for because that's something that can
Hang
actually
on, hold my
mash
hand.
into
Just
it.
hold it. Hold it.
Okay. Oh!
All you have to do is believe. It's like Peter Pan. It was either the Blitzcrank or the Thresh, and I believed, and I got Thresh.
You got through. So why didn't you say that? You just seemed
No. The hand holding was much more beautiful.
Okay, fair enough.
It was
fair
much more
enough.
beautiful.
All right, so it's going to be a kill lane in that bot lane. That means
Yeah.
Guts is going to be making his way down there quite a fair bit. I expected there to be a lot of contention in that bot lane
Yeah.
between those two. Now it's going to be the ADC coming through, and there you go. You were right about the Vayne pick.
No words. No words. Thank you guys for all joining us here today on the OPL Promotion stream. My name's Hysterics. Let's have a look at the Vayne.
Just end the cast there.
No,
Is that what you're looking at?
we've legitimately seen this guy on the Vayne, on the Draven, Kog'Maw as well. I'm not sure if we actually saw that in the regular split, but now that we've come down to it, Outlaw's last chance to stay away from the OCS. Put Rain on something aggressive, something he can carry on. Throw the Ezreal out the window. Vayne is where it's at. Vayne has carry potential. So does Ezreal, but Vayne.
Team composition-wise, yes, it makes absolute sense for him because, you know, you've got the protection from Scam, you've got the protection from Rolaris as well.
And
So he's got
Poopy.
the ability as well. And Poppy can also do a little bit as well. And then, you know, Victor will be doing Victor-type things on the side. He'll be throwing out Death Lasers and throwing his Chaos Storm whenever he gets a chance to.
Yeah.
Laning-wise, he is going to have a hard time. He's going to have a very hard time against Caitlyn.
Okay, so the Vayne into Caitlyn. Do you remember back in, like, was it season 2 or season 3?
I think it's been all seasons.
Yeah, okay. Since the start of existence of League of Legends and Caitlyn and Vayne were there, you're like, rule number 1 in the bottom lane. When 80 carries were, you know, not in 17, right? Not in 2017. It was rule number 1. Don't run Vayne into Caitlyn.
And they've run Vayne.
They've run a Vayne into Caitlyn.
Yeah,
so all
basically.
jokes aside, this is going to be a really difficult laning phase.
If they manage to get through the laning phase, that's the big thing. If they manage to get through it, then
But a
they're
thresh,
looking good.
a
Then they're looking
thresh
good.
from T-Gun.
It's going to be tough.
So T-Gun not pulling out the Blitzcrank, instead going for the more Sin Rogue approach, which is the Thresh. My question is he as good as a Thresh as Rogue is on Thresh?
We know he's fantastic on Blitzcrank, and when that comes down to it, it's more. It is
more
a little
about
bit.
Rogue
The hook's
being a really good
The hook's
thresh.
a bit different. The hook is a bit different. There's a bit of there's a longer delay with the Thresh hook in comparison to the Blitz hook.
Yep.
And add to the fact that the hook is a little bit slower when it moves as well.
And you are essentially CCing yourself when you use your death sentence, right?
Yeah, but it's still way more effective for Thresh.
But I mean, you use your Q.
It's completely worth you like having that little bit of CC on
you
yourself.
stand still for a second, right? Mm-hmm. So that's big.
Yeah, but you're very far away. You're typically never going to be at risk if you miss the hook, or if you land the hook, it's just a win-win for you. So it's fine.
Until you have that 18-second cooldown in which you're like, can't do anything. You come near me, I'll flay you away. Like,
and it's fine because then they've got a Caitlyn who's going to be like, well, there's traps around, and we've got a huge amount of range anyway, so it'll be fine.
So legitimately, like, let's talk about the setup down bottom, because we are focusing on this and we're looking at Crazy and T-Gun to sort of carry through this second game now that they have such an aggressive lane. Going against the Vayne, yes, it will be difficult for the Vayne, but let's look at Crazy and T-Gun. Now, the setup there is, I mean, you got the traps, you got the death sentence. I feel like with the Caitlyn, you put the traps in front. And T-Gun gets the hook and then goes to the hook and then flays into the traps.
Or you can get the hook, lay the trap down when the hook goes through, and then you flame into the trap. That way you know the trap's going to be there when it happens.
Unexpected trap.
Well, it's unexpected trap. Like if I'm going up against a Caitlyn Thresh and I see a hook land, I'm like, oh, great. Now the trap's going to go down afterwards, and then I'm going to get headshot, and then I'm probably going to die.
It's like being roped into a wedding you don't want to be at, and you're like, is there any food here? You're like, no, there's no food.
It's more like I've been down this road before. It's just as you go like, oh, there's a pit hole there on the side, and you just know what's going to happen with the expectations.
Okay, so bottom lane Thresh. Yes. Good. Exciting. Let's talk about something else. Let's look at Rain. Let's look at Rain and Willaris, who have not had the strongest start to the series. However, the bottom lane last game wasn't really a weak point like what we saw with the Tainted Minds and Regicide series, where there was so much focus down there. No, it feels like Scam instead goes to the top side. You know, he focuses on the top side of the map, looking at Little Cop, making sure his laning phase is successful, where we know that Little Cop doesn't really have the strongest laning phase. So I'm not sure if Outlaws in this series kind of had their heads in the right place, because their priorities don't seem to be the same as XL5's.
Yeah, it is a bit interesting how you put that in place there, because I think the idea is, we'll just leave bot lane to its own devices, and then because typically we know Rain can actually look after himself, pretty self-sufficient.
Yep.
Vayne, although she might have a rough time going up against Caitlyn, she's a very self-sufficient ADC, especially once she does get her final hour. She's able just to use the tumble to avoid all the skill shots, becomes invisible for a while. So she's very safe when it does come towards those team fights. It's just that margin for error is always going to be there, because you're always going to be walking up that little bit extra closer than any other ADC in the game, and it does put you at risk.
See if Lulu is enough, however, looking at that bot lane to protect Rain. All right, we've talked about bot lane. I'll leave it alone. We're just too excited here. This is the second game, and this is XL5's chance to go back into the OPL. I am on point with the timing. Thank you, production team. We're very lucky to have you. Game number 2, XL5 versus Outlaws. Can XL5 go into the lower bracket finals and keep themselves safe for now from the OCS? Outlaws, they lose this game. They go down to the OCS. To be or not to be?
To be or not to be. But then, I mean, even if Outlaws were to go back down to the OCS, I really think they would be the big fish in a small pond at that point in time as well. So these guys have done a great job, but they are going to be fighting to stay alive. They definitely have the team composition late game that can take them there. I mean, Poppy does great late game, so does Victor, so does Vayne, and then they've also got the Lulu who can buff up any one of these champions if they ever find themselves in trouble. But the action's already started.
They got Little Cub! Gragas! No! There's the volatile Spiderling. The auto attacks there. Really good root caller. Will stop 5-8. Oh, God.
Oh, that is a really early body slam to go into. So okay, so I understand what they were going for there. They wanted to use the body slam to force the flash at a Little Cop, and then that would allow Guts to go for an early gank if he wanted to. But the big problem was they didn't force it. Now he's got a body slam instead of having his casks instead to drop down, or to actually have his happy hour really proc the way effectively he wants to. So Poppy should have a little bit of an easier time that initial sort of first 2 waves.
Yep, starting with body slam, however, so see if it affects him in the laning phase. I really guess not. Scam is just going to start at the red, do some Ivan things. I believe he actually started at Krugs up in the top lane. No, he didn't. No, because
No. He went straight. That was definitely straight for the red buff.
Okay.
One of the good things about having an Ivan instead of going into anything else is that it means that everyone else is allowed to just go straight to lane. Don't need to worry about doing any leashes there. Not going to be the biggest advantage, clearly, in this sort of setup here.
We have begun.
It's still something nice.
We have begun, Mendrix. Look at the bot lane. Rain's already at half health. T-Gun and Crazy start getting to work.
You know, I would have been absolutely fine if Crazy decided to sack half his wave and go straight to just knocking down the HP of Vayne. Because at that point in time, and this is exactly what's going to happen, you're just going to be zoned off. You won't be able to get to the farm. You're going to be having a rough time. Level 2 now to level 1, so these guys are more than happy to sit here just behind this wave and say, you know what, come a little closer, try to get CS, I dare you.
And I'm guessing that on the Thresh, Spirit Bond would have been picked up, so also known as Bond of Stone. I'm not sure in the client if it's changed just yet, however, but the Spirit Bond, aka Bond of Stone, by T-Gun, you think? Like, I mean, you wouldn't go for Grasp, would you? Or would you go for...
You know, Thresh is quite versatile. I would expect the Bond of Stone, but you can also go for Thunderlords if you really want to be...
Thunderlords?
If you want to go like walls to the ball crazy because it is a bit of a risk-reward lane, but I would be expecting probably the either Courage or Stoneball. Those are the two options you've got. I would expect the Courage, really, because you want to really jump in early, and if you manage to land a hook, being able to jump in early and sort of negate any damage is risky.
Well,
so we have to wait and see. We'll wait and see when he does land
your hooks, T-Gun, and we'll find out.
We'll find out soon enough. I'm expecting Courage. I wouldn't expect Stoneborn pack.
But this bottom lane already pushing against the turret. Rain missing a lot of CS down there. It has begun, like we've said. In the mid lane, Christmas Tree's finally got Cassiopeia. Our question is whether he can carry with it. Do the usual Christmas Trees thing and play like a god.
So really, this is the moment in time where Jazz needs to watch out, because the moment he does land a poison, he's basically just going to all in him. That's typically what you do with Cassiopeia. She's really good at that.
Sorry. Yeah, no. I thought you said Jazz.
Jazz.
I was getting excited. No, do you like Jazz?
Do you like Jazz?
Oh, I actually do.
Do you like scat?
I think I can. I think I can scat. Like, I think I personally can, but it's just gibberish.
Just gibberish. Oh, yeah. It really is just gibberish when you think about scat.
Well, yeah, it's just good gibberish.
Just I'm still waiting for someone to be on the Rift named Scatman. If anyone knows that person.
Yeah, no, actually,
definitely get them to add me. I would more than happily add them as a friend.
There we go. Early from Jazz, the auto attack, the poison. Is it enough? No. Yes. The pot was not enough, and in short, Christmas Tree's off to a start.
I'd said Chaz, he needed to be careful against the Cassiopeia. Like I said, typically this is the moment in time when Cass goes, okay, cool. I'm going to use all my abilities. I'm going to all in you the moment I do land one poison stack onto you, because those Twin Fangs just afterwards like a machine gun. As you can see, he's got no mana. He used both his summoners, but he got the first blood completely worth it. Now he's going to come online with Dark Seal already stacked up. He's got himself a tier. Really, this is going to be a hard lane for Chaz.
Okay, now that was just from zero to a hero. Because that gold lead from the first blood is only going to be 500, but XL5, that's kind of their win condition. T-Gun misses everything, unfortunately. Going to get the third silver bolt proc.
Guess we won't know if he's got courage still.
Yeah, the journey continues.
The journey continues.
I thought you couldn't play the Soul Stealer Vein skin in competitive. I didn't know that was available. They must have changed it now, and so it's courage. All right, it's courage. So third proc is there. T-Gun might be in trouble. Condemn against the wall, and Vayne gets the first kill.
Also, if he managed to walk a little bit further up, he could flash over the wall, but decided to hold on to the flash.
I love Spirit Bomb so much, so.
Spirit Bomb.
So, Vayne, first kill. That is some kind of success for the bottom lane.
That is really good for the bottom lane. That is great for it, because now all of a sudden he should be able to push in 2 waves. That should get him to level 5. That means when he comes back into the next wave, he'll be up on Caitlyn, should get to level 6, and he should be okay from that point onwards.
Oh, Christmas Tree's Petrifying Gaze, locked up by the gravity field. Otherwise, I fear for Scam Diggy's life there. You can see that Chaos Storm was not available either. So Christmas Tree's no ultimate, has no summoners either, but is still comfortable in this lane. Cleanse now available for Chaz. Ooh.
You could go in. Oh, I would try this. Oh, he's got the marks there though, so you can just take it. Yeah, it's okay. The mark's done. Mark was finished charging up.
What a beautiful champion. I know Fish and Spawn have their doubts about Ivan, but what an absolute delight to listen to. You know, Preacher turns off character voices in game.
I would turn it off if I had an Ivan in there.
What a delight.
Daisy.
He's a treat. He's a real doozy. Okay, XL5
and
now.
Cowbell Alistar as well. Oh.
Yeah. Hey, don't spoil the surprise. I'm guessing next split, or at least sometime soon. Okay, clearing the wave, I guess, with Chaos Storm.
That is purely just clearing.
Yeah, no, unless it's a weird engagement. Now he doesn't have it. No, has to cleanse away from T-Gun's hook.
That's big.
Imagine if he didn't have cleanse.
That is actually really big, because what's going to happen now is Christmas Trees will just push into the lane. He'll come back and say, no worries, I'm more than happy to land a Petrifying Glaze now. So,
Glaze.
Like gaze.
Like you're cooking something in the oven, eh?
I think we've had this conversation before. We are not doing it again.
Oh, well. We're like a broken record, you and I.
That was one of the most interesting conversations we have ever had for a OCS cast. But it's not going to happen this time around. I think we were talking about a turkey being roasted.
All right, simmer down, Magic. But this time XL5 are getting pushed against the turret. You see that Crazy still has that farm advantage, but Rain having that kill is huge. He goes back, and when he does, he gets that Cutlass. Next back could potentially be Blade of the Ruined King. We're going to have to wait a little while for that. Christmas Tree's in the side brush, looking to abuse Chaz's no cleanse right now, and 5-8 was there as well. The Gragas top has been really influential around the map, and we've seen in the regular split of the OPL, it has been a game changer at times.
Yeah, that as well. Rain has managed to get to level 6 without dying, which is really good in this situation for him. And Scam Diggity is making his way down again, so I think they're going to really go for it. Here's the teleport.
Onto the war that Scam just dropped. There's Daisy, jumps into the rift. XL5 now getting dove by Scam, and Little Cop, good heroic charge. T-Gun might go down. He's the first casualty. Outlaws under the turret, however. That's a good keeper's verdict. But is that what they want? They will get 2 kills at the cost of 1. Christmas Tree's ignited. He's gone in. Has already used the Petrifying Gaze. Could have had a 3-man. But no cigar right there. Guts goes in. Flash Cocoon. Jumps onto Scam Diggity. The body bop. And we are going to get a trade. But 4 members for 2. And everything goes right for XL5.
So this is the typical thing you need to look at. So these 4-man dives, while they're great, sort of is more of an advanced maneuver for teams, you know, especially if they're in a competitive sense. It is a staple that you need to go for. You need to understand when you can go for it. So they do everything properly. You know, they come in, you've got the teleport down early from Little Cop, but the big thing is that there is responses coming. You've got the Guts coming in. There's a teleport also followed up by Poppy as well. So really, you're diving into this, and the rest of the team is going to be coming through. It looks like it's good from Outlaws. It looks like they've done everything right, but Christmas Trees manages to come in, slows everyone back down, and all of a sudden XL5 have the ability to re-engage, make the turn. This ends up being a net win for XL5, and there's a lot of resources used as well by Outlaws there. And I mean, really, the kills, all the goals going on to the champions that you do want it to go on to. I mean, Christmas Trees, he picked up another kill there. Guts is also going to get himself going. Typically really great in that early game when you are in Elise as well. Has fallen a little bit behind in comparison to Scam Diggity, who's level 7 to his level 6, but now that allows him to catch right back up.
But of course, XL5, even after that fight, get the Infernal Drake, so further that advantage.
Absolutely, yeah.
Outlaw's now going to push this bottom turret. 5-8 rotates around as that top lane turret is under siege, but Crazy and T-Gun definitely have to be careful. I mean, Scam Diggity's nearby. Although they did lose that fight, the gold gap is not too much.
Oh, wow, that clears excellent from Gragas there.
Well, Gravity Field onto the Chaos Storm. Won't get the 3rd proc on Christmas Trees, but he'll just farm underneath the turret, take about half his health, use a pot. And XL5, they still look in control. Like we said, not as clinical as game number 1. Seems like that is a growing trend of today. Game number 2 is messy. But XL5, I mean, they still got that small 400 gold advantage.
And I love this move around as well, because if you look at it, they go, okay, so Poppy, how much wave clear does she have in comparison to Gragas? Really? It's, you know, Gragas has fantastic wave clear in comparison. So let's do the swap around. We don't need pressure in this bot lane while the dragon is not up, because we've already got it.
Throw a hook.
We can basically go through from here, and they're going for a fight, though.
Dark Passage used. There's the box from Thresh. Daisy comes out onto the rift. Not really phased by the box. Crazy might be caught out here. Good keeper's verdict. Death sentence Flay doesn't save his life. Not this time around. Heroic charge. And the smash is there. They'll get Crazy.
So I like the decision, but the execution from XL5 just wasn't there. Outlaws do a great job with that engage there, just using the brush to hide in there and get a proper engage. Just not enough respect being shown there by Crazy and by T-Gun to sort of say, you know what, we can sit back. Yes, you can get the tower and continue to siege there, but do it with the minions close enough and behind them. So those engages just can't happen, and in the end, it ends up being a net win for Outlaws.
2-0-2 on this Poppy, 2-0-2 on this Gragas. Both the top laners of each team seem to be getting themselves ahead. First item picked up for 5-8, and it is going to be the Iceborne Gauntlet. Flat rush, no Bammy Cinder just yet. He'll be able to go back and make that decision for himself. And like you said, Mendrix, the wave clear, unable to be really, you know, touched up by Rain and Willaris. They can't get near that turret. The Gragas happy to take some of that damage after getting that Iceborne Gauntlet. XL5, they may lose their 80 carry. But I mean, all hope's not lost just yet. Outlaws, on the other hand, it's a good response on the map. And Blade of the Ruined King is picked up by Rain. So this second game, they've put up more of a fight and look a little bit more controlled.
Absolutely, and they do have a lot of late game insurance just with the champions that they've got. They've got two good threats on their side there, which is going to be the Victor and the Vayne. So, whereas XL5, their major threat is really going to be Christmas trees. Caitlyn is also good, but she's got a decent power trough going in towards that mid game where she does start to need to get herself to that 4-item power spike to really become relevant again. So, it is going to be a bit of a fight for XL5 this time around. So, Outlaws have done a great job bouncing back from that loss.
Still farm discrepancies in the mid lane. Chaz falling behind. Bottom lane as well as to be expected, but...
That's why you love Ivan. Double buffs, boys.
What a beautiful man. Okay, Willaris, whoa. It's a lot of damage. As expected from my Padawan. All right, T-Gun finds a death sentence down bot. They've already taken heaps of damage. Little Cop just retreats. Keeper's Verdict's there. Hits away. 5-8. Okay, they find the play. They're still going for this. Has to flash. Game Dignity dead. Box is too short. Unfortunately, they won't find the kill. They'll step on a trap, but XL5, 4-man unit, are going to look for this turret.
So nice move there by XL5. You know what they're saying? You know what? Let's just swap everyone back around again. But Christmas Trees, he's trying to 2v1.
Do it. You can do it. You animal. Going on Willaris first. Does he have the ultimate? Yes, he does. Vayne going for the play. Christmas Trees, the flash is there. After the final hour is at hand.
Okay, so he really could have just saved the turret there and backed off. He was a bit aggressive to go. He still had his ghost as well, so really greedy, but
me Daisy,
more
me
fights
man.
happening here.
All right, Body Bop, they get the 50 gold, and that's the beauty of Smite right now, but Outlaws will trade this turret up in the top lane. Whether XL5 continue to siege down bottom or look for some kind of other neutral objective. Not one up just yet. A minute 10 on that Dragon, and that is a trade-off turret.
So you can decide to do what you did again and actually just swap around your ADC for the top lane, so that way you guys can push that in, get that next level of the infrastructure up. Probably not the best idea, seeing as you do have a Dragon coming up next, so I think they won't actually decide to throw their ADC towards that top side. And what I really dislike there is Christmas Trees could have just easily defended that turret. He didn't need to go for the 2v1. I mean, initially you go in there and yeah, you scare them off, that's great, but you have more than enough wave clear on that champion to sit back, just clear out the wave. Your team's got full control down on that bot side. They can take the turret, continue to push in, and everything's dandy. But in the end, you end up giving up that kill. The turret goes down anyway. And so it ended up being not the best trade for XL5 in that situation because the kill went over.
Yeah, look, it is quite close in the second game, and it just shows how Outlaws, you know, still have some fight left in them. And although they got 2-0'd by Tainted Minds, and in this game are almost getting 2-0 by XL5, they still show that they have the competitive advantage to come back and fight fire with fire. Speaking of which, Infernal Drake is up. Potentially the second Dragon. XL5 already picking up an Infernal Drake. Could be 12% they're looking at, but Outlaws look like they have control of the scuttle.
Not only that, they've got control of the map at the moment. Even though that 5-8 may have Little Cop pushed in here, he doesn't have his teleport. Little Cop does, which makes this much more advantageous for Outlaws to go for this Dragon play, because all of a sudden you can have a Poppy down there and Gragas is going to be left waddling down. He
is walking down, however, and right now Outlaws look to be consumed by the thought of this Dragon. 6% is huge. Christmas Trees is here. Petrifying Gaze is available. Won't use it just yet. Uses that blast. In comes the Petrifying Gaze. No, not yet. Scam Dignity runs away after the Wild Growth. Flash is there. Keeper's Verdict to get at least the hell out of there. Outlaws. No, Tegan brings him back in. Outlaws looking for the fight. Explosive Guts separates them. Coming through. Guts is low. Chaos Storm onto 5-8. No one dies just yet. What a close call.
I like how they are going straight for this Dragon as well. They know that Guts has been chunked out, doesn't have his slash, which means he can't just jump over the wall, get the Dragon and back away. And this ends up being a win for Outlaws, but inside track in that mid lane, so these guys are just going to be trading objective for objective. XL5 are more than happy to do this because they've already got an Infernal underneath their belt.
But I mean, there's no big minion wave just there. Willaris gets a slow, but there's no follow-up from Outlaws. So the mid lane turret in trade for that 6% Infernal, which could have gone over to XL5, but they supersede it. They just give it up.
They didn't win that there. They didn't have control of the river. If they did try to push that any further, Outlaws potentially would have won that, especially with how low Guts was. Not exactly building the most tankiest of spiders there, looking for more of the damage build underneath his belt. And really, as time goes on, Outlaws looking okay at the moment.
Yeah, so they played the smarter route on the side of XL5. And like you said, Mendrix, maybe not overcommitting, which has been the death of many teams in the OPL and the OCS alike. Christmas Trees is getting ahead. He's got his first item all locked away. He's got a tier as well. It's the one champion that you like to see. You know, Cassiopeia, probably the only champion left that'll build a tier. Who else we got? Maybe Cassidans if they...
Oh yeah, Cassidans,
very
Rise.
rarely. Yeah, no, Rise, you're right.
Rise builds it as well. I'm trying to think who else builds the good old
It's an
tier.
item we don't see enough anymore. We've got to be honest. Like,
Oh, it has its niche at least. That's the good part.
it has its benefits.
Has its benefits.
Oh.
Still get you see tiers on
Oh,
Virus
Flash.
as well, tiers on Ezreal. So
5 to 8 there using Flash and Explosive Cast. Willaris responding with his own Flash. Means an ultimate is down on this Gragas. If Outlaws can't get anything because of it, it'll be an advantage. They're just going to keep picking up buffs and slowing the pace of the game. Baron up in a minute 15. No team really in position to take it away. Outlaws just resetting the pace.
as you can see at the moment, everything just seems to be going pretty well for Outlaws. Just continue
like
to set
a cup
this
of tea.
Like this is a great pace for the Outlaws. They can sit back, trade objectives across the board. That's fine as long as they're not losing more than they're gaining. They'll be sitting pretty happy towards that late game. When you do have a Vayne, when you do have a Victor, those two are really big heavy hitters. So whereas XL5 don't really have the heaviest, but
Wombo
here's the tempo we're talking about.
The Flave, Redemption's going to come in. Can they finish him off? No, that Redemption is brutal. Now they can re-engage. Wild Growth, good Dark Passage is crazy away. After the Polymorph, yes he is. Root Caller, T-Gun blocks it away. Uses the box. Big guy, T-Gun, you are my hero. 50 gold. We got it.
Always have to get that 50 gold whenever Daisy gets up.
T-Gun actually saved Crazy's life there. Or potentially, save Guts' life, save Christmas Tree's life.
That's what he should have been doing there in the end. He does his job as a support very well. Doesn't end up using his ultimate in return, but that means that if you're keeping your ADC alive, everything's good. T-Gun, though, in trouble.
Not this time around. Ignites there. Good Cocoon. Slows the pace for Outlaws. Not in the way they like, however. They will find the turret down bot. Explosive Cast misses. Rain going for the outplay. The classic Vayne 1v1. 5 to 8 is so fat he can't run. He has to walk. Okay, this time around. The blast, the condemned. Rain is 1v2ing. 5 to 8 comes back in. The silver bolt, the double proc, and he's going to get a double kill.
They really should have just backed off there immediately after that petrifying gaze did not land. That was an amazing outplay. That Flash Condemned doing so much there to block the majority of that damage, especially after Christmas Tree's already used his initial Flash, meaning there's no way he could have avoided that. And really, that's what happens with Vayne when she gets to this point, unhindered.
4-1 and 3. Zeal straight off the bat. Even goes for the QSS.
Oh, now that he's got the QSS, it's going to be a Phantom Dancer coming up.
Did he have it in that fight?
No, I don't think he did. And he just dodged everything.
Gaze was used, yep, running around that
just
final
dodged
hour.
Everything.
It's always fun to watch a Vayne outplay 1v2. Like, it's the 180 carry.
This is scary now this is really scary for XL5. Outlaws are now going to be a very good commanding lead now that their Vayne is completely online. Once that Phantom Dancer is finished, she's going to be a monster.
Okay, that one champion going nuts, and XL5 are going to have a stab at this Baron.
This is a good Baron. Outlaws have no idea.
Outlaws just gained an advantage, and they're not even going to check the Baron. That's a free Baron for XL5.
That is just really... Okay, so this is what happens when you do have inexperienced teams going up against experienced teams.
Yeah.
The experienced team will just go, let's just try Baron and see what happens. And typically what the response is, the other team goes, they're probably at Baron, let's check it, stop it, that was XL5 just saying we're going to fill them out, see if they're going to be prepared to respond to us going for a quick Baron right here, right now, at 20 minutes. That's typically a point in time where people go, nah, they're not doing Baron, there's no way they'd be there. And there you go, easy enough. XL5 put themselves straight back into the game.
Yeah. Okay. XL5 now have Baron. Not expecting of Outlaws. They were mid. They didn't rotate through. I mean, Lulu has the speed up. Someone can definitely get there and deter them. But Outlaws, that may have cost them so much more than they've bargained for. And after such a great outplay down in the bottom lane, XL5 now have control once again. They've pushed the mid lane up. Dragon's up in 40 seconds. And they're going to go top lane.
It really is just a rookie error, that Baron.
Yeah, it really is.
It just there's no more that you can put down to it. For them to go, you know what, let's try a Baron at 20 minutes. I bet you they're not going to expect it. And sure enough, that's exactly what happens. And really now this is going to be a massive Baron play for them here. They're probably going to sort of push on through. Look at the size of that wave there. They can easily just push this through the side. Outlaws have their Poppy down in the bot lane. She's not teleporting in. She needs to be there earlier if they're really going to stop this wave from doing damage.
Gravity Field will help, but the waves is crashing. The teleport's there. and it just slows everything down. That wave going to continue to be big. Didn't want to commit, just slowed the wave down. They lose another turret. That is a 3k gold lead that is growing. So almost 3k. XL5 have control of this jungle as well.
And when you're not winning team fights, you play the objective game. Just a nice, easy transition around. It looked as if, XL5 had some decent team fight capabilities, but every single engage saw Outlaws getting the win. And they go, you know what? Well, let's just move around them. Let's out-macro them. And it's just... Outlaws didn't seem to have a response to this. So they were, well, why have you stopped fighting? Because we don't need to. We can just get the objectives and win that way.
But XL5 looking in contention to win their first ever series.
I don't understand what's happening here.
The OPL. Yeah, it's just...
Outlaws are just letting them take everything. They're just walking around. It's literally just walking as a unit. Just move like here. Look at to get this. It's just like Baron, 2 turrets, Cloud Drake, next turret, and Outlaws are like, they don't have any control around the map. They should have had it after that.
T-Gun, no, he gets the play. However, 5-8 does have explosive cast, but not going to use it. But we do have to give praise to XL5. They tried something risky and it worked out. I mean, yes, Outlaws didn't really come through, and we can't really praise that, but XL5 just did a simple play, and it's working wonders for them.
That is really the best way to define that. It's a simple play. Go for the Baron early, see if they're ready. Oh, no, they're not. Now we've managed to take the entire map. All of a sudden, we've gone from a gold deficit to a 3k gold lead. And the kill's down, but that's really just not going to matter. This is a really big Baron play.
Outlaws not looking great in game number 2. A little bit better than game 1, but they are still down on that deficit now, that 3k gold gap. It's something that's given XL5 the momentum to move forward in this mid-game. Christmas trees, not flawless so far, but you can see, oh, okay, late petrifying gaze.
Yeah, that was a bit interesting there. A bit curious, maybe had a little bit of lag coming through.
Just let it, enjoy the ride, Mendrix. Just let it happen.
I'm just, I'd say he probably thought the hook was going to land, probably pre-clicked the
You gotta be like
petrifying gaze.
You gotta be like a guy in the 70s, man. Just chill. Just relax.
That's not
let it out.
That's not my job.
Let it happen.
I need to call things as they are.
No, that's me. I call things. What are you talking about? Oh,
you're the one that lets everything happen and talks as it's happening. But hey, they're going for it.
You're not wrong, Mendrix. Here comes T-Gun. Going to take a lot from that ultimate. T-Gun might go down here. Hammer Shock misses as the flash from T-Gun. Good redemption. Does heal him back up. Little Cop continues to chase. Will step on a trap. Take a headshot. Trap deters him further. XL5 do get out.
See, and I like what Outlaws are doing there. They're saying, you know what, we need to fight them, but it's a bit too late. You should have been doing this way beforehand. Like, I mean, you can still fight them while they've got the Baron. They don't get... Obviously, the minions are buffed to a degree, but you've got a really big Vayne. You've got decent engage. You've got a Victor who's pretty much online at this point in time. But now XL5, they've got the gold. They've got the advantages. You can't really force these team fights and expect to win.
Gold is growing. 5k now for XL5 at this 26-minute mark. Top lane deficit, jungle deficit, mid, bot. Bot is the only lane that is even right now. Outlaws falling into a pit. Can they escape it? Can they get out? They go in for the engage. Little Cop's caught out, uses the Keeper's Verdict. Oh, really good Wild Growth. Gets a knock-up and explosive cast. Brings Scam Diggity back in. The support Ivan is down. Great petrifying gaze slows down. The Chaos Storm is not available, so the fight for Outlaws not going too well. Rain will pick up a kill on Guts, however, but the response is not enough. XL5 can keep pushing.
Yeah, as well. And this is where it really does suck to have a Vayne, because you can go continue to siege all the way through. If she just decides to walk in at this point after a skirmish, she doesn't really have any abilities left. She's most likely going to be using her flash defensively instead of aggressively. And really, again, this just comes down to the play just really benefiting, really paying dividends now for this XL5 side.
Although Rain does do a nice tumble, he has to condemn Christmas Trees back. That Lantern just going to give some vision, and now XL5, they can choose to keep fighting or run away. Looks like it will be the latter option here. In the Victor, steps on a trap. Oh man, Ace in the hole almost kills him. Christmas Tree's locked against the wall. Chaos Storm's there. They pull someone in. It's Little Cop, you don't want him. 5-8 is so close to dying, it's going to kill me. Right now, the Gragas runs for his life. If you're buying, I'm in, but not this time around. The Redemption almost kills him. Their Redemption heals them back up. Gragas survives. XL5, they do lose one at the cost of the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, XL5 were a bit greedy there. Actually, could have gotten out with everyone alive after they got their inhibitor turret. They decided to greed a little bit onto Rain. Almost got the kill there in the end, but Outlaws now are able to get some control on this Baron, which is good for them. That means they can basically put this out, force a bad engage for XL5, and then take the Baron afterwards. That would be their next sort of control option that they went for, that they can go for. But Christmas Trees will be up in time for that Baron, and they really do need to make sure they got that place on lockdown to make sure that XL5 just can't go there and take it again.
Guts looking in fine form this game, to be honest. I mean, you're going up against Scam, who, yes, is an OCS jungler, but he's looking a lot better than the
They're going for it.
Okay, Outlaws now making their Baron power play, but this time Mendrix.
XL5 were ready and waiting.
Yep, and this time we go for a fight. Okay, death sentence there. Keeper's Verdict misses crazy. He's already gotten a kill. Explosive cast tears the backline apart. Rain is down. I repeat, the chopper is down. Christmas Trees is getting poked here. Chaz kiting back with Little Cop going for the fight. Great death sentence. Good Q. T-Gun gets the kill, but the Siren is dead, and she can't hurt anyone anymore. Wallaris has just been hit by the drunk overlord, and now Little Cop has no mana. He's running for his life. He's stuck in the arena of flesh and blood, and with the ace comes X5's opportunity to almost take game 3 or 2. Let's call it game 2.
Just going through with that there, that was okay. Outlaws, I don't know why you're going for the Baron. That's the big thing that I want to go into that. Yes, I said get control there. That's fine for you to do that. But the problem is the moment you start the Baron, XL5 will respond. It ends up being a really good play across the board in terms of they actually have an alright team fight. So they do turn, they've got a unit here, but this seems to be a good flank coming through. But the thing is, you've been shredded by the MR from this here. Yes, you jump onto Guts there, but really the backline is able to do everything it wants to do in that initial early engage. They do a great job at isolating and getting that damage straight onto Crazy, but the thing is, as Vayne gets shut down, Christmas Trees is basically 2v1ing at this point in time. Look how long he's able to stay alive here as well.
Burn.
Ends up getting the kill onto Chaz, and that allows XL5 to continue to clean up afterwards. And Baron seems to be the red of this game at the moment.
Boys. Is there a fight because of it, though? Teleport is completed. Little Cop can't use anything just yet as he goes over the miasma. Okay. There's a steadfast presence, but he's been hit really hard. Explosive cast to disengage. Daisy's popped up, but unable to do anything. Little Cop is still alive. Could be a good opportunity. Chaos Storm has shredded Crazy. Outlaws may have an opportunity. They fight back. But how hard can they fight back? Rain is going in.
Oh, here we go.
He gets a kill. The Vayne is nuts. He gets cocooned up. They're following it. Good root caller goes onto a Spiderling, but Gragas is in the wing. Outlaws, they get 2 kills. They might have Baron.
They should be able to get the Baron here. I mean, they've got control on that there. Guts is still around, so it is a bit of a steal potential available from there, but they've got Daisy the tank. Here we go. Here comes the second fight.
They've disengaged. They've gone on to 5-8. Good root caller. Gravity Field has locked him up. 5-8 will go down to Rain. Outlaws start the Baron for a second time.
Oh, this is a very intense moment here. And if Outlaws manage to get this is everything they need to really turn the game back around in their favor. And again, it just comes down to the fact that people are engaging onto Baron without proper control. I mean, it looked like they had Little Cop in place, but that's what happens when you've got a Lulu and an Ivan combination. The fact that he was able to stay alive for so long. They've got that double redemption build as well, and that's why he was able to get all the shields he needed, was able to get all the protection, and then end up able to turn that around because XL5 overcommitted onto the tanky Poppy, and there was just so much protection available for Outlaws.
What looked to be a perfect ending for XL5 turned into a travesty and a disaster, and now 4K gold is all that separates them. They have to give up this Cloud Drake. XL5 will try to steal this. All right, T-Gun. Nope. Bit too late. That's where you press Q. But not this time around. It's going to be a Cloud Drake going to Outlaws. They've found some kind of window to get back in this game. They've got the Baron buff. They're running Vayne in the side lane. And Rain is doing work. 9-2-4. Almost got the 3rd item. I mean, he's gone for the Hex Drinker. He's gone for the QSS. He's got a BF Sword sitting in there as well.
Yeah, I do like how aggressive he was, especially in that team fight with the Baron.
No, another fight. Little Cop's there. Teleport's coming through. XL5 might have overcommitted. Good Petrifying Gaze. But the Chaos Storm and Rain is exactly where you thought he would be. Ladies and gentlemen, Outlaws are trying to crush XL5. 2 members are down. I repeat, 2 members are down. Outlaws look bot.
There should be the inhibitor broken for Outlaws here, so they can just really just push this in, get the inhibitor, back away, continue to peel apart this XL5 now that they've managed, XL5 side, now that they've managed to get the advantage here. And they're really feeling game. If XL5 engage here, and they get the kills, yeah, see, they're not really doing tough, hard engages here, so it'll be fine across there. So what's going to happen is they're going to take this inhibitor, they'll back away.
Outlaws, good decision. Follow Mendrix's advice and you'll be okay. Right now, Outlaws have to be careful. Guts almost finding their cocoon. They're going to kite it back and disappear from XL5's lineup. Outlaws have narrowed the gold gap. They've got an hip down bottom. That's going to start pushing soon. 1K gold is all that separates these teams. We thought it was over. We thought XL5 had the victory bag and they could go to the Easter show with so much love. But right now, Outlaws don't want it to end. They want to stay away from the OCS.
As you can see here, those traps going up there immediately, so very obnoxious to deal with. Does help out quite a fair bit with the sieging, but now that they've managed to push that in there from that particular point in time, and they've got the minion wave from the top lane, they're just going to continue pulling everything apart. And it just seems to be deja vu, but on the other side of the map, all the infrastructure going down for Outlaws. All of a sudden, the gold is now evened up as everything starts to fall.
They have done it.
Outlaws are definitely in a position they want to be in now. 60k a piece going across really with these guys. The Vayne is a monster, 10, 2, and 4. She's got all the gold that she needs there. And it is a very heavy magic side here. You've got a Gragas, you've got an Elise, and you've also got the Cassiopeia. So getting that Hex Drinker.
Thresh's basic AP ratios, whatever.
I mean, we can, but really, those three there are the ones.
3.5 AP.
Those three there are the ones you really want to look into. So I really like the atomization coming through from Rain to get himself the quick Silver Slash and then follow it up with a Hex Drinker there just as that extra form of insurance. But XL5 want us to make a trap.
No, apparently not. T-Gun's going to show and not let them push up. Outlaws, like you said, have narrowed the gold gap. It's now neck and neck, bar a few hundred. XL5 pushed against a corner. And Outlaws moving towards that late game stage. I mean, the Poppy is huge. You've got a Victor, you've got a Vayne. You've got so many members to deal with on the side of XL5. Just knowing who to start with first. They get a Nexus turret, and they're going to use that pressure to push top.
Yeah, they're getting all the infrastructure now. And really, the big thing here is XL5 needs to catch Vayne. It needs to be a hook onto Vayne, and she needs to be blown up before she has any chance to respond. If XL5 managed to do that, that's their way. That's their ticket back into this game, back into control, and getting some objectives on the other side of the map. But here they go. They get Relaris. Not who you want.
That's a pick. Relaris doesn't go down though. Uses Wild Growth, and Guts gets obliterated. In comes the Gravity Field. Chaos Storm still doing damage. Grapefruit Caller. Will they get T-Gun? One more shot was all they needed. Outlaws bringing this to a bare minimum. Scam. Great explosive cast, but the Keeper's verdict to deny. Outlaws live.
Well, they continue to their fences here, but that's exactly why they didn't want to get themselves onto the Relaris. They need to really get that Vayne, because the moment they tried to jump onto Lulu, instantly used all her abilities to keep herself alive. Mind you, Vayne's got that capability as well if they do decide to throw that the other way.
Misses Destin. No, actually gets it onto Scam Diggity, but Little Cop, great heroic charge. They're going to try and defend this Christmas tree. Has to flash away from that Gravity Field. Outlaws mid lane are doing work, but 5-8 has jumped in. Willaris too deep, goes down. Little Cop has jumped in, way too deep as well. Has to flash away. Are they throwing it all out the window? No, Chad gets the kill. They got Rain, but a double kill's already come into fruition. The Vayne is so huge. And a shutdown. Okay, they slow everything down. 5-8's jump back in, but a triple kill. No, make that a quadra kill. Is this it? Is this the comeback for Outlaws? It's close, but Chaz wants the pentakill. He can feel it in his bones. Outlaws, they get 4. Mendrix,
they're going for the win.
That's it. We're going to game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the comeback from Outlaws is exceptional.
And it all really does come down to Rain just absolutely popping off, making sure he can hold on to the team, and really XL5 just not taking advantage of the advantages they got there. They had the Baron, they had the play, they were so far up in gold, and they just couldn't convert it even after taking a win there after Outlaws went for that Baron. Really, I would have thought they'd gone straight for that inhibitor, taken that out afterwards, and then that would have been the game from there. But they go for the Baron, they do the exact same mistake as the Outlaws and pay the price for it.
It's like both teams did the exact same thing. One team just capitalized on it better, and that's going to be Outlaws. That means we go to Game 3. That means Outlaws still have a chance to stay away from the OCS and potentially look for that second spot of the OPL. Remember, if they take this third game, they have to go up against Tainted Minds in another best of 3. One they've already been through and one that they lost 2-0. To go up against that, first you have to beat Exile 5. And if you're struggling in this series, it is going to be hard to go against Tainted Minds. However, Exile 5, we saw in Game 1 and 2, they have the means to take this out and look for the old rivalry in the OPL.
And really it is sort of hard to deal with it because when you look at Outlaws, that's a very interesting team composition that they had put together there. Yeah, sure. I think the big linchpin is going to be the Ivan. You need to get rid of that, force Gamma to some other form of jungler, and that sort of makes the whole idea of getting Vayne fall apart.
Game number 3 coming up after a 5-minute break. Who will be the team going down to the OCS? Well, after this game, you'll know. Welcome back to the OPL Promotion Tournament where XL5 just dropped a game to Outlaws, and Outlaws picked up a very convincing win. Game number 3. Here we are. It's time. Mendrix, it's now or never, dude. This is the stay safe from the OCS.
Okay, like that game number 3 was quite slow. Why did you drop the pen?
Game number 2, because everything's like...
Are you dropping the ball? What's...
I'm dropping the bomb.
Are you dropping the bomb? Okay.
I just dropped the bomb. Yeah.
Okay.
The pen. It's great. It's the closest thing I have.
I just wanted to know what was happening with that.
I'm not allowed bombs. Like, what would I drop? Like an apple? Like
an apple?
Great conversation we're having. No. Look, in this game, in that game number 2, XL5 had so many opportunities. But talking about dropping the bomb, it was Outlaws that came in, you know, capitalized off that team fight. There's so much survivability in the Lulu. There was so many shields coming through.
It really was.
Overcommitting to Little Cop.
They just jumped onto Little Cop. They put so much into him. And immediately afterwards, you got a Lulu, you got an Ivan dropping all their abilities to redemptions.
Yeah.
He stays alive afterwards, and then XL5's like, oh, we don't have any ultimates or abilities left. And Outlaw's like, we've got everything else. And so they just jumping in. Immediately took control of the game after that, and it was all she wrote. So Ivan ban, completely agree with that there. Really, it's, you know, it stops them from building that team composition around Rain. And all of a sudden, Vayne doesn't really work too well.
And it has been the thing in the OCS teams that they've gone and banned the Ivan straight away when going up against Scam Diggity, because he has been a seasoned Ivan pro and he's been playing him so successfully. Now that XL5 have gotten a taste of that, they ban it away. As we look on the board, we can see that Syndra's away from Christmas trees. The Cassiopeia, I think, is a big problem as well, although didn't really do as much as I would have liked. I still think Chris on Cassiopeia is too comfortable to be letting it through.
I still think it is something that is ban-worthy against Chris, like you mentioned. I mean, he did manage to get a solo kill onto Chaz as well in that early game. So the idea is there is if perhaps there wasn't those mistakes made towards that mid to late game, would have probably been a lot more effective using Cassiopeia. So I'm more than happy for him to actually keep that, or for Outlaws to ban it away as a priority.
Would you ban the Victor away? Because Chaz was just a monster. Like, Chaz was setting up so much. And yes, you may want the Cassiopeia, but would banning Victor be worth it?
I wouldn't really say that, because the thing is, he's still got a lot of champions that facilitate the same role, but then do other things better. For example, Orianna, which seems to be a contested pick and ban, does things a lot better than Victor at the moment. The big thing that he has is just a lot of damage in a concentrated area, and he seems to be really good as just a default staple. That's why you see him sort of being picked up, you know, towards the end of pick phases, rather than being banned away, because he just is always open.
But XL5 will end the first ban phase with a Lee Sin after getting rid of Little Cop Shen. And looks like Lulu will be the first priority pick coming through as well. We have seen, you know, some interesting bans coming through the OPL Promotion Tournament so far, but none more interesting than, you know, something taking the Rengar away from Guts. Like, it's smart. You know, the Syndra away from Christmas trees, the Caitlyn away from Crazy. It's all targeted.
Yeah, exactly. Just really take away all these champions that they're good at, except Lulu, as we know, is one of those champions that is really high priority in terms of what they bring. That's why it seems to be this contested pick. Plus, on top of that, it helps facilitate Rain. Rain can then, you know, Rain is allowed to go for champions like Vayne, like the Draven, who all like the Kog'Maw, when you do just have that champion on the Rift available to you. So I think XL5 would have been more intelligent banning that one away, keeping that off the board, because Outlaws are definitely putting it as a priority.
Well, Guts does pick up the Graves and the Ezreal for Crazy. Okay, see if he works that one in there. Rain picking up the Lucian would be a nice touch. I think the Vayne was very situational last game. You know, pulling that up into the Caitlyn was a matchup and a half, but comes out successful in the end. The Lucian locked in for Outlaws. The Lucian Lulu? Lull?
Look, it's pretty good there. I mean, those guys are... It's an interesting matchup. It's just good. They're both strong champions in their own right, and they can actually work. So it's not something that you go for like some specific synergy. They're just both strong champions in their own right, which will work into a lane.
And the Orianna locked in for Chaz. Uh-oh. That's going to be dangerous. That's a champion you normally take away from Chaz. Like, no comment. You will see. You will see.
And it's good because that means it also leaves the Cassiopeia open, because one of the things you might have wanted to do is go, hey, you know what, let's take the castle away from Christmas trees, we'll put it onto Chaz instead, and then that opens up the Orianna for him as a counter pick afterwards. So basically he's saying, I'm going to take this skill matchup, I'm going to win. That's basically got Christmas tree saying, I can beat you, Chaz. He's ever done it before. So really, it's him sort of taking that control of that particular one, because the shockwaves are so much easier to execute on than the petrifying gazes.
So do you think, going into the Cassiopeia, do you think Oriana, you know that
Oriana
was coming.
does well. Oriana does.
Yeah.
Basically, it is a skill matchup between the two. Typically, you still have the same kill pressure around that level 3 to 4 mark that Cassiopeia always brings. And it's going to be up to Chaz to make sure that he keeps control of those poisons, make sure that he's in a good position the entire
Because you don't want to
laning
fight, you definitely don't want to fight level 3 Cassiopeia, do you?
Oh,
Like,
no,
ever.
you don't. Not really. Yeah, it's one of those cases where she just all into you. She just jumps in, she uses her flash, she'll use her ghost, and she will burn away all those Twin Fangs right into you immediately to get the kill.
Exactly right. Remember, that's a 0.5 second cooldown, and when it's poisoned, it is a scary thing. We come into the second ban phase, and XL5 get rid of the Rek'Sai and the Fiora. And on the side of Outlaws, they've gone with the Nautilus ban. Final ban coming through against 528. I mean, you don't want to let the Nautilus sink through, but potentially Camille.
This is the second time they have banned the Nautilus
the
away,
karma.
and we do know that's because he just sits into any team composition
Yeah.
fairly well. We've seen what he can do when the team fights do come around. Imagine having a Nautilus up against a Vayne. The Vayne would have definitely been shut down in that particular matchup as well. So that's why they banned it away this time. Probably that's why they banned it away again, to sort of give Rain a little bit more options and a bit more versatility when it does get towards that team fight phase.
Yeah, waiting for a support, and they might go with the Thresh once again. You know, the Blitzcrank hasn't come out just yet, but the Thresh locked in a second time around for T-Gun.
So again, look, it's high risk, it's high reward, and we know T-Gun, he has the ability to land those hooks, especially when he's on the Blitzcrank. He did fall short quite a bit in that early game.
Yeah.
So I would like him to actually go for something a bit more. I would have liked, like I said, I would have loved him to go for a Nami or to go for a Karma, something that can really match against the utility support that comes from Little Cop. Oh, not from Little Cop, that comes from getting a Lulu.
Yeah, but T-Gun's crazy. Nice, yeah.
You had to do that.
I'll leave
didn't
that
you?
one with you
You
guys.
just had to say it.
Little Cop going back onto the Poppy, which seems like it worked out. I honestly think that last game, Little Cop was a different kind of animal on the Poppy. Like, on the Maokai, yes, good. Back and forth. Shen, yes, good again. But on the Poppy, that was one of his highlight games. Like, that was a really good performance. And to go up against that Poppy once again, we're going to see the Gragas.
Yeah, you could put some montages together there. Him just barely surviving at the very end there, allowing his team to get control of the game. Him doing some great keeper verdicts to really knock everyone out. There's just so much that happened in that game. Really looking at Little Cop there. So really great play across the board. And a Gragas pick going into it again. So it seems to be pretty much a similar composition coming in here with a few changes across the board.
To take Cleanse into Cassiopeia. Was seen last game when Chaz picked up the Victor. I mean, picking up the Ghost, yes, very ambitious. You're mobile, but going into the Cassiopeia, you probably won't be in range.
I'm just thinking of the matchup through here now. Now I understand why you'd probably not take the Cleanse as a Oriana, because you got a bit more defenses, whereas in regards to being the Victor, you don't really have a defensive capability. With Oriana, you can, if you get the gaze on, you can immediately put the ball back onto yourself. That gives you the shield, gives you a bit more resistance, and then allows you to speed up and run away, especially when the Cassiopeia tries to run at your face at that point in time. So it makes sense for him to actually go a bit more differently with those defensive summoners, get a bit more mobility around the map, and basically say, I want to outplay you, not be reactive.
And the truth of the matter is, I mean, mid laners have started picking up QSS. Not building it into anything. Obviously, you can't get a Mercurial Scimitar. Like, Aries even, who do have escapes, who do need the cleanse. So wouldn't be too surprised if in this game, we do see Chaz pick up the QSS on the Oriana.
Yeah, and typically it is just something that, as a reaction, say, you know what, they've got a lot of CC. I need something to keep myself alive. Otherwise, if I do get locked down, especially against a gaze, against any sort of form of CC, especially in competitive, people are just so good at layering it afterwards. You need to sort of pop it immediately and get out. Otherwise, you will pretty much be dead and mashing your keys the entire time and nothing will happen.
Now, team composition-wise, do you think it's worth sacrificing that Poppy, which was so influential, I dare say, because of the rest of the team, for the Gragas? I mean, like, the Gragas did work and disengaged, but when it came down to it and when 5-8 was behind, he kind of turned into nothing.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that. With the Gragas, typically he sort of facilitates the same role as a Nautilus in that early laning phase where he has really good push potential. The fact of the matter is he used a body slam first early, which means that he doesn't really get the push in lane that he normally has, where he's typically just dropping his barrels on the ground, getting that push up, getting an advantage based off that. So that really was something that allowed Poppy to have a little bit more free reign in that early laning phase, and that could have played a role actually going in towards the late game, because all of a sudden now Poppy gets the easy level 2. All of a sudden he is able to use his steadfast afterwards instead of the shock. So basically at that point, you're able just to knock around and stop any dashes the Gragas wants to do going into that.
Yeah, a little cop up in that top lane was very influential, and you talked about free Rain. Well, speaking of that, down in the bottom lane, Rain and Willaris. Not going to be playing that Vayne anymore. It's going to be different. We're going to see the Lulu first pick. And we have looked at the Lulu as a really contested first pick, but just seems for XL5 that, yes, they are red side, but, the Lulu's just not a priority for them. They don't ban it away, nor will they look at it as a pick because Outlaws snag it up, and they really think Willaris on the Lulu, who's been playing it for 4 seasons straight, is a much better pick.
I mean, if you look at it as well, the first game that XL5 won convincingly, well, what support did they have? They had a Lulu. So it is something that, seems to be a trend coming in these games.
100% Lulu win rate.
Yeah, I mean, like Lulu just seems to be performing really well in this particular tournament. And considering how well it did last game, the fact that it unlocks Rain to the point where you can just sit back and carry games, well, it really is something they should have been either putting priority on or taking away.
Well, as we jump into game number 3, remember the loser of this, we cannot tell you enough, is going down to the OCS because it's so important right here, right now. And the loser, of course, both these teams have worked hard to get to this point, and it's no shame going back into the OCS. And at least going into the promotion tournament is a really good experience for these guys. Teams like Noxide and Sin Academy missed out, and it's unfortunate for them that they don't get the experience. But teams like Outlaws and Regicide, well, now Regicide OPL, we can't talk about them as an OCS team. But even teams like, Tatum Mines, XL5, and Outlaws, they still get the experience of this tournament, and it's really good to go up against opponents that you don't normally verse and get a feel for their play styles and their team compositions. Right here, right now, Outlaws are, a really unique team in that they do play from the disadvantage. We've said before, it's not nice to fall into a deficit, but they can definitely play from behind.
What I like about Outlaws specifically is the idea that they're able to play to their own strength. They're a team that can do that. Yeah. And it's funny because when you look at XL5, when they were going up against Direwolves in the OPL, they were actually giving them a pretty hard time in those games when they all of a sudden decided to drop the meta and just play their own style and sort of go towards that point in the game. So that's what I really like about Outlaws. They can definitely keep it going. This is a more meta, I guess, team composition they have put together. I mean, Lulu Lucian does have its merits, can work. I do like it, but I would have preferred it if they did decide to go for something like, a Lulu Kog'Maw, actually have some synergy in it, because you've got an Orianna, you've got a Poppy, you've got a decent amount of protection there. You could have gone for a heavy sort of risk-reward ADC in this particular team composition.
And here we go. Game number 3. Well and truly onto Summoner's Rift. What will be the team going back into the OCS? What will be the team joining Tainted Minds in the lower bracket finals? You won't have to wait a year. You won't even have to wait an hour. Even though the longest, EU LCS game of this split went for 78 minutes, I doubt this one will.
Will we be seeing 3 Zizarot portals? People will just purchase them, dropping
6
them,
Barons.
and buying them immediately afterwards.
Can you do that?
Yeah, you can buy a Zizarot portal, drop it, and then sell it, and then buy another item.
What's the resale value?
Oh, yeah, you're putting me on the spot now with that
50,
one. But
it'd be 50% or something.
Yeah, but when you're at like a 78-minute game at that moment in
10K.
time, gold really is no is no longer an object. You can just go.
So can you have as many as you want up at one time?
No, I'm pretty sure it's a unique use, so you can't have like 10 going at once because you just keep buying and reusing them.
Right.
Also, I don't think you'd actually have enough gold to deal with it, but it is something that you can do. 5 to 8 being a little bit too cheeky there, trying to stop.
That's legitimately your Easter egg for everyone at home, considering it is Easter Friday. I am so full of memes and dreams today, like honestly. 5 to 8 comes into the blue buff. He just walks out, however, and walks back top lane. You see that T-Gun and Crazy going to be pushing the wave once again. Crazy wearing his favorite Ezreal skin. Down this bottom lane, the Lulu Lucian expected to lose out a little bit early.
Is that Debonair or no?
That is a chroma for Debonair.
Ah, okay, that's why I'm not too sure. It looks a bit interesting. I'm trying to think if there's another one for him that I might have missed.
Well, it ain't Pulsefire Ezreal, I can tell you that. Christmas Tree's actually at half health quite early. I'm going to be using a potion. It is it's a chroma Ezreal skin. Confirmed. We've got it. All right. Flash already used by Willaris, however. Just pick that one up. That is early.
Really?
That is interesting. I'm guessing T-Gun went for a hook.
Yep. Must have had to flash
either
it.
got it or probably almost got it.
I imagine he would have used it if he was actually hit by it, and it looked like he was in big risk there. We do have Guts actually making his way down the bottom of that map, so it makes sense for him to sort of panic and go, oh, Guts might be here. I need to actually just get out of this immediately, otherwise I risk dying, even though he wasn't there. So I guess it's the better safe than sorry situation.
Yeah, but he does spot him out, so Scam Diggity walks into the jungle, wastes a bit of time with that volatile Spiderling. Chaz doing just fine in this mid lane, however, Christmas Trees is someone you got to watch out for. Here comes Guts.
Here they go again.
All right, he jumps in, quick dash, good flay coming through the heels there. Wallaris doesn't have flash. He has Ignite, but that's not going to save him. First blood to Crazy.
And that was just, it just made it look so easy when he did that. Just finished his clear, said, no worries, I'm going to use this Blast Cone to get over the wall. Outlaws hadn't had the ward placed. They know the flash was down for Wallaris, and it was just nice and easy for them to get that kill off the back of it. Great start for XL5, getting the kill onto Crazy as well. And he's also up in the CS, so he's going to come back from that next buy very strong.
Christmas Trees takes a lot of damage, uses a miasma, but there's no trading ability. With Christmas Trees down at that low health, has to use his last potion, I'm guessing. We'll just pop that now. Chaz looking a lot more comfortable than you'd expect in the Orianna versus Cassiopeia lane. You didn't say it would be that hard for Chaz.
No, it'd be fine for Chaz.
But I mean, it's still, there's still a lot of dueling potential from Christmas Trees, but for him to sort of lose out and get damaged that much early is a bit of a surprise.
No, it is more of a skill matchup between the two of them. I mean, the thing is that the all-in potential is there for Christmas Trees. It's just a matter of him finding and making that opportunity. So if he can't make it, this is going to be absolutely fine for Chaz. And as we know, with the ball, it's got great zoning potential. It makes it hard for a Cassiopeia to make the all-in, but T-Gun makes it a bit easier.
Miasma's there. The flash is available. Chaz walks away from it after using the Ghost. He's not going to re-engage. His Dark Passage just used sneakily. Christmas Tree's at 1/3 of his health, so T-Gun does help push out the wave. Christmas Trees will back off.
Yeah, so it's good that they managed to blow the summoner there for Chaz, but he's really healthy at the moment. Christmas Trees is probably going to be the one that's going to be forced out of lane. There he goes. He's already backed and picked up the tier. So I think that was really just sort of him, T-Gun coming in saying, you know what, I'll give you a little bit of breathing room here, Christmas Trees, because Chaz is actually giving you a bit of a run for your money.
And so it begins. XL5. Great first blood. Now, how does that impact the map? Because right now, Guts has an assist. He's got 2 long swords. You see that Scam Diggity's rushed for the Tracker's Knife. But that is a sneaky Graves down in the bottom side of the map. Arcane shift forward. Great play. Wallaris has to flash again. End of the lines there after a quick draw. They'll take the flash.
Yeah, and that was just very easy from him going through again. That means they can come back again for another return.
Responsive in the top side of the map. 5-8 just walks out of the cocoon.
And 5-8 is just, more than happy to sit back and say, yep, I've got my body slam. I'm just going to sidestep the cocoon. Everything is good across the board there. So another one gank there for XL5. Guts doing a really good job early this game.
Christmas Tree's denying the Raptors. I mean, it's the little things in life, like we said. Great death sentence coming through. Wallaris caught out when he doesn't have his flash for the second time this game.
And XL5's bot lane are looking so good going into this now.
I see ya.
That was an interesting ability there. I wonder if he thought the idea was he could actually force the flash out by using the explosive cast there.
Guts, I think he was already spotted. Good shockwave. Petrifying Gaze the response. Now they're looking to duel. Cocoon misses. After Scam flashes, he repels. T-Gun's here. Crazy's joined as well. XL5 start this game off so darn strong.
And that's what normally happens when control just seems to be shifting completely in one favor. The bot side of the map has full control there. They've pushed the lane in. That allows Outlaws in the mid lane to get towards those invades. It looks like it's actually good for Outlaws, but because there's just so much control, everyone's able to collapse, and that ends up being another great kill going across to XL5.
The way things are going here, Outlaws going to make sure that, I mean, they've got to strike harder. It's a 2K gold lead already for XL5. 7 minutes into the game, it's just too strong of a start from this ex-OPL roster. Or it could be soon to be new OPL roster, maybe. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen here? Here's the all-in damage we were talking about that Christmas Trees has.
Flash from Chaz, however, will get poisoned. Christmas Trees takes a turret shot, but now he can push up the wave. Chaz will get the blue buff. I think he'll have to go back.
But this is good that he's forced the flash out, because all of a sudden he can say, you know what, Guts, I forced the flash, I'm going to back up, come here when I come to lane, and we're going to repeat this again.
Actually came back mid lane though, so he's not going to miss too much CS, but using that flash, Ghost now only available. Christmas Trees will have both Summoners and Petrifying Gaze when he comes back to this lane. He's got the tier, he's going to back off, and potentially, yep, goes for the Negatron Cloak.
That suggests it's going to be Abyssal Scepter coming
first
through.
Item, yeah.
I do like the Abyssal pickup. You're going up against an AP jungler, you're going up against an AP mid. Might as well just double down on the fact that, you know, getting some defenses early will mean you'll be able to duel both of them potentially at some point, which it has happened. I've seen crazier things happen with a Cassiopeia who manages to really time all their abilities well.
So Guts keeps coming down to this bottom side jungle. I mean, the try, I don't think it's warded down in this bottom side of the rift. Guts is here still in this brush. Outlaws don't know this is going to happen.
Look at how careful they have to play. They're just so scared at the moment about where Guts could possibly be. They know Tier Gun's in that brush there, just being an absolute menace. And they're just forcing him out. That's 20 CS, almost 10 CS behind for Rain there. I mean, that lead can continue growing. And as you can see, there's going to be an early Blade of the Ruin King also coming through as well. Scam's here, though.
He's done it. Okay, here's a response game. Good Dark Passage. A flash comes through. Two-shot barrage culling. Repel into the air. Teleports now pop. The fight could start. They cancel one. They cancel two. Just diffused like a bomb. 1 second was remaining.
Oh, very tense moment there for both teams there. And I love how everything just happens in unison. The junglers are there, the TPs come through, and it just immediately everything just stops.
It's like it's competitive play, Mendrix. It's like it's not solo queue.
I just love it whenever I see two top laners teleport at the same time, and then they both cancel at the same time. It's like almost like teleport chick. It's like, are you going to finish? Are you going to complete? What's going to happen?
Not this time.
Not this time. Both of them cancel, and XL5 still in the lead.
Get down in this bottom lane. The farm is still growing with Crazy. Rain now only just pushing up, that all junglers have expended everything, and that Scam Dignity's still sitting there off the wing. Tigon trying to find a flay, but we'll get Glitter Lance. Scam Dignity's still here. He's going to step over a ward. He's spotted out. He backs away. Guts is slowly walking back down to this bottom side.
And Guts at the moment, he's just using this time that he's managed to pick up to get more camps, to get a little bit further ahead. As you can see, he's already level 7. The Scam's level 6. So this is going to be a growing problem if Scam keeps trying to find ganks that aren't successful, and Guts just continues to jump in and start taking either his jungle or just get extra camps in terms of him just out-farming him. So really is going to be a tough moment for Outlaws, because this XL5, they really are going to be scaling well into this game unless something is done soon.
And this XL5 has what it takes to potentially go back into the OPL. Remember, they win this game, they verse Tainted Minds. And at least one more team will get back into the OPL. It means that there's not going to be another new team as a possibility. And Outlaws will have to go back to the OCS.
If you look at that, that's probably one of the best drakes to get in the laning phase situation. That's not really cracked open. It is going to be an Ocean Drake, so all of a sudden now, any trades that you put into them will pretty much just be removed immediately. As you can see, 5 to 8. He was actually being bullied around a little bit by a little copper there. And in the end, it's not going to matter now that he's picked up the Ocean Drake. He's going to sit back and just sort of clear the wave, jump to the side of a brush, jump to the side of a lane, and let the Ocean Drake do its job.
Okay, Crazy takes a bit of damage. Rain not going to overcommit. After a piercing light, you can see that he has what it takes to sort of bully out this Ezreal. But X5 now getting pushed against their turret. Bit of chip damage. Jungle is now not down this side of the map, where Laris almost getting hooked, but walks away with the Whimsy. A lot slower pace of game. XL5 still have those 3 kills, but they're trying to get more. 5 to 8 has to flash. He's been caught out. Little Cop will not overcommit either, but they use a summoner on the Gragas.
Yep, that's right then. And immediately Gus tries moving into the jungle. Oh, here we go. That's a good shockwave.
Shockwave, the turret shot, one more hit.
Oh, he's got him!
It's a frisbee of all sorts, but the ghost and the kill for Chaz.
Chaz does a really good job there. Even he has also got that all-in potential as well. And really, Christmas Tree just wasn't expecting such an out-of-the-blue shockwave. And for some reason, he decided to sit there, took another attack command dissonance, and Chaz gets the solo kill. That's big.
Wild Growth used down bottom. True Shot Barrage is flashed away from. He'll still available for Rain if they overcommit. XL5 know that this bottom lane is low and they want the kill. Culling's going to be taken up. An Ignite. A Glitter lands. Is Dark Passage going to save him? Not this time. Rain turns the fight. Crazy's in trouble. The flash, the Glitter lands, the polymorph. But Crazy won't go down. Outlaws still pick up one. And it's the Thresh support.
XL5 definitely had the advantage in that fight there. But when you take a pretty much 3/4 of a culling to the face there. It's definitely easy for you to make that turnaround. And T-Gun, he just took too much damage there, continued the chase too far, and all of a sudden, a great turn coming through for Outlaws.
Outlaws are now back in control of this map. It's not 2K, it's just minimalized to a 1.5K gold lead by XL5. And that kill is very much needed on that bottom lane duo. And Rain helped carry the game last time. He only has an assist, but he goes back, he gets Blade of the Ruin King. Potentially before Crazy, but I'm expecting the next back for this Ezreal to be Bork, to potentially be those boots as well.
Yeah, he's actually going to have a much stronger back as well, because he is up in terms of the kills, he's up in terms of the CS as well, so he's really going to be coming back a lot stronger than this Lucian. So even though that kill did end up going on through, it went to Alaris, it didn't go to Rain. All he got was the assist, so not the biggest deal for XL5, not the biggest deal for Outlaws either. So really can't wait to see what ends up happening when this Ezreal comes back to lane. There you can see. Yep. Immediately the Blade of the Ruin King purchase. He's going to be one strong ADC.
And he gets a cloth armor, which is going to tell me that he's going for the Ninja Tabo, one of the strongest boots in the game right now. Expected to be on both these 80 carries, actually. There is a bit of AP damage, of course, but you can't go past the Graves and the Ezreal. Turret's going to get pushed in down bottom lane. Gold lead is still that 1.5k margin, but Outlaws are still holding on. T-Gun, look at this. Where's the follow-up? There's no one there. He's just looking for the rep.
He's just sitting there going, I hope no one finds me here. I like being here in the Dragon Pit. I'm safe in this situation. Here they go. Crystal Trees has come down.
Yeah, but the Glitterland slows him down, and after a dark passage that leads to nowhere, Crystal Trees will walk back up. No boots on this Cassiopeia. Someone report.
Why would you say that? there are new players here going through saying, yeah, you're right.
Like, there's no boots on Cassiopeia. Like, oh, well. I remember the days. I remember when you could put boots on that tail.
Yeah, back when you did. Back when you can put multiple boots on Elise as well.
Could you?
No.
You used to be able to get multiple boots, hey?
You can buy multiple boots, but I wouldn't recommend it.
My understanding when I started the game, my understanding was that you need 2 pair of boots. Why would you have one? It says, like, I understand it says boots of speed. There's only a picture of one. Christmas trees. Ah, it was the boots that did it. They're going to get another kill, but Outlaws continuing to even up this gold gap, now down to 1,000. Chaz is getting ahead 2 kills.
And this is just really intelligent play by Outlaws here. They're just able to find the kills around the map. It's going on to a very important person. Chaz is the person who's getting the kills here as well. So that's going to be a big issue going into the mid to late game, because you really do have to watch out for those shockwaves in Orianna.
Mid lane farm advantage. Top lane, however, and bottom disadvantage. Even in the jungle. Now they've found a hook onto Rain. Will they go into the flash? Cocoon. And a flash burnt by T-Gun as well. Flash jungler for flash support. Outlaws have bottom lane priority, but they don't choose to push it in because they know that Guts is nearby.
As you can see, as time goes on, that extra CS is starting to build up for Guts as well. So even though Scamdidi's been a little bit more active in these lanes, having a bit more jungle proximity to his laners, it's absolutely fine. But here comes the jump onto Crazy.
Culling's there, but the minion wave has interrupted him. Crazy will take half his health. T-Gun's there. Good dark passage. He brings in the Graves. Wild growth. Rain may be out, but he's exhausted. Death Sentence misses, but collateral damage. They've traded it with the help of Scamdiggity. Crazy's ignited. Repel into the air. They don't get Willaris. A turret shot. Too many. As Scamdiggity gets a double kill and a shutdown.
So that is a good trade there, going for the Outlaws, because they do also expend the... Actually for XL5, because Little Cop expends his teleport there. 5 to 8 holds on to his, and with the Dragon up here now, that's going to be a bit of an issue. That means that they have potential to make a play down here as well, and really could be a 4-man teleport towards the bot lane if that's something they want to go for, because Little Cop just won't have a response for the next 5 minutes or so.
But Scam, good response. Otherwise,
actually,
XL5 there would have had cleaned.
I think Little Cop actually cancelled that, because that is a very quick cooldown on that.
All right,
so I think that was a cancelled teleport. It wasn't stopped, but still there's some opportunity for this Dragon to go straight towards XL5.
Yeah, XL5 only 1k gold lead, which is slowly being shortened by Outlaws. It's like a stranglehold right now. Dragon's going to go down. It is a Mountain Drake going over to XL5. First one was Ocean. There's a lot of wisdom in this lineup right now. XL5 have an advantage, whether they push it or whether Outlaws can get another opportunity on this map. Rain is slowly being shut down, but he's getting assists. Gets that Black Cleaver, that 2-item Lucian is going to start doing work. He can already 1v1 Crazy, but Crazy's just gone back and got a mana mute.
Yeah, I mean, looking towards this late game, as you were mentioning, I mean, both these teams do have decent scaling comps here, so really it is going to be a battle of just of the chess masters, really, when it gets towards this late game. Whoever really does pull the trigger first is what I was looking for there. If they whoever pulls the trigger first with a good engage should win, because it really is one of those situations where fortune favors the bold.
The bold right now is still XL5. Down in the bottom lane walks Christmas Trees. Rain, you should know this is coming. Ghost is pop. Where's the communication? We saw the pings coming through. A half flash has to come through. Great petrifying gaze. Wallarek's going to go down with the help of a death sentence. And the culling cannot stop the snake.
I do like how they decided to bring down Christmas Trees. He wasn't having the best luck up against that Orianna. As you can see, he's fallen behind in CS quite a fair bit. But now all of a sudden, they've got a great flank going in towards this mid lane. Outlaws are in trouble.
Okay, do they commit? Do they get the turret? Do they try and kite it back up? Where's the escape path? Oh, no escape path. We're going to go in. Rain's being caught out. The ultimate is available. Turret there to help, but Guts is just doing too much work. XL5 find the kill. Death sentence is there. A little bit short of the Elise. And Outlaws have to book it. They have to book it.
Crazy's going to get this tower. It looks like they're just going to back away, use the inside track to actually get more damage onto this mid lane, and all of a sudden, XL5 now really have a good hold on this game.
Great rotation. Outlaws potentially being too ambitious, trying to rush that mid lane turret. It will open up the map. But however, what else does it do? Guts against the wall. Good Keeper's Verdict, keeping away from the Dark Passage, but a lot used in the end. The Cassiopeia ult now available. Shockwave flashed away. That's right, 5-8. Well played.
In the end, though, I'd still say XL5 coming out in front. A few more summoners had to be used than what they would like. Outlaws trying to make the best of a bad situation. And really now XL5 can back, probably group up. They didn't get as much chips damage as I would have liked on that mid lane, because Outlaws did sort of say, you know what, we've got to stop this from happening. But in the end, they're getting the flash out of Gragas, forcing it, basically saying to XL5, we're not out of this game yet, is actually a very good victory for Outlaws there.
Outlaws, I mean, still holding on. It's 5-7 in the kill score, and the 1k gold lead still stands for XL5, but it's not growing. It's continuously being Outlaws trying to make a, proactive play, and XL5 just reacts to it better. Christmas Trees on the Cassiopeia is a very deadly threat, but even more so, Crazy on Ezreal is starting to scale up. Blade of the Ruined King, Manamune has the Sheen now, and it looks like the third item will in fact be that Trinity Force. Going against the Lucian, who hasn't got his second item yet.
You know what's interesting with Crazy? He got the armor, got the cloth armor.
Yeah.
He sold it.
Why?
And then bought the Sheen. I think he decided, you know what, like I'm just going to sell this to get more damage. Even though I think he might either he was going to build into the Tabi as you thought, or he was actually thinking Iceborne. And just decided, you know what, I'm just going to get my damage items quicker and sell the cloth armor.
Maybe not even going to go for Iceborne.
Not efficient, but I guess, works out to a degree.
I mean, Tabi's good against the Lucian, but why would you build anything else just against the Lucian? Like, there's no one else in that team that has...
Because I'm looking at it, really, even then with Lucian, he's a caster AD, so he's still doing a lot of damage with a lot of mixed damage, a lot of other damage across the board. So he's got a lot of sort of quick burst damage, but it's not as sustained. So Ninja Tabi doesn't get the best benefit from Lucian because he does more damage. Yeah, it's hard to say whether Ninja Tabi would be best or the best itemization. I wouldn't go for it in this team composition if I was Ezreal. So I would have said probably the thought was I'm going to build into an Iceborne Gauntlet. But seeing as he's doing so well, Pro decided, no, I'm going to go for the Triforce and see if I can actually carry my team.
Little Cop still forced against this turret down in the bottom lane, taking the Relentless Pursuit of Gragas. Now that we do bring up the mention of Relentless Pursuit, Rain uses the Bork, wants to go in, teleports there, cancelled by Little Cop. Another cancelled TP, Mendrix.
That's another one there as well. 5-8's TP is going to be popping up soon as well. And we saw what happened last time when 5-8 managed to get himself a really good teleport flank. They were able to get the kill, had basically full control in the bot lane, so they got a turret off the back of it. And now all of a sudden, his teleport's going to be back up again, and Little Cops is going to be down. So XL5 have another play in their books coming up in the next 30 seconds or so.
Rabbit on second item for Chaz. Nice.
And again, it's really that mentality of, well, I'm doing well.
So
let's really just double down
build
on that.
like I'm doing well, right?
Yeah, I'm going to build like I'm doing well. Let's double down on that. 5-8 starting to bully out this Poppy quite a fair bit.
Goes back in for the body slam, explosive cast. The Q doesn't pop just yet. 5-8 takes like 5 turret shots. 5 to 8 of them at least, yeah. Up in top lane, XL5 will get the turret trade, however. And like we said, that 1k gold lead hasn't expanded, except for now. Back to that 2k margin, 23 minutes in. XL5 still have their hands around Outlaws next, but it's just getting the, getting the approach to actually squeeze. Oh, no, sorry, it's PG-13.
I mean, you say that, but I guess you could say Outlaws have got their arms on XL5's wrists at the moment.
Yeah, that's better. Let's do that. That's PG-13. I think mine was...
Right now, it's just like the struggle's like, they're just holding it against each other.
Mine was like the new Alien movie. That's what that felt like.
The new Alien movie?
Yeah, like, isn't that like MA?
Probably. I imagine it would be.
R18+.
All those Alien movies are always a little bit over the top, so it makes sense for the rating to be there.
I didn't actually know that Kha'Zix and Rengar were a reference to that.
Didn't you?
No. I found that out like a month ago. I didn't think about it.
What is it? Kha'Zix is the alien and Rengar's the predator.
Yeah.
I mean, did you not see the dreadlocks in Rengar's hair? How it?
See, I noticed that, but I just thought he was cool.
And then, like, even the fact that he's a knife cat, his knives and his blades are references.
Yeah,
to it.
but like I thought his best friend braided his head. I don't know, like
who would be Rengar's best friend?
Urgot.
Okay, fair enough.
I just love Urgot. Okay, flashy play coming through. Big team fight. Scam Diggity has to take a wild growth. Flame misses there. True Shot Barrage repelled on. They have to back away. XL5 miss their ultimate, and I'm talking about Christmas trees there. Diffuse before it even starts. That turret is going to go down, however.
I think this is actually okay for X5, for them to sort of really push someone out of the lane. Means they will get this turret eventually. There we go.
All right. So more gold going to XL5. 3k gold lead now. Outlaws, you can see, are struggling to defend. The culling used as wave clear. Now that the Black Cleaver's picked up, very important. But another fight's going to start here. 5-8. Does use the Dark Passage. Outlaws trying to re-engage. XL5 won't let them just for now. Baron Vision going to be secured. We're 25 minutes in. Christmas Trees is in this bottom side of the map. The Outlaws get anything?
I don't think they can at the moment because they aren't really in position, especially the threat is really always going to be there on red side for them to just sort of pop over the wall, get this steal off the back of it. So for them just to go for a Baron right off the back there is a very risky move, even with Christmas Trees down in the bot lane there just doing his due diligence and clearing out the waves.
Rain going to absorb the farm. But it is actually a really quiet game in comparison. I mean, bigger team fights that don't really ensure anything. And you can see that the nerves are getting to both of these teams. Because right now, not overcommitting, but playing it very safe is the name of the game. Remember, the loss here is everything. Because you're out of the promotion tournament, you lose your chance of going back into the OPL if you're XL5 or going into your first split of the OPL. And to verse State of Minds, so...
And then, to be honest, it is a very hard track back going through the OCS, especially with all the new talent coming through.
That's right.
There's a lot of players out there who definitely can show their worth, and even with one of these guys or one of these teams going in being the big fish in a small pond, you never know what new talent's going to crop up.
New talent like Outlaws that can hold a candle to one of the OPL teams. And granted, maybe number 8, but it's still an OPL team. XL5, they're leaving 5-8 in this bottom lane. A guy who's 0-0-1 and has almost his 3rd item, which I'm expecting to be a Randuin's or maybe go for that Sunfire catch.
Oh, this is the best part in the game between these guys.
Yeah,
when they just
the best part. Yeah,
you just go, oh yep, I use my grasp, you use your grasp, and we just continue doing this over and over again. Ideally, Gragas would eventually win out because he's got the Ocean Drake. That's the only reason why he does. But really, I don't think it's going to be worth it because at one point, Little Cop will just go, I'm just going to back.
I think Little Cop's got Ocean as well. I think there's an Ocean on Outlaws. All right, we may have found a pick. Chaz could be caught out here. Good wild growth. Do they re-engage? No, not just yet. The Shockwave's there, but he dies before it can come into fruition. XL5 still have the engage. Good flash from Willaris, but he's caught out. He's not going to be able to do anything else. Meowsman's there. Oh my god, that's the dueling potential of Twin Fang.
All right, now, so XL5 can either go straight down into that mid lane, push that out very hard, or go for the Baron. Looks like they have opted for the Baron. So
let's hope this doesn't happen again.
This is going to be, I mean, they've got good control. Ooh, this is going to be a big... Oh, no.
Oh, get the Gragas out. Now it's a 4v3. Outlaws just trying to kite it back, do a lot of damage. Guts is low. If they can outplay this, yes, there's an opportunity. 5-8's back in the pit. But they deter them from the Baron. I mean, that's good for Outlaws, right?
That is a win for Outlaws in that situation to stop the Baron from going through. Don't start the Baron, please. Okay, good. That's it. He's just clearing out the wards, making sure they can't just walk back in and sneak another Baron like they did in game in game 2. And XL5 there show that they do have the ability or the better pick potential available there. Oh, they're going in for another fight.
This is the Cocoon. 5-8 jumps in. Rain may be caught. T-Gun's here with the Death Sentence Flays. Where's it going to come through? Okie dokie. God, he's fat.
Oh, I love the mechanics of the blast cone as he goes in. He's just running in with the body slam, instantly blast back straight away. But they managed to get the kill anyway. And XL5 can continue to siege. I mean, taking out Rain is a big deal. There's a lot of damage that has been lost for Outlaws, so they really can't take any fights until he's back on the Rift.
It's kind of like game 2 where we're going, what's going on? Because Outlaws just keep getting caught out. Like in the mid lane, Chaz before, Rain and Rain, I believe it was Little Cop or Chaz again, just push up a little bit too far. And XL5, like we said, they're an OPL team that's come through and they know how to capitalize on it. It's basic mechanics for them that, yes, you're too far out. And it's basic mechanics for a lot of teams. You're going to be exploited. That's your weakness.
Absolutely. And I think the idea is I thought they could actually clear up that wave a little bit to get a bit more pressure in and slow down XL5 from setting anything up to end up paying the price for it. And in terms of Rain being sacrificed to the Fountain Gods there. And
to Valhalla.
To Valhalla. Now, really just disappointing time is where, again, you know, Outlaws should just group up. I don't think it's smart for them to really go around. Whenever there's a Thresh on the map, you always have to worry about those hooks going through. Whereas, in terms of, on the other side of it, you have to worry about the Cocoons
and the Shockwave. I mean, Shockwave is a game changer.
So Shockwave, it's two different things to it. So Shockwave is like zoning control and a game changer, whereas the hook and the Cocoon are more like just catch pick potential things. And here we go, T-Gun's in trouble. Here's what we're talking about.
The pick potential. T-Gun has been caught out. Culling's there. Over the wall is crazy. Repel.
Oh,
great explosive cast. The Shockwave was there, but unable to find anything. XL5 are dominating the fight. Unfortunately, contrary to what I say, Chaz doesn't get a Shockwave, but 4 members. And XL5, this is their Baron.
That explosive cast was huge. Yeah, it was absolutely huge. Good. That was very good synchronization there. And that was very good synchronization by XL5 as well. They thought they had found T-Gun. To be honest, they did find T-Gun. They did manage to get the kill, but trading 1 for 4, and the Baron is big here. So really, T-Gun basically sets them up here. Everyone on Outlaws group up, and here comes the explosive cast in a second, and all of a sudden, bam, everyone is just able to lay out all their abilities onto it, the collateral damage, follow on through with the Arcane Barrage, and that was just a really big damage coming out from Christmas trees as well, just sitting there in the backline, just blowing them away. And now, at this point in time, XL5, they've got the Baron, they've got the kills, they've got a really good goal lead.
This could be it.
This could be it for XL5, making their way back and continuing their run for the OPL promotion.
However, Mendrix, there was this much of a gold lead before.
It's a bit more now. About 2K now. 2K more.
But the thing is, you can see the gold on the screen. Individual gold is huge.
There's a lot on crazy there.
Huge. But XL5 have been capitalized on by Outlaws. They can still get a pick. They can still try and pull this back. It is going to slowly grow to maybe a 10k gold advantage, which is almost the point of no return. XL5, they're going to finish the game first to stay safe from the OCS.
That's right, and now XL5 are just sort of grouping up as one unit now. They know that they're that much stronger. Do like how they've just decided, you know what, we're not going to risk anything too crazy, but with a 1-4. I would like for them to sort of, get a bit more control in this jungle before they really do make any moves there. As you can see, Outlaws still have some reference of control of wards going around. This is a very cheeky botch.
Oh, they got him. No, they found the Death Sentence body, but Willaris is dead. Crazy gets the kill. Now XL5 had this mid lane push.
Yeah, they got full control. As Outlaws need to back away from it. The fact that they don't have Willaris' wild growth or any of his summoners to help out.
Oh, big shockwave. Okay, that's a big moment. Christmas Tree gets caught out against the wall, uses the shield from the Mirror Manor. 2 members out. but Guts still gets the kill. Oh, that's why the tier is so OP on Cassiopeia.
Imagine if Willaris was still alive then, with that shockwave.
If Willaris was
Just imagine that for a second. Because you've got Little Cop jumping into that. There's a wild growth in the middle of that team after that initial shockwave. That could have been a completely different team fight.
All right, XL5 open the base. They now go bottom. Dark Passage, very nice. Willaris again! No! Has to use the wild growth on himself. Collateral damage is there. Scam's being caught out as well. XL5 are cleaning up the game, and Outlaws have no response but to cower and hide. Because XL5 right here, right now, they can get this inhib. They can just back off. Or they can potentially end. I think they might just back off.
They can back away that.
Shockwave.
The shockwave doesn't hit that time. And really, I mean, you have to look at T-Gun in this. I mean, everything that's really been generated at this point in time has been from T-Gun.
Yeah.
The initial Baron fight that led to, or the initial fight near Baron,
he has
where they got it.
100% kill participation. He has 100%.
He's in there.
What Thresh can you say has 100% before Locket?
I guess you pretty much no one else there. I mean, you have to look at him, like I said. This guy, he created the team fight beforehand that lets them get in the Baron. Then afterwards, he ends up getting the catch onto Willaris there, putting that ward down, then also following up with a hook. That basically allowed them to win the team fight, break the base of Outlaws, the base. And then immediately afterwards, he lands another hook onto Willaris, and that allows them to completely break the bottom half for Outlaws. And really, XL5, if they can't win from here, I don't know how they can.
12k gold lead. 35 minutes into this game. Baron is soon to expire. Teleport's going to come through. XL5 just looking to secure this last outer turret before getting into the base. Looking for the engagement. 5 to 8 is denied by a good dissonance. Another turret goes down. Another structure. Another day. Outlaws just going to continue to struggle to defend and hopefully get something.
And really now it's just sit back. Don't even try to force a fight. Here, just wait for the lane pressure of the minions to come through. And that bot side, on the mid side, as soon as the build-up of super minions are well and truly in the base, you just jump on that turret and you take it.
XL5 continue to sit around this top lane turret. T-Gun's there just in case.
Just a waiting game now.
All right, their sentence there. They get Little Cop. Does he jump in? No, he doesn't.
No, you would not jump in on that one.
Well, you know, ambitious. That's the name of the game right here, right now.
There are 2 members you jump on. You get Chaz, you get Rain. That's the ones you jump in on.
Or Scam. I mean, Scam is a little bit squishy. Dead man's plate, but that's it.
I still feel that there's even if only Chaz really, because if you can stop the shockwave, you pretty much win the team fight.
Minions barreling into the base. You've got Rain defending. I mean, that's your last resort. And XL5 can continue to sit up top, like Metric said. Yeah, they might go in here. Little Cop against the wall, puts 5 to 8. One more fight, and XL5 could take their first series win of the OPL. XL5, 1 inhibitor remaining. They're going to use Redemption. They put Guts against the wall. Little Cop walks away. 5 to 8 still there. Explosive cast. Chance has been caught. Here's a true shot barrage, but they don't get the inhibitor yet. Petrifying gaze from Christmas trees is huge. Shockwave doesn't come out. XL5 are cleaning things up. They're the maid of honor even. And Willaris will run for his life before XL5 pick up their first series win of the OPL.
And again, you just have to look at T-Gun in that situation. He was just so good to actually stop, put the zoning in. It was so hard for them to even do anything after that initial break.
Yeah.
That was a really good ending for XL5.
Although it may not be the OPL itself, it may not be, you know, in the actual split. Let's call it an OPL promotion win. And it's their first series of 2017. So a big congratulations going to XL5. No, you're not back in the OPL just yet. You have to verse Tainted Minds in another best of 3. But unfortunately, yes, which will be tomorrow. Unfortunately for Outlaws, they are going back into the OCS to join the rest of the crew for split number 2. They had a pretty good run, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to take down XL5. But of course, tomorrow, big game. Our last best of 3 of the OPL promotion tournament. Tainted Minds taking on XL5 for the last spot in the OPL.
And it really is going to define whether we're going to have 2 new teams going into the OPL or whether XL5 will remain well, actually between these, these are battling out between the two. Where it's going to be XL5 or Tandem Mines, really going to be interesting because that means one of these teams have to knock one of each other out.
And in all honesty, I mean, like, XL5 has as much of a chance as Tainted Minds do. Let's see what happens in the end, but unfortunately, that's it for us today. If you haven't checked out the new SoundCloud, the OPL show, soundcloud.com/the OPL show. I'm Asterix, that's Mendrix. We'll be back with you tomorrow from 12 p.m. for XL5 taking on Tainted Minds.